I don't know. Anyways, Zoe used to come sit with me. She'd talk about... Honestly, I don't remember what she'd talk about, but she'd keep me from sinking farther into myself. Oren put the knife back into his pocket, feeling his skill make it disappear to wherever these things were stored. I think that's why I liked her so much. She paid attention to me. She was there for me when I had nobody else. My mom was working more, and now that I'm starting to grow up a bit, I see that she was depressed too. That doesn't matter right now, though. I'm saying that I never really thought I was being too obvious. I never really thought about how that must have been for you.
I'm sorry. Daniel sat quietly through Oren's speech. When he finished, he spoke.
What happened? Why are you saying this stuff?
Oren nudged his shoulder against Daniel.
I just realized that I don't need to be infatuated with every person who pays me a little bit of attention. I also realized that somewhere along the way, I'd forgotten who my first friend was. The guy who dragged me out of my house in the first place. So, if he feels slighted because somebody did something, I'm going to be on his side. Rule number 2, remember? We are a team. Daniel smiled and lightly punched Oren. Then he slowly processed Oren's words and glanced at Garrett. Emily had made her way over to the archer, and they were chatting. Maddie came over and sat by the boys. "What are you two doing?" Oren smiled at her and handed her the third apple he'd pulled out. "Growing up a bit. How'd it go?" Maddie accepted the food. "She understands why we're mad, but essentially didn't care enough to tell us. She was worried we wouldn't let her come along on the dungeon run and thought the risk outweighed the reward. She did apologize to Daniel and swore she'd use her contacts to find out as much as she can about the kidnapping attempt. So, at least we have a lead." "That's not too bad, then." Oren popped the last of the apple into his mouth. "Did we set watch shifts yet? I'm almost out of mana and need a quick nap." "Go ahead and sleep," Daniel said softly. "I've got you." "Thanks, Dee." Maddie watched them both during the exchange. She smiled.
Chapter 25. Oren groaned as something tapped his shoulder. "Leave me alone," he mumbled into his blanket.
"It's your shift."
Oren opened one eye to glare at Maddie. She smirked and raised her hands.
"Fine."
A quick glance at his status showed that his mana was fully replenished. Emily was settling herself down in the corner, so she must have been the other component of the all-girl watch shift. Since both the other men were asleep, Oren figured he was on the last shift. The final watch of the night would be a single person who would be responsible for starting breakfast each day. The extra work was the downside to getting to rest first and not having to wake up in the middle of the night for your turn. Oren sat near the heat cube and played with the skill store tab. It was something he'd been doing more and more, trying to read through different skills and spells. When he got bored of reading the descriptions, he'd switch over to the miscellaneous tab and start in on the random items that were generally regarded as not worth the points. Once a few hours had passed, he put a pan over the heater and began to boil some water. Pulling a small device from his dimension hole, he reverently placed the boxy item on the ground before pulling a small bag from his pocket. He took a handful of what was inside and placed it into the cylindrical funnel on the device. With a twist, he popped out a small wooden bracket from the box and began to turn the crank. A popping sound cracked across the room before dipping into a steady grind as the bag's contents were pulverized. Oren tried to gauge how fine the powder became, but he was hardly an expert yet. He pushed the bracket back into the box with a small click and waited for the water to be done. While he waited, he pulled an assortment of breads and fruits out of his storage. When the water was ready, he had a small continental breakfast ready for the party.
He took out the single most important tool for the dungeon delve and tapped the powder into it. Holding the pan carefully, he poured the boiling liquid into the glass canister. As the water hit the ground beans, he savored the aroma that followed. He tried to put the lid on quickly, but the smell permeated the room, and people began to wake up to the wonderful smell of freshly brewed coffee. "Are you kidding me?" Maddie said in mock outrage. "It's a necessity," Oren answered. "Well, for some of us. You don't have to have any if you don't want—" "I never said that." Oren chuckled as he watched the party wake. Emily blinked with over-exaggerated movements, trying to clear the sleep from her eyes. Daniel stretched against the wall before standing up and helping himself to the food. Garrett turned over and went back to sleep. Emily noticed Oren's pursed lips. "He's not a morning person, but he'll be ready to go." When the coffee was ready, Oren pushed the plunger that strained the coffee grounds to the bottom of the golden liquid. He poured himself a small cup and sipped before letting out a contented sigh. "You bring any sugar for that?" Daniel asked. Oren put on a face of horror. "Oh no, I completely forgot the sugar. How are we going to survive?" Daniel frowned and threw a croissant at him. The pastry hit his shoulder. Oren grabbed it off the floor and saluted Daniel with his freshly obtained breakfast. "Thanks, friend." After they'd eaten their fill, Oren cleaned up the mess by shoving everything left over in his dimension hole. Daniel relented and sipped a cup of black coffee, wincing with each mouthful. Oren waited until everyone was awake to cast Utility Ward and Ward on each member of the party. Garrett grumbled something as he drank the dregs of the coffee and ate half an orange. "Everybody ready?" Maddie asked, trying to get them in the right frame of mind. Nobody responded. "I'll go through first," Daniel said. Maddie and Emily follow. Garrett and Oren behind them. He didn't wait and ducked into the doorway. Maddie threw an apologetic look back and hustled through after him. "This is going to be a long trip, isn't it?" Emily sighed and stepped in too. "Do we have time for more coffee?" Garrett asked Oren. "They'll be fine for a few minutes, right?" His smile, which had once been so enchanting, was suddenly disagreeable. Oren shook his head and headed to the doorway. He stepped through and began to drown. The group had discussed the possibility of underwater rooms and come prepared. Such floors weren't all too rare in dungeons, especially with a water persuasion, and each of them had a few water-breathing potions ready to deploy if needed. The biggest problem was knowing if it was needed beforehand, the problem that Oren was facing right now. He'd forgotten to take a breath before stepping through, and knew he didn't have enough time to fully analyze what was going on. Nobody was close enough in the murky water, and even if they were, he wouldn't be able to communicate with them in any meaningful way. He reached for his belt and began fumbling with the cache of potions he'd strapped on his hip. Luckily, he'd separated out the water-breathing potions far enough to the side that he was able to pinpoint which one he needed immediately. He disconnected one from the holder and had it halfway to his lips when Garrett stepped through behind him, jostling him. The potion slipped from his fingers and sank into the darkness below him. Oren willed the potion to lift back up into his hand. His chest began to burn with the need to breathe. Precious seconds wasted. He scratched at his belt for another potion in a panic. Long tentacles surrounded him, and something pressed against his mouth. Oren screamed as the monster attacked, barely noticing the water that filled his lungs when he opened his lips. He took a lungful of air and screamed again, bubbles rising in the water. Took a lungful of air. Garrett's arms, the tentacles, retracted from around him. The archer was downing his own potion, having fed one to Oren first. He gave a thumbs up to Oren and pointed above them. With a kick of his legs, Garrett swam toward the ball of light, blinking merrily through the water. Oren took another moment to steady himself and dog-paddled up after the man who may have just saved his life. About 50 feet up, his head broke the waterline, and he felt a cool breeze against his face. Everybody was waiting, Maddie's lights blinking like a beacon and illuminating the area all around them. They were treading water in the middle of an ocean, or at least a lake without edges they could currently see. Stars twinkled above them, with no moonlight to dim their shine. "Thank you," Oren sputtered. "If you hadn't," Garrett smiled languidly, "you'd have done the same." "What happened?" Maddie asked. "I forgot to take a breath, fumbled my potion, and Garrett had to force-feed me one of his. I thought I was going to drown." "You idiot," Daniel cursed. "Do I need to remind everyone to take a deep breath on each floor? I thought we'd gone over this." Maddie splashed water into Daniel's face. "Not the time. Oren, can you open your mat check if there are any monsters around? I'm not liking the odds here." Oren pulled open his display but forgot to tread water and sank below the waves before surfacing again. He checked and sighed. "No monsters, but there are a few hidden treasures on this floor. The door is that way," he said, pointing. "I vote that we get out of here as soon as possible," Emily offered, struggling to keep afloat in her robes. "Most of my magic is next to useless here." "I'm with Emily," Garrett chimed in. "Using my bow underwater greatly reduces my damage." "No arguments from me," Daniel said.
Gertrude was strapped to his back, and he had to throw his body forward into each small wave from being toppled backward by the weight. "Oren, can you lead the way?" They swam for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of fighting the small waves that constantly battered them and pushed them away from their destination. Oren's muscles burned, and he found himself longing for the days of running. He stopped and pointed down. "The door is down there." Daniel nodded and dived, the weight of his sword helping him drop faster than the rest of the party. Oren followed as each member also began the descent back into the dark water. His potion still worked, having been promised to last up to 4 hours. He gulped in water like it was air, and bubbles floated past his face. At the bottom, Oren saw the doorway. Daniel and Emily were making frantic hand gestures. Maddie was swimming toward the surface again. Garrett arrived before Oren and pushed his way past the two, reaching for the door. His hand slapped against nothing, and he fell through, landing on the ocean floor. Daniel pointed up and kicked off the ground. Emily reached down to pull Garrett to his feet. The three swam back to the top. "It's inactive, isn't it?" Oren asked, once everyone was treading water again. "The door." "Yep," Daniel spat. "It's got little divots in the sides, 3 of them. Fucking MacGuffins. 3 holes to put something and 3 hidden traps or treasure on the map." Garrett punched the water. "How is anyone supposed to survive this without a mapping skill? This is unfair." "It's a new dungeon," Maddie explained. "Most of the floors like this in other dungeons are well mapped out through trial and error. We're lucky we have Oren to point us toward the keys to this door. It's not all that uncommon. I will admit, the constant need to swim and fear of drowning is not ideal." "If the rest of you drink a potion, we don't have to worry about that," Oren pointed out. He pulled up his map and tried figuring out the best path to the 3 hidden marks. "We could walk along the ocean floor, even." "Let's not waste our potions if we don't have to," Daniel ordered. "Unless someone gets really tired, try to save them for the rest of the floors. We don't know if there is another floor like this, but with monsters." Maddie groaned. "You had to say it. Now a floor will be covered in water and filled with monsters for sure." Oren waved them on and began to swim. The 3 marks on his were far enough away from the doorway to the next floor that finding them without his skill would have been a nightmare.
The first was only a quarter-mile away, but that was swimming against the waves that seemed to turn against them no matter the direction they picked. "Down," Oren pointed, barely able to make a sound. "There." Daniel wasted no time and dived. Emily, Garrett, and Maddie followed immediately. Oren spread his arms and floated on his back, letting the waves carry him as he rested. "Oren!" Daniel shouted from a few yards away. "Get back here!" He held his hand in the air, something clasped tight in his fist. A pearl. There was a clam the size of a horse. I tried to pry it open, but Emily just burned a hole right through the shell. This was inside. Oren double-checked the map. Sure enough, one of the dots was gone. He sighed. "The second one is half a mile that way. The other is way on the other side of the door. We're going to be doing a lot of swimming." Nobody was excited, but they soldiered on with determination. After retrieving the second pearl, they all spent a few minutes resting, floating on their backs. Oren pulled a rope from his storage, and they all held on tight so as not to float away. "You know, if you ignore the fact that we're in a dungeon designed to kill us, in a huge body of water that's fighting against our every movement, the sky is very pretty," Oren said, his hand closed around the end of the rope. "I'd rather have dry land," Emily responded quickly. "Although I will admit the stars are nice to look at." "They're almost as pretty as your eyes," Garrett murmured, moving his hand up the rope. Oren couldn't even see whom he was hitting on. What he did see was Emily pushing Garrett's head underwater as Maddie and Daniel laughed. Chapter 26. After obtaining the final pearl and swimming back to the door, they'd all tumbled out into the safe room between floors. Daniel complained they had only made it through 3 floors, and Maddie had to soothe his fears that they were traveling slowly. "We've only slept once," she pointed out. "Time is murky down here, but if we count it like that, we've only spent a day and a half. It takes a normal team that long to get through 1 floor. We are making amazing time." Garrett and Emily nodded along. Everyone but Emily was changing into dry clothes after the prolonged swim. Emily simply used a spell and her robes were warmed and dry. "Could you use that on us?" Maddie asked hopefully. "If you don't mind a sunburn. It literally burns the skin. I have a passive skill that protects me from it." Oren pulled on a dry shirt. "You know, if I got a fire, I'm sure that would protect us. Then you could do that clothes dryer thingy on us." Maddie flicked him in the head. "You are not wasting ability points. Stop." Daniel grinned at somebody else getting hit. The party rested for an hour at Maddie's behest. The constant swimming had taken more out of them than they'd first imagined. But soon enough, Daniel was giving them marching orders, and everyone lined up for the 4th floor. "We've had a poison, water, and steel level, so we could see any of them again. But most likely, we'll have a combination of 2 or even 3, Emily informed them. "The deeper we go, the stronger the monsters will be too. We were really lucky the last floor didn't have anything we had to fight off. It was too easy, to be honest." "If we didn't have Oren, how long do you think we'd be swimming around?" Daniel asked. "I think that floor would break most parties." Emily chewed her lip. "You might be right, but only for the first few groups. Once somebody figured it out, everybody would learn the fastest path through." "We've got the dangerous job of being first, but Oren did save us days of swimming around." Oren's neck warmed. "He's blushing," Garrett said with a smirk. "I didn't think he could be any cuter." "Ow!" Emily pulled back a burning hand from Garrett's side. "I've warned you already." Garrett mumbled something, but didn't respond aloud. They entered in the same order again. Oren remembered to take a deep breath this time before he stepped through. Darkness. "Hello?" he whispered. "Over here," Maddie said, casting one of her butterflies of light into the air. It hovered over their heads for a moment. Then something struck it so fast it disintegrated. "Every time," Maddie complained. Oren felt Garrett appear behind him. "Anybody have a light?" he asked. "Every time Maddie or Emily tries a spell, something attacks the light," Daniel said from a few feet away. Oren hadn't even seen him. The darkness was so complete that he could wave his hands in front of his eyes and see nothing. "I've got some torches we could try," Oren volunteered. "Or should we just try to use my map?" "Map?" "Sure, grab a torch." "I don't like this." The voices all talked over each other, leaving Oren with no clear indication of what to do. Making his own decision, he pulled 2 torches from his dimension hole. "Emily, a little fire here, please?" The fire mage snapped her fingers, letting the spark she generated light the area for a moment. Seeing the proffered torches, she snapped again near one. It went up in flame immediately. Oren crouched low, holding the torch way above his head. He waited. Nothing happened. "You look stupid," Daniel said, walking into the small circle of light and holding his hand out. "Give me the other one." Oren handed the second torch to Daniel. His friend tapped the 2 together, lighting his own. Oren pulled up his map. "That's new." Daniel grunted. "My map. It's only showing the immediate area we're in."
I can't zoom out. All I see is a circle with 4 of us in it. Wait, who's missing? Oren twirled in a tight loop, searching. Daniel was right next to him, holding the other torch. Maddie, Emily, and Garrett were nearby. Nobody was missing. Oren looked again and glanced back up. "Garrett, step more into the light," he demanded. The archer took a tentative step forward, and Oren sighed in relief. "Everyone stick close to me. If you go too far into the darkness, I can't find you. Lucky for us there are no monsters here, huh?" Of course, that's when the monsters attacked. "You just had to say it," Daniel yelled as he swung Gertrude overhead. He missed the small speck of darkness that careened into the halo of light, illuminated by Oren's flame. The other 4 party members were standing in a loose circle around Oren. Daniel had dropped his torch to the ground when the too fast to see black monster struck him in the side. Maddie and Emily were doing their best to send spells out, but so far nobody had hit anything. "I can only say I'm sorry so many times." 2 quick somethings came in from opposite directions. One tried to hit Oren's flame, and the other struck at Daniel again. Oren tried to get an identify off in time, but couldn't connect the thought to the monster. The skill had always triggered near instantaneously, but the quickness of the monsters was too much. "Maddie, send off as many light spells as you can in that direction," Emily ordered. "Garrett and Daniel, attack that space on the count of 3. Ready?" At her barked-out 3 count, Emily and Maddie sent flames and butterflies of different colors away from the group. Garrett sent multiple arrows out in a torrent, and Daniel swung Gertrude side to side with a speed that defied the giant sword's mass. Garrett's arrow found purchase as a bat-like creature swallowed a butterfly. Gertrude changed direction mid-swing and cleaved the monster in 2. Half a body, with no head but a still twitching wing, slid in a gory runway to land by Maddie's feet. Shrieking from every direction rained upon the party. Oren pulled up Identify on the corpse. Dark Eater Bat. "What's a Dark Eater Bat?" "No clue," Garrett responded, turning his bow from target to target. He was shooting into the dark, using the cries of the monsters to try and do damage. "Darkness creatures? That's not good. That's really, really not good." Emily stopped sending gouts of flames into the ether. "Fire is useless against creatures of darkness, and they'll eat up any of Maddie's light magic. We need to get off this floor." Oren finished replenishing ward on Daniel. He picked up the second torch and held them both high above his head. "Which direction, Dee?" Daniel wiped sweat from the back of his neck and pointed his sword.
Without another word, the group moved slowly, but with determination. Unspoken, the strategy was clear. Oren, as the weakest link, would hold the light above them, while Daniel and Maddie took point. Maddie had stopped using her magic and extended her spear. She wasn't fast enough to hit any of the bats, but waving it in one direction at least discouraged them from attacking. Moving through the darkness, Oren kept watch on the wards he'd placed on everybody and checked on his map regularly. Except for the swift-moving dot of an already retreating Dark Eater bat, he saw nothing new. "That's the third time I've seen one of those stones," Daniel shouted over his shoulder. "Oren, what are they?" "What is what?" Maddie shifted and took a step back, dropping to her knee. She patted the ground. "He's talking about this. The flagstone is different." Oren couldn't make out any difference at all, which he told her. Garrett reached down and touched the block that looked the same as every block around it. "You're right. I can't duplicate this. It's magical." "A puzzle in the darkness?" Emily asked. Maddie nodded. "Will somebody explain what is going on?" Oren begged. Daniel swung too late at a bat. It crashed into Oren's left arm. He felt the claws scratch his forearm, but do no damage to him. His ward was nearly cut in half, but he topped it off. "Destroy it? Stand on it? Pull it out of the ground?" Maddie and Emily made suggestions, while Garrett and Daniel continued the fight. Oren just stood in the middle of a sea of darkness, waving his two fire sticks like he was directing air traffic, and feeling like an idiot that he still couldn't see what was different about this particular stone. "Oren, can you bring us back the same way we came?" Maddie asked him. The map still showed darkness around them, but the path they'd traveled was a lighter gray. They'd yet to hit the other wall, or any wall, so he still didn't know if they were in an alley or a large room. He was praying it wasn't anything as spacious as the ocean floor had been. He nodded his head backward. "That way." "All right, listen up," Maddie instructed. "Emily is going to stay here, and we are going to move back to the last stone. We are going to run for it. If nothing happens at that stone, we are going to leave Garrett at that one. We're going to try touching the stones together. Emily doesn't think we can dig them out of the floor. Any questions?" Oren gaped at Maddie. "I've got 100 questions. Split the team? That's insane." Maddie smirked. "It's nice to be the one with a plan. I'm normally you in this situation. Move out." Daniel barreled into Oren, pushing him forward, or backward. Oren only saw Emily for a moment before the darkness swallowed her. "I could have left a torch for her," he tried to say, but nobody heard him as they ran. He swung his arm to the side when they went off target until Maddie stopped and pointed out a slightly darker rock. Oren could almost see it. The stone path around them was a dark gray, but one of the pieces of the flooring was a light black instead. If that made any sense. "Garrett, you stand on this, and we'll move to the next one if nothing happens." Garrett stepped on the block, and something did happen. The bats went crazy. Before, only a handful at a time would swoop in. But now, Garrett had to cover his head with his arms as dozens began to rain down on him. "Run to the next one!" Maddie yelled as she darted off into the darkness. Oren threw another ward on the archer and tried to keep up with Maddie. He kept shouting directions to keep her on track. He didn't spare a second glance to see if Daniel was behind him. He had to trust Maddie and whatever plans she had. "Where is it?" he heard her chanting over and over as they moved away from Garrett. She slid along the floor and stomped her foot on a black stone. Oren was sure he could tell the difference now. "Oh shit," Daniel muttered from behind him. Oren glanced back and saw Daniel had fallen well behind. The halo from the fire was too small, and Daniel was well outside it. But he was still visible. Once Maddie had stepped on the third block, the darkness became only dimness. Now that he thought about it, Oren was sure he'd been able to see a little more into the darkness after Garrett's block, too. They'd lit up the cavernous room enough to make out each other. Oren could see a shape farther away that he was quite sure was Garrett. "We did it! We can see each other now!" Oren cheered. Then he followed Daniel's gaze up to the ceiling. Hundreds of dark eater bats hung upside down, blinking down at them. Most appeared to be waking up from a deep and restful sleep. Oh, shit.
Chapter 27. Oren, I want you to focus on healing me and keeping that ward up, Daniel said as the bats began lazily moving their wings. Drink a potion or two if you need to, but try and keep yourself from cycling. You know how I feel about it.
Daniel, what are you doing?
Maddie asked. His sword held up in the air, the hero was focusing intently on something. I think it's about time that I see what this class can really do. Daniel smirked over his shoulder and nodded at Oren. Boost me to the max. Oren had replenished their utility ward when they had woken up, but had refrained from overboosting anyone. Daniel and he were the only two who could get away with that kind of short-term boosting, and it wasn't worth it, most of the time. He started spending his mana. First, he capped his own intelligence and wisdom with a few of his normal spells. That made the costs cheaper when he slapped all four on Daniel: intelligence, wisdom, dexterity, and strength. The first bats dropped off their perch and began winging their way toward the trio. Oren double-checked Daniel's ward and gave him a thumbs up. "You've got this." Daniel disappeared. With his combination of the fast-moving shooting star skill that let him move in bursts of speed so fast he looked like he was rapidly teleporting, and Gravity Strike, his powerful fight ender, Daniel bounced between targets with a vengeance. By the time any monsters made it to Oren and Maddie, dozens of corpses already littered the dimly lit room. "Oren, this can't be the solution. There's always a way through," Maddie yelled, as she swung her spear at a swooping bat. She scored a cut along its torso, and it leaked its dark blood as it cried in pain and flew away. "If you have any ideas, now would be a good time," Oren shouted back. He tried casting a few light strike spells before summoning an ice sword. He spotted a cluster of bats and threw his sword. It flipped end over end as it sailed through the air, missing the group of monsters completely. "Did you mean to miss that badly?" "Shut up, they cost nothing to summon." Oren found Daniel stopped and spinning like a top. Gertrude found flesh with every revolution. He topped off his friends and went back to throwing ice swords. "Give me a few of those," Maddie demanded. The bats had started flying directly at Daniel. "That bastard," Oren said as he realized why the bats weren't targeting them. "He's using his gravity well and making them attack only him." Oren and Maddie lobbed swords at the bats, getting the occasional dings from the system that indicated they had finished off a monster, which they both ignored. Oren kept the ward up on his friend the best he could, but eventually had to start healing him as well. Even with the mountain of corpses surrounding him, Oren counted hundreds more. In the distance, Garrett was sending arrows up into the swarm above Daniel with such frequency that it looked more like a rope leaving his bow and connecting to the mass of monsters. "Emily's going to be pissed. She's missing out on all the fun," Oren quipped. He chucked another sword, nicking two but not killing either. "She doesn't have anything that really hurts them," Maddie grunted, as she threw another sword. Oren had just started summon dumping them on the ground between them. "Neither do I, for that matter." Daniel's spell ended, and small groups of bats peeled off from the main cluster. Oren could see the frustration on his face as he yelled something, but the shrieking of the bats drowned him out. As 5 bats descended on them, Oren took a stance in front of Maddie. She had her spear extended,
ready to provide backup. Oren's first swing was perfect. For once, he used his momentum correctly, pivoting on his heel and bringing the blade down in a beautiful arc. The icy blade was sharp and true, splitting two of the bats in half. The warm, dark blood splashed against his face. He didn't realize he was screaming defiantly until the coppery tang hit his tongue. Oren bent over and threw up, missing the next 3 Dark Eater bats. Maddie sliced one with her spear and it veered away. She stabbed a second full on in the face, impaling it on her weapon. The weight of the bat caused her center to drift, and the third bat landed on her with a furious shriek of talons and teeth. Oren wiped his mouth, smearing the vomit on his cloak. He tried to find an angle to hit the bat without risking hitting Maddie, but her furious laughter at being shredded was... laughter? Maddie stood with her arms spread as the bat slammed against the air around her. She smiled and pointed. "Still think I was wrong to split the group?" Oren's mind raced. The 3 stones. The room getting brighter as they activated more. He looked over his shoulder at Daniel, who was still swinging wildly. Even with the boosted stats, his stamina wouldn't last forever. Sweat made his hair glisten as he fought savagely, killing bats with every movement. "We need to find more," Oren whispered, before turning and shouting, "Daniel, we need to find more of the special stones. They protect against the bats." Daniel shook his head and put a hand to his ear. "Go!" Maddie demanded. "I can kill them when they get close." She demonstrated by shaking the dead bat off the tip of her spear and replacing it with the one still beating relentlessly against the barrier around her. Oren darted into the melee, using Way of the Water to the full extent. He triggered sidesteps 3 times, which would have overjoyed him at the growth of his skill, if not for the corresponding decrease in his ward, as some of the attacks inevitably got through his defenses. How is Daniel doing so much better? Oren skidded to a halt next to Daniel. While dodging and trying to hit bats, he explained what they'd discovered. The room, the stones, and the barrier. Daniel pointed. "Let's try on the far side, where Emily is. We'll run for it." Oren nodded his agreement and started sprinting. "When did you get so fast?" Daniel muttered to no one. They passed Garrett, laughing maniacally as he did trick shots with his bow. He created an arrow shaped more like a sword and swiped one-handed through the cloud of bats in front of him, before loading the same and shooting it through another 4 bats. Without Daniel's gravity well, the monsters were attacking everyone now. Emily was faring much worse when they reached her. Her staff was only semi-effective against the bats. The boys watched as a bat she hit rolled over in the air before launching itself back at her. With her lower strength score, the bludgeoning tool was not as effective as it normally would be bolstered by her magic. "Are you out of mana?" Oren asked as they raced up to her. Daniel swung a few times to clear a path. "None of my fire magic does enough to be useful," she said through gritted teeth. Oren could see tears of frustration behind her eyes. "They can't get to me, though. I tried to yell out, but you all ran away too fast." "We figured that out," Oren said, summoning another ice sword and handing it to her. "This might help. Sharp end goes into the bad thing." Emily took the sword. "What's the plan?" "The lights came up when we got to Maddie's block. We're off to find the rest of them." Emily seemed relieved to take a break. Daniel was going ham on the bats around her. "What if there's only 3? "Then we kill all the bats." Emily raised an eyebrow. "Bravado? Or are you doing that thing where you don't think right again?" "Neither. I'm scared shitless. But I have this guy and his sword," Oren said, pointing to Daniel. Another dozen bats dropped from the darker part of the ceiling. "Fuck. D, let's bounce." Daniel didn't wait and started his mad dash away. I mean, he could have waited for me, right? Emily shook her head at the younger boy and raised the sword he'd given her. Ice? Why'd it have to be ice? Go ahead, Daniel said. Step on it. They'd found the fourth block after 2 minutes. Running with a maxed-out dexterity took some getting used to, but Oren thought the wind in his hair felt, well, actually like shit. His face was wind-burned, and his eyes hurt. We should get goggles or glasses. What the fuck are you talking about? Daniel roared. Get on the thing! For running! Goggles for when we are running at full speed. I'm sure there is a speedster class, something like the Flash. Somebody has to have invented that. Remind me when we get back to day, Oren rambled. Oh, and no, you get this one. Daniel stepped toward Oren. So help me, get on it now. Oren danced backward. Listen, I can heal myself and cast ward. It makes more sense for me to go find the last one. Even if I can't find it, I can survive a lot longer than you. Daniel glared at him. You know I'm right? Go, before I change my mind. Oren surprised himself and gave Daniel a quick hug. Don't die. Daniel squeezed back and then pushed Oren to the side. He swung Gertrude at a bat that had almost clawed up Oren's back. Daniel stepped on the darker stone. The room lit up more. The hundreds of bats were ravaged. Oren picked out Emily and Garrett, along with what might have been Maddie in the far, far distance. He trekked on. It's gotta be close. Each trigger seems to be about a half-mile apart, I think. How fast do we run with 100 decks anyway? Oren's thoughts continued to tumble over each other. The adrenaline and fear worked together to have him think about anything but the fact that he was alone, well away from his friends, and facing an army of flying demon bats. Not demons. Tony had told him all about demons.
These were just big, ugly bats that weren't affected by light or fire magic. Something that would have been nice to know before coming in here. Oren's eyes caught a small shift in the light on the ground. He ducked instinctively. 2 bats passed over him, their attacks narrowly missing. He threw his sword. The hilt struck one, but other than a slight dip in its flight, didn't do much damage. He pulled another one out of whatever magic factory made his icy blades and held it out. Come and get it. Oren would later tell of his artful dodges and graceful swings, the perfect symphony of battle, where he felled 2 beasts on his own in a moment of inspired swordsmanship. How the first bat's shriek warmed his face, and small specks of spittle dotted his chest as he held it back with deft strokes of his sword. How the second bat fell after the snicker-snack of his weapon robbed it of both wings before it hit the ground. He told these lies because he knew that nobody would believe that the 2 bats collided in mid-air in their rush to get to him. He made up the battle, because who would listen to a story where the 2 monsters skidded across the stone floor and stopped right at his feet for an easy poke to the head with the sharp end of his sword? After his intense and not at all made-up battle, Oren leaned against his sword to catch his breath and saw another dark stone on the floor only a few yards away. He made his way to the gray-black brick and stepped on it, activating a brilliant flash of light across the ceiling. The bats, still in the air, wailed and flew higher toward a single dark hole in the ceiling. When the last bat fled into the darkness, the hole closed with an audible pop.
Chapter 28. Oren watched the last bat fly into the inky black hole in the brightly lit ceiling. As the darkness receded, the roof sparked with waves of light. The ripples centered back where the rest of his party was located. With the final flicker, a ray of bright white light shone down in the distance. "Is everybody okay?" Oren yelled, hoping Daniel would be able to hear him. He didn't have to wait long for the response. "Come this way, the door is over here."
Daniel's voice carried with a slight echo, and Oren could make out the small figure of his friend waving his hand over his head. Oren took a tentative step off his marker. He waited for the lights to dim or the bats to return, but nothing happened. He made his way toward his friends. All four of them were already waiting when Oren arrived. "Took you long enough," Maddie joked, pushing a shoulder against him. Emily was standing by a door made of light. She spared a quick glance at Oren before trying the handle. As soon as it turned, she stepped through and left the floor. "She's a bit spooked at not having a good way to fight against those bats," Garrett said by way of apology. He smirked at Oren and opened his mouth to say something more. "It's fine," Daniel said, pulling Garrett's gaze and attention. "Go on through. We'll be right behind." Garrett's smile stumbled into a small grimace, but he listened to the hero and stepped through the door. "That was a cluster," Daniel sighed. "Before we go to the next floor, we should have a serious discussion about whether it's worth continuing. I don't know anything about darkness magic. That is what Emily called those creatures, right?" Maddie shrugged her shoulders. "It's a rare magic type, usually only found in some of the more restricted classes. Theoretically, I know it's a bad matchup for me or for someone with fire magic." "That's almost half our party that would be useless against another floor like this or darkness monsters. That old fart who told us we were going to die mentioned something escaped when the dungeon break happened. Maybe it was something like one of these bats." Oren took in the look on Maddie and Daniel's faces. "What? Old fart?" Daniel asked. Maddie stifled a laugh, turning it into a snort. "You know what I mean. He already accounted for not having all the data, and even when he gave us bad odds, we came in. My vote is we don't quit. In an emergency, I can boost everyone up, and we can just pay the consequences for a few days in the next room between floors." "The consequences?" Maddie sputtered. "I'm not sure I want to go through that again." "It's a fail-safe," Daniel bargained. "I also think we should keep going, but I'm not the one who has trouble against those things." Oren and Daniel turned to Maddie. To her credit, she didn't cower or hesitate. She held her head high as she answered, "Let's destroy this place." Emily and Garrett were setting up camp when they entered the room. "So?" Garrett asked, as he rolled a sleeping bag out on the floor. "What's the verdict?" "What do you mean?" Daniel asked in return. "What are you doing? We just slept." Emily had a blanket over her shoulders and her eyes shut tight. She cracked one eye open to stare at Daniel. "He's asking if we continue or turn back. Either way, I used too much mana in that room and need to rest. I won't be of any more use today. Not that I was of any use in the first place," she finished bitterly. "Stop that right now," Oren thundered, surprising himself. "Nobody knew what we were heading into, but from what I saw, you kept your cool and fought on. You didn't give up and took out how many of those things?" Emily muttered something, but Oren didn't hear it. "How many?" he asked again. "She took out 37. I took down 89, Garrett boasted. "Emily, I only took out 26, Maddie said, kneeling beside the fire mage. "I had to use my spear and wait for them to get close. I was terrified too, but we made it." "What about next time?" Emily closed her eyes again and rubbed the blanket across her face. "If Oren hadn't given me that sword, I don't know what I would have done. I broke my staff against one of those things. I'm not used to physical confrontation. I'm a backline magic user." Daniel sat down next to Emily with Maddie and started reassuring her. Oren realized he hadn't checked his own status since the fight ended and had been ignoring the notifications. Experience gained, 2,250 XP, 75 XP times 10, 50 XP times 6, 150 XP times 8. Pulling up his full status, he checked his experience.
Oren, Utility Warder, Level 13, 3,592 out of 4,000. AP, 9. Damn it, he muttered. If his math was right, he'd only needed to kill 3 more of those Dark Eater bats and he would have leveled. He'd been so close. While they talk her down, want to give me a hand and start cooking some food? I know I make it look effortless, but pulling the bowstring back takes a lot of strength. Garrett spoke from his side. Oren hadn't even realized he had stood from his spot on the floor. Shouldn't you try to talk to your teammate? She felt useless in there. She was useless, the archer responded, emphasizing the middle word. We run in a party, but Emily has always been cold to me. My words won't mean much to her, but I can cook something for her. She'll crash soon, and something warm in her belly will do more good than any lies I could spin. Oren didn't fully agree with him, but still pulled out some food and the heater box. His own mana had been low, but had already started creeping up. Emily had thrown a lot of fire into the swarms of bats. He forgot how much meditate was worth. When Daniel and Maddie checked in, Garrett took a small plate to Emily. His friends sat down and pulled together their own food.
Garrett stayed with Emily. How did it go? Oren asked quietly between bites. She wanted to leave, but we convinced her to stay and fight through. If we hit another room with darkness monsters, we'll reassess, and she might leave by herself. She understands what that would cost her, but it's her choice. Maddie picked up a sausage and took a bite. These are good. Where did you get them? A small stall down by the market. I'll show you when we get back. What do you mean, what it would cost her? Daniel ate in silence. Imagine that you are an adventurer with the guild, and somehow you get a spot on the heroes team to defeat a new dungeon. That's the kind of thing that could set you up for life. Not that Emily cares about that kind of thing, but leaving halfway through would be a major blow to any credibility you had as a guild member. She'd probably be let go from her party, and most likely would need to leave Day and return home. Oren thought through Maddie's explanation. But she'd be leaving because her magic doesn't work against this type of stuff. If we'd known they were darkness monsters here, we'd never have been allowed to come, Maddie interjected. Me or her. Our builds are the worst possible type to counter darkness magic or monsters. That means you, Garrett, and Daniel have to pick up our slack on any floor like the last one. We're dead weight. That's not true. You both took out a lot more than I did. Maddie gestured to the food all around. You make up for the lack of firepower with your utility. It's not even a fair comparison. You made the call to search out the stones. Daniel found them first, and then had no idea what to do about it. No offense, Dee. Maddie, you help control battles. You're quick and decisive in emergencies. Don't doubt yourself over one floor. Maddie fiddled with her fork. She didn't respond or look Oren in the eye, and he thought the conversation was over. He's right. Daniel put a few of the empty plates in a pile. You and Emily are needed here. The guildmaster made it clear this was my dungeon to clear, and you are both in my party. We'll overcome any obstacle this place throws at us and figure it out together. You hear that, Em? Daniel is pulling rank and making you stay, Garrett yelled over his shoulder with a chuckle. He'd come back with the dirty dishes. Daniel sighed at the archer's timing. Everybody get some rest and recharge your mana. I'll take the first shift alone. Oren cleaned up and rolled out his sleeping bag, but couldn't fall asleep. Maddie, Emily, and Garrett were snoring within minutes. After 30 minutes of shuffling around, he threw the cover away and made his way quietly over to Daniel. Can't sleep, Daniel grunted. I can take over. Go get some rest. Daniel didn't answer or move. Are you okay? Just thinking. Want to share with the class? Daniel finally turned to look at his friend.
You might not like what I have to say. Oren had been waiting for Daniel to yell at him since the second floor. He'd half hoped he had forgotten that he'd turned on the dreaded skill that should not be named. But Daniel wasn't the type to forget something like that. Let me have it. Oren hunched his shoulders and waited for the chewing out to start. I think we might need you to blood cycle and do that thing where you make enemies stop moving. I'm sorry. What? Daniel chucked. You did something stupid with the boars. You're an idiot. And if we weren't all just doing our best, I'd kick your ass. That last floor scared me, though. Those bats kept coming. I kept thinking how great it would be if you could make them all just fall out of the sky. If we come across another room where Emily and Maddie can't do anything, I'm going to have to rely on you. And that means slowing the monsters down. We really underutilize that skill set of yours. Because it doesn't do any damage.
It doesn't count as participation against the kill, and I don't get experience for it. Daniel raised an eyebrow. When did you start caring about experience? If you lag behind, we'll power level you. Oren thought about what Daniel was saying. Oren had started worrying more about doing damage and getting experience. He'd just been complaining to himself about how he should have killed more bats. I should just hit every monster we find until it can't move. Probably best to not do it to every monster, Daniel countered. Emily is watching you pretty close, have you noticed? Save it for emergencies or try to do it in secret. The monsters don't need to go prone. Maybe just have them moving half speed. That way everybody can still do damage and put up a fight, but we can coast through a bit easier, Oren said, finishing the thought. If I start blood cycling, though, we'll need to rest more between floors. Tony thought a single night's sleep would be good enough for a full recharge, as long as I don't go over my max. Now that I know what that is, I hope I can convince myself to turn off Mind Bastion after the fights. Daniel picked at something on his sleeve. Do you trust me? Oren scrunched up his face. What do you mean? Of course. If I say to drop Mind Bastion, do you trust that I have a good reason? I think so. Daniel finally got the piece of bat flesh unstuck. The blood had dried, gluing it to his shirt. No, not I think so. I want you to convince yourself that logically, no matter what, if I tell you it's a good idea to stop blood cycling, you'll listen. Oren saw what Daniel intended to do and smiled. Yes, I trust you. If you think I should stop cycling, it's probably for a sound reason that I just haven't figured out yet. Daniel smirked back. Do you think it'll work? Oren put out his closed hand. Daniel quickly rapped his knuckles against the proffered fist. Only one way to find out. Chapter 29. Once everyone recharged their batteries, the group got ready to move on to the 5th floor. Daniel clued Maddie into his plan to try and control a blood-cycling Oren. While she had obvious concerns and voiced them, she eventually said she trusted their decision. Why do I feel like she still expects us not to do it? Daniel muttered as Maddie moved toward the other two. She's doing that thing my mom does, Oren whispered back. You know, the whole, I'm not going to tell you not to do that, but I'll be very disappointed if you do thing, Daniel grumbled as he handed Oren the last of the cleaned-up camp. Garrett and Emily had been singing Oren's praises all morning. Sleeping and eating as comfortably as they had been was not something anyone expected in a dungeon run. Emily was very clear that Garrett should not get used to luxurious living. As it turned out, the 5th floor of the dungeon was a mixture of the steel and poison categories they'd run into so far. When Oren stepped through the doorway, 15-foot-tall plants with metal-coated teeth snapped at him. Luckily, the door had a safe zone just out of their reach. The plants resembled a mix of Mario piranha plants and Venus flytraps, besides the obvious size difference. They also had waving green branches with razor-sharp leaves that tried to reach the party.
The grinding noise of their steel teeth clanging together sent chills down Oren's spine. An ichor dripped from the open green mouths and sizzled on the dirt ground. He tried an identify. Steel-tooth dewdrops. HP 400/400. Oren ignored the party's discussion as he pulled his trusty encyclopedia of monsters out of storage and leafed through it. He didn't find the plant under steel-tooth, but did under dewdrops. A small asterisk noted multiple variants could be found. "Don't let the poison touch you," Oren said over the group's talking. "Or the leaves, or the teeth. These things have a neurotoxin that will make you feel tingly. You lose feeling after a few seconds, and some kinds make you dumb, if I'm reading this right." "We should send you forward then," Daniel laughed. "You can't get any dumber." "Some reports indicate cognitive dysfunction, including trying to climb into the plant's open mouth," Oren read aloud. "That doesn't sound like something I want to try, so no thanks." "We could stand back and just attack," Maddie suggested. "It doesn't seem like they can move." "They're stationary according to this," Oren said, holding his book up before making it disappear in a pocket. "My map shows only about 50 of them. Maybe we should just—" Flames gushed up from the ground all around them. Oren hunched, pulling his cape over his eyes at the bright light. He was about to use water reservoir to soak them all when he heard Garrett's laughter. "Damn, Emily, those bats really pissed you off." Emily's telltale red vines had crept out and up the nearest dewdrops. Oren watched as the HP on the nearest dozen dropped rapidly. Daniel exchanged a glance with him and shrugged. Garrett was lobbing a few arrows, but mostly enjoying the flame storm of death. In 20 minutes, Emily had cleared the entire room mostly by herself. Oren made sure to hit just enough with a few light strikes to level up. Experience gained, 500 XP, 100 XP times 5. Level 14 obtained, plus 10 AP. When the last dewdrop wilted into dust, a door appeared in its place. "Remind me not to piss off the fire mage," Daniel joked. Emily turned her gaze on the hero. He held up his hands in surrender. She raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Fireflower mage," she corrected. Daniel bowed at the waist. "I stand corrected. Remind me not to piss off the fireflower mage." And just like that, the 5th floor was defeated within the hour. Emily declined another rest and took a mana potion. They were standing in the room between floors. Oren hadn't been the only one to take advantage of Emily's burning crusade against plant life. Garrett had finally hit level 20 and had requested 30 minutes to go over his status. When the archer stood with a smile, Daniel asked what Oren was thinking. "Did you get anything good?" Maddie slapped him on the arm. "You don't ask people that." Garrett chuckled and pulled an arrow out of the air. "Watch." He shot an arrow against the wall. It struck the stone and fell to the ground. "Did you see where it hit? Watch this one." Garrett sent another arrow flying through the air, except this time the arrow curved and scraped against the wall with a shower of sparks. "Curved arrow," the archer announced with pride. "The more I work on it, the more I'll be able to control the curvature." "Are you trying for control arrow?" Emily asked, while drinking some of the coffee Oren had made for them. "I might," Garrett responded hesitantly. "I've got my eye on a few things," Emily shrugged and downed the last of her brew. "Keep your secrets, it's all right." The 6th floor surprised them all. The floor held a checkerboard pattern. Each square was roughly 5 feet wide and had a 2-foot circle cut into the middle. Water splashed against the edges of the circle, reminding Oren of a show he'd watched about ice fishing. The door to the next floor was within sight, just on the other side of the board. They entered a small stretch of unmarked ground, with only 20 feet to the first checkered square. Everybody muttered their thoughts aloud until Maddie pointed up. The ceiling mirrored the floor with the same watery holes. "Why isn't the water falling out of the ceiling?" Daniel asked, craning his neck. "Magic?" Oren pushed Daniel out of the way. He was standing too close to the door, and Oren was feeling claustrophobic. "Oren, check for traps or monsters," Maddie demanded. Oren was already pulling up the blue box. "Monsters moving around underneath the floor," he announced. Emily cocked her head up. "What about up there?" Oren rotated his map. "Shit, monsters above and below." Maddie and Emily discussed plans with Daniel. Garrett made his way to Oren. "Should I try and put a few arrows into one of the holes?" Oren rolled his eyes. "What good would that do? If nothing happens, no big deal. But if a monster pops out to attack, half the group isn't paying attention." Garrett held up his hands. Whoa, I'm just making a joke." Oren scratched the back of his head. His hair was getting a little longer than he liked. It was curling at the end and tickling his neck. "Sorry, I'm nervous. I don't like the look of this room for some reason." At that moment, Emily and Daniel walked over. Emily pointed to the far side. "Garrett, can you hit a hole on the edge over there?" Garrett winked at Oren. "Sure, no problem at all." Oren made sure his ward was refreshed on everybody and tossed a water ward up as well. He summoned an ice sword and held it ready. Emily eyed him. "You think that's necessary? Even if something comes out of one of the nearby holes, you've got all four of us in front of you." Oren realized the party had fanned out before him. Garrett was at point, drawing an arrow back with the Citrandish longbow. Oren noticed his shoulders and back stretched in interesting ways before he released the string. The arrow dipped in the air and splashed into the water with barely a sound. From the ceiling, a low roar echoed. A beast of scales and fangs fell from the corresponding ceiling tile and dropped like a stone into the same spot where Garrett's arrow had landed. The blue and silver of its hide sparkled as it dived, more of its body coiling out of the hole in the ceiling. Just as the serpentine head struck the water on the floor, it stopped growing. It was the exact length of the room's height. "Was that a snake or a dragon?" Daniel said in surprise. "Oren, how many of those are there?" "I can't count them. They move too fast and swarm over each other. But I think more than 10 and less than 20. "Did you get a chance to identify it?" Maddie asked. "Sorry, no. I was too surprised. It was kind of beautiful, right?" Emily, Maddie, Garrett, and Daniel turned to stare at Oren. He blushed. "What?" Daniel smiled. "Nothing, buddy." Garrett repeated the shot, but nothing happened. He sent an arrow into the ceiling tile the monster had fallen out of, but the waters stayed still. He even tried shooting a few random squares in rapid succession, but no more of the monsters appeared. Their charming tramp blew through his teeth in frustration. Oren chucked his sword. It turned end over end before skidding to a stop on the edge of a central pool. "Why did you do that?" Daniel asked, keeping the smile from his face. "I thought maybe the things are smart and realized that an arrow didn't necessarily mean foot." Another of the monstrosities erupted from the pool of water that Oren's sword had barely touched. Nobody saw where the sword went. They were all agog at the 40-foot snake monster flying up into the air. Halfway through the air, it twisted and entered a different hole in the ceiling. "It didn't go into the one directly above it," Emily pointed out. "We all saw the same thing," Garrett retorted, earning himself a slap to the back of his head. "Ouch," Oren was smiling. "Got it." "What is it?" Maddie asked. Oren was already leafing through his book. "Steel-armored faceless worm. Found it," Oren read aloud. Faceless worms have been hunted to near extinction due to the refined use of their scales. These monsters can grow up to 20 feet long and can bite cleanly through an adult male's arm. The worms have a venomous bite. However, the scales absorb the monster's surrounding toxins, increasing the overall toxicity of venom.
No two faceless worms have the same venom, leading to crafters using the scales for a variety of uses. It has 5 stars. 5 stars isn't too bad, Daniel said, trying to lighten the mood. There's nothing about variance. The author thinks they get to half the size we just saw. I'm going to take a guess and say these worms might be a little more than 5-star monsters, Oren countered. He's right. Emily stepped in front of Daniel and put her hand on his chest. This isn't a room where we want to fight. We just need to figure out the pattern. Huh? Oren and Daniel spoke at the same time. It's obvious, Garrett said, as he sat down and started scratching a grid on the stone floor. The worms move through the holes in a pattern, and we need to figure out how to get through without any of them coming out. Emily walked over and put her hand on Garrett's head. He's learning. Garrett shook her off. I've spent enough time with you and Tin. You don't just keep me around for my dashing good looks. Maddie sat and pointed out the pool the arrow had hit and started talking with Garrett. In a few seconds, Daniel and Oren were being ignored. What do we do? Daniel finally asked. Emily glanced up. Start throwing stuff in the pools and let us know what happens. We need more data. Oren and Daniel spent a few minutes throwing more of his swords. The worms didn't respond again. Daniel finally had the idea of throwing real food, which pained Oren. After the first tiny piece of chicken hit the pool and a worm appeared, he couldn't argue against it, though, especially when the second, third, and fourth pieces also brought out worms from the floor below and the ceiling above. There are 64 squares, Oren complained. That's going to be all our food if we have to try each one. No, it's not, Daniel laughed, throwing a finger-sized piece of food into another pool. I know you overpacked. I saw how much you brought. We can always throw coffee beans. You wouldn't dare! Daniel laughed again while Oren started to think of ways to kill the hero before he tried to do something unforgivable. Chapter 30. After 3 hours of testing, talking, and throwing away more of Oren's food stores, Emily and Maddie solved the pattern. Oren tried to listen to them explain, but it was like watching a video on how to solve a Rubik's Cube. No matter how many times he tried to wrap his mind around the ever-revolving logic, the girls couldn't get him to understand. You know, it's nice that you suck at something, Maddie teased. Oren flipped her off. What is the plan, though? Garrett asked. He hadn't even tried to listen to them explain how certain locations on the board had been used as predictive models to do something. Oren's brain hurt. What do you mean? Emily responded. We know how to make all the monsters go into the ceiling. Then we just walk across. If you think it's going to be that easy, I've got some beautiful land to sell you in Veskar. Prime real estate, truly. He has a point, Oren agreed. We don't know if only the water triggers them. Nobody has tried standing on the squares. What if they all drop out of the air at once? Daniel hefted Gertrude and swung her once. Then we fight and try again. I'd really like to avoid fighting one of those big worms, Garrett countered. Worm, not worm. That's what I said. Emily rolled her eyes. We can test what happens when we stand on the square once we get them all in the sky. Then we will send one person across at a time, or maybe 2. We can figure that out later. Garrett had the best long-range aim, so he spent the next 30 minutes playing a complicated game of basketball with chunks of food. Oren was stingy until one of the small pieces of bread missed and almost rolled into the wrong pool of water. I need more weight, Garrett complained.
Oren relented and brought out some strawberries he'd squirreled away, as well as a bushel of apples. "How much food did you bring?" Daniel asked incredulously. "This is ridiculous."
"Yeah," Maddie agreed, her lips stained by the strawberries she was chewing. Once every worm had been displaced from below, Daniel took a tentative step onto one of the squares. When nothing immediately happened, he walked the edge until he was halfway across the board. "Follow the same path," Emily ordered, pushing Garrett out as the second test subject. Garrett reached the midway point just as Daniel stepped off the checkerboard. He waved from the other side. "All good over here." Maddie went next. "Once she's across, I'll go. Stick to the same path and wait for me to get halfway. Don't break whatever design we've figured out here," Emily said, not taking her eyes off Maddie. "Why am I going last?" Oren complained. "You can make yourself fast and try to outrun those things. My fire will probably just piss them off more." Oren couldn't argue with her reasoning, but still hated being the final moving piece of the plan. He watched Emily take her first step as Garrett joined Daniel. Everything went according to plan. His teammates were waiting for him on the other side. He joined them without incident, and they entered the doorway. "Good job, everybody." Daniel walked straight across the room. "You all ready?" "You don't want to take a break?" Oren asked. "We can spare 5 minutes." "No, let's just push through and take out the next floor. I've got a good feeling." The 7th floor proved to Oren that Daniel's good feelings were not worth listening to. "So many spiders." Oren fell against the wall, exhausted. "I don't know which were worse, the big ones with the eyes or the tiny ones that tried crawling in my mouth." Garrett shook his leg, trying to get the creepy crawly feeling to go away. "I hate spiders so much." "The tiny ones," Maddie shivered. "I bit down on a few, and the way they burst, I think—" She turned and puked against the wall. The room was a maze. It wasn't particularly hard or even very large, but the swarms of 8-legged monsters with biting fangs, sticking webs, and hairy legs were overwhelming. "We made it through," Daniel said, pointing to the doorway next to them. "Only because Oren could get rid of the poison," Emily pointed out. "Otherwise, we would have had to hole up and recover the hard way multiple times." Oren's skill, remetabolize, had proven invaluable. They had brought some antidotes, but like other potions, one could only take so many a day. The mana cost was on the high side, and he'd had to take a few mana potions himself. But the group had been able to fight into the swarms of crawling monsters as they pushed farther into the high-walled labyrinth. "Let's just get out of here," Garrett shuddered. Of everyone in the party, he'd taken to the floor the worst. Even now, his eyes were bulging out of his head as he swiveled in circles, pointing an arrow at phantom beasts. "I'm never sleeping again." After a good sleep and a small meal, everyone lined up, more or less rested. Garrett still occasionally swiped at his legs, but otherwise seemed halfway back to being himself. "Was it just me, or was breakfast a little scant this morning?" he complained. "Half rations until the last floor," Oren announced. "We wasted too much with all the worm testing." Daniel snorted. "You have more than enough left. You're just punishing us." Oren ignored him and stepped through first. The room was another large dome with a metal pedestal in the middle. The walls around him reached up vertically before beginning a gentle curve to the center, giving the impression of being in an egg. "Where's the other door?" Daniel asked as he stepped in behind Oren. Maddie, Emily, and Garrett appeared and glanced around. "No monsters." "Oren, check for traps." Maddie kept her spear extended. "I already did. Nothing." Daniel approached the pedestal, the rest of the group pushing in slowly behind. The pedestal looked like a bird bath that Oren's dad had brought home once. That one had been made of stone.
His dad had put it in the front yard and talked excitedly about all the birds that would soon be using it. Then he'd gone out to mow the lawn and run into it with the riding lawnmower. It broke into 2 pieces and thereafter lived in the garage waiting to be fixed. Oren had finally trashed it a few years ago. This one didn't have water in it. Instead, a liquid like mercury nearly overflowed the top lip. "Do we break this?" Daniel wondered aloud. Emily and Maddie joined him. Garrett turned his back and watched the rest of the room. Oren tried using Identify on the metal pedestal, but got nothing in return. "Let's stand back and I'll hit it with a few spells," Emily suggested. She took a few steps back and raised her hand. "Nah, I'll just break it in 2. Daniel raised his sword high. "At least wait for us to get out of the way," Oren said, pulling Maddie away. Daniel rolled his hand in a hurry-up motion and then re-gripped Gertie. He swung horizontally at the base. His sword rang against the metal with a low, hollow thrum, but did no visible damage. The liquid in the cistern didn't even ripple. Daniel frowned and raised his hands over his head, bringing his sword down hard on the surface. Oren watched as the liquid splashed from the reverberations. Some splashed on Daniel's hand. The hero screamed. "Daniel!" Oren yelled, rushing to his friend. The boy backed away from the pedestal, dropping Gertrude. The flesh was bright red, but the drops of metal had hardened and fallen off his skin. Daniel kicked the metal discs in anger and held up his hand. "That fucking burns!" Oren used a cure spell, and the skin went through the rapid changes of healing. He was focused on Daniel and didn't turn back until he heard Emily's gasp. Oren spun and saw something pushing its way out of the pedestal. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he glanced down to the base. One of the discs of dried metal that had landed on Daniel was sliding up the outside of the metal pedestal, crawling up to meet the rising figure. The party watched, spellbound, as the escaped liquid returned to the main pool. As it touched, the metal figure grew arms and pushed itself bodily from the pedestal, landing with a splash on the floor. It began heaving and rolling like a wave, forming a leg that splashed into a puddle. It pulled 2 arms and a head out before it disintegrated back into liquid. "I'm not sure we should let that thing finish whatever it's trying to do," Emily yelled at the group. She cast her flames at what Oren was hoping was not a Terminator. Emily's attack was the catalyst for the rest of them. Garrett launched arrow after arrow at the being. Maddie tried various light magic and hit it with her shimmer sight. Oren tried a few spells and even threw an ice sword at it. Everything seemed to bounce off the metal, or, in the case of Garrett's arrows, go right through it. Even as they attacked, the liquid metal formed up better with each step until it reached the height of a man. Not just any man. It turned to the group and solidified into a familiar shape. Daniel. The real Daniel picked up Gertrude and swung down at himself. The metal hand reached up and caught the sword easily. The fingers melted and wrapped around the blade, yanking back. The attacks from everybody stopped as the 2 Daniels, one made entirely of metal, played tug of war. Maddie took 3 quick steps and stabbed her spear toward Metal Daniel. Her blade separated the skin, creating a hole where she attacked. The simulacrum yanked its hand back from Gertrude and made a swipe at her. It missed, but Oren noticed the small drops of metal landing on her. "Maddie, don't let the metal touch you." He ran to her and used the edge of his sword to scoop the bits of crawling liquid metal from her leathers and throw them on the ground. The pieces began moving back toward the cistern. "How do we kill it?" Garrett asked as he circled for a better shot. "My arrows don't seem to be doing anything." Daniel swung Gertie again. Metal Daniel caught the blade, but real Daniel was ready and dragged the sword down and out of its grip. It hissed as it pulled away. Oren's mind was racing, and he reached the conclusion at the same time as Emily. "Only you can do damage to it," he guessed. "You can hurt it, but we can't," Emily announced with certainty. They shared a look and nodded. "Maddie, back up. Garrett, create a few big arrows and shoot at its feet. It doesn't seem to be that great at walking." Emily barked orders. "Daniel, I'm going to boost your speed and mine. I'll try to distract it so you can hit it," Oren said to his friend, already casting the spells. "Make sure you don't get any of that liquid on you," Emily warned him. Oren nodded and took off, swinging his newly summoned sword at Metal Daniel. It ignored him at first, watching Gertrude as she danced along its chest, but when Oren got a little closer, it snaked an arm out. The hand turned into a flowing river of liquid metal that traveled fast up the icy sword. Oren dropped it and retreated. "Any other ideas?" Daniel asked, trying to push the metal version of him back with wild swings. Oren and Emily exchanged looks again, but he was met with a shrug. "You might be on your own."
Chapter 31. Daniel was sweating. His metal doppelganger was his match in every way. If it weren't for Oren's buffs to his dexterity and strength, he might not have lasted as long as he had. Oren increased everybody's stats in a last-ditch attempt to make some difference, but no matter the spell cast or the arrow launched, nothing struck the Metal Daniel. The only damage it took was from the rare hit Real Daniel was able to make. He had used his skills only to find Metal Daniel could replicate them. Gravity Strike met Gravity Strike. When he tried Shooting Star, Oren watched in amazement as the two copies of his friend bounced off each other so fast he couldn't tell which was which. Garrett's arrow cages gave Real Daniel some reprieve, but Metal Daniel would eventually hammer the metal or stone down. The hero signaled for another such break, and Garrett masterfully landed a dozen pillars of metal around the enemy. "Daniel, do you need a potion?" Oren asked, taking a step toward his friend. Daniel held up his hand to stop him, but didn't look. He was concentrating on his status screen. "No, I'm trying something. Give me a minute." Garrett took a mana potion and loaded up another arrow. Metal Daniel was already breaking free. "I can only do this 2 more times," the archer yelled while aiming. 2 of the metal pillars cracked as the Metal Daniel slammed its fist into them over and over. It pushed one until it snapped, stepping over the obstacle. It took 2 steps, and Garrett released, sealing it in again. The metal copy showed no emotion and started wailing on the stone arrows this time. "Almost done," Daniel muttered. He had put Gertrude on his back and was holding his hands together. His muscles clenched as he squeezed something. Did he just buy a new skill halfway through a fight? Oren's guess proved right, as Metal Daniel broke through the arrow cage. Before Garrett loosed his already prepared arrow, Real Daniel shouted something and turned his closely grasped hands toward the monster. A beam of light, brighter than any spell Oren had seen, burned into his vision. The entire party blinked over and over to clear the fading afterimage. Metal Daniel's feet and shins were all that remained. The entire top half of the monster, down to the knees, had been incinerated. "You did it!" Oren cheered. Then he noticed Daniel toppling, falling slowly. He bounced once as he smacked his head against the ground. Oren was next to his friend in an instant, pouring healing spells into him as he searched him with Identify. His health was fine, but his mana was zeroed out. Oren boosted his friend's will, giving him enough mana to groggily come to. "Is it dead?" Daniel's eyes were slightly crossed, but he focused them on the still burning feet. "You did it, buddy. Just relax." "Oren." Maddie's voice did not sound relaxed. Oren turned and saw the metal legs melt into a puddle. The massively depleted pool of liquid pulled its way to the pedestal. Oren threw a light strike at the liquid. It hit. "Kill it, quick!" he demanded. Flashes of fire, light,
and even an arrow hit the puddle, burning it out of existence. Once Daniel was half revived, the party stood dozens of feet away from the pedestal of liquid death, discussing their options. The theory was the metal would copy anyone that touched it, creating a perfect replica with all their skills and spells. Daniel had had a stroke of insight and bought a spell, Starfire, in an attempt to damage his metal self. His reasoning, that the metal him wouldn't have a way to copy a newly purchased spell, had been right on the money. The genius was undercut by his terrible math skills, as he held the spell going for a second longer than he had mana to maintain the flow. "I killed it, though," Daniel said with a smirk. He was still sitting, with the telltale half-closed eyes of someone with a mana headache. "You defeated the copy, but we killed it," Emily corrected him. After Daniel had destroyed enough of the creature that it lost its shape, the rest of them had finally been able to do damage to the thing. Oren pulled up his status, checking his experience again. Oren Utility Warder, level 14, 1,692 out of 5,000. A P, 19. The creature had rewarded him with almost 1,000 experience. If there was an easier way to kill the metal monster, he would have suggested farming some easy levels. "Does anyone have any idea of what to do?" Maddie said. She kept the frustration out of her voice, but she was pacing. Nobody answered. After a minute, Daniel brushed the ground and lay back, stretching out. "I don't think we are supposed to keep fighting our copies. I mean, I had to spend a lot of ability points on that spell. There should be a way through the floor without us all having to take on our own selves, right?" Emily nodded in agreement. "Yes, dungeon floors are never undefeatable. Sometimes it does take a few months for somebody to think of a way through, but even the biggest dungeons are usually defeated because it requires higher levels to defeat the enemies on the later floors. There is something we are missing here." "We're missing the door off this floor," Daniel complained. "Wake me when you figure it out." Emily stared at Daniel for a full 10 seconds before shouting, "That's it! You're a genius! We're missing the door!" Daniel opened one eye. "What? I mean, of course I am, but what?" Emily twirled, grabbing Oren's arm. "Do you have a cup or a big spoon?" Oren pulled away, rubbing his arm as he dug into his dimension hole. He found a ladle and held it up. Emily snatched it and stormed toward the pedestal, everybody shouting in caution. Ignoring them, Emily carefully lowered the soup spoon into the metal. She took a large helping of the mercurial liquid and gingerly walked toward the entrance door. Whenever they entered a new floor, the doorway they entered through remained. It was an escape they wouldn't use except in the most dire of circumstances, as it would make them exit the dungeon. Usually, they completely ignored the door. On this floor, the frame was against the wall, but on some floors, it would be a free-floating door frame. Reaching up to the top of the frame, Emily poured the metal on the stone outcropping that encased the wooden door. The metal cooled instantly, hardening but covering a large portion of the door. Emily eyed the growth and returned for another scoop of the metal. "Is this a good idea?" Maddie questioned. "What if we get stuck in here and can't use the door?" "Do you have any better ideas?" Oren responded. "It does look like it's doing something." Emily had to return for 10 full spoonfuls of the pedestal metal before the door was covered from the top to the floor. As the last drops spread over the small circular handle, the entire metal door shivered. A low groaning sound came from the door, and Emily stepped back, raising her hand to cast a spell. Daniel was on his feet, with Gertrude already pointed toward the door. The metal wobbled and rippled. Then the entire doorframe moved. It started slowly, only a few inches, before taking off like a shot. The metal frame rocketed around the edge of the room, coming to a stop on the complete opposite end. Everybody waited. Emily clapped her hands in joy and strolled across the room, completely unfazed. She turned back when she reached the metal door. "Well, come on then." Other than Daniel drinking a mana potion in the room between floors, the party continued right to the 9th level. They all sighed in relief as they stepped into the large expanse. Fields rolled into the distance, and a sun beat down from above.
After the maze and small rooms they'd been encountering over the last few days, even the fake daylight of a dungeon floor was a welcome change. Daniel was happiest of all when they found the monsters in the distance. He let Oren sneak close enough to use Identify, making sure to keep his camouflage up the entire time. The 6-legged creatures were a cross between an antelope and a really large weasel. The beasts had the slick coat of a weasel, but the body and long twirly horns of an antelope. "They're called Spurndeeks," Oren said, as he canceled the skill. He'd been tempted to mess with Daniel, but everybody was too on edge. "I know them," Garrett announced. "They're tough and have nasty teeth and claws covered in disease, but shouldn't be too much of a challenge if we play it slow and smart." "Slow sounds like Daniel's speed," Oren said with a smirk. Maddie hit him in the back of the head. "Hey!" "Anyways," Garrett continued, "deeks are fast and slippery. The trick is to hit them on land from the side while somebody distracts them. How many are there?" Oren pulled up his map. "More than 30, less than 50. They keep moving, and these planes are pretty big. I can't see the entire thing." "Looks like we have a choice then," Maddie said, letting her spear hang from her side. "Fight through or try to sneak?" "Deeks have a so-so ability to track by scent," Garrett contributed. "Are you seriously double-checking what I said? Where's the trust?" Oren was trying to be subtle, but the beast compendium was too big to hide. "Trust but verify. Sorry. Everything he said is right, but they're also really good swimmers. I didn't see any water around here, though." Garrett shook his head. They decided to fight whatever they came across naturally as they searched for the next door. The Spurndeeks, or Deeks as Garrett called them, gave a good fight, but between Daniel's attacks, Garrett's arrows, Maddie's stun spells, and Emily's fire, even groups of 4 went down in a relatively quick fashion. Oren kept an eye on his map and was able to point the group away from the large lake with dozens of the Deeks. Garrett had assured them they could take the monsters out on the dry land, but he gave them much worse odds in the water. And the Spurndeeks could transition between water and land quickly. While swimming, they used their powerful tails to churn the water and move faster. Oren's book also warned they had some manner of water magic, so investigating the lake would be a last resort. The party spent 4 hours exploring the floor. Maddie was the first to figure out the unique aspect of the 9th floor. "We're going in a circle." Oren checked his "No, we're still moving past the lake. It's behind us, that way." Maddie's gaze followed Oren's finger, but she still shook her head. "That's not possible. Look ahead, right there. Do you see the 2 dead Deeks by that rock? Those are the first ones we attacked. I sat on that rock to rest after." Oren looked in the direction they were walking. 2 dead monsters were torn up and burned. He checked his again and tried to make sense of what he was seeing. The only explanation: the entire floor is a sphere. We're traversing the entire world in a few hours. Daniel slammed Gertrude into the ground. "Then where's the door?" Oren held up a finger and twisted, trying to pinpoint the angle they'd been walking and where they'd been. "The old door should be over there." Garrett took off at a light jog. He slowed after a few hundred yards and walked back. "The door is over there." "You're sure it's not the way out?" Emily queried. Garrett shook his head. Emily and Maddie exchanged a dispirited look. "The lake?" "The lake," Oren groaned. They'd spent an hour trekking around the water. The last time he'd counted,
There were still about 20 deeks playing around the lake. Daniel lifted his sword and slapped it on his back. Let's get to it. 3 more hours passed as they drew the slippery, hexa-legged beasts in groups of 2 to 4. The last half-dozen charged as one group, but some quick instructions from Maddie and a few well-placed shimmer sight spells culled the attack enough that the party had no trouble taking them all down. Garrett brought an extra-large arrow down through the head of the last deek. Directly in the middle of the lake, a small arch appeared. Only 1 floor left, Daniel bragged. Good job, team. Chapter 32. Even though they had already rested before the 9th floor, nobody argued to move on right away. With the 10th floor boss coming up, they would need every advantage they could muster. Daniel was feeling the drain of his fight as well. Oren took pity and moved back to regular rations, pulling out a small cake he'd been saving for after they defeated the entire dungeon. I think we earned it, he explained, as he laid out a blanket, plates, forks, and a knife. Garrett just stared. I still can't believe you brought all this into the dungeon. Oren shrugged and cut into the fluffy white cake with small red berries and cream, handing out pieces to the girls first. He'd seen it in a shop window and spent 1 silver coin on it. Oren, this is delicious. Maddie had shoveled half her slice into her mouth. Emily was taking smaller bites, but she leaned against the wall in a more relaxed pose. She moaned in approval after a bite. Once everybody was fed with more than just cake, Daniel wanted to talk about strategy for the next room. Maddie put her foot down, saying in no uncertain terms that they would not be moving to the next room until they'd all rested again. But I'm basically back to normal, Daniel argued. The rest of us use more mana than you. Maddie put her plate in the dirty pile. We don't all have Oren's crazy regenerative powers, and taking a mana potion now would be 1 less we can take during the fight. We'll rest and then fight. Oren wisely stayed out of the argument. Once the other 3 were asleep, Daniel moved over and sat by him. They sat together in silence, listening to Emily's soft snores. Oren checked his status. The last floor brought a lot of growth. Oren had made sure to hit every monster he could, even getting only part of the experience pool for each kill. He'd seen his largest growth in 1 go. Oren Utility Warder, level 14, 4,136 out of 5,000. AP, 19. When we get out of here, we shouldn't head back to Day, Oren said quietly. He'd been doing a lot of thinking about their next project. If we do, something else will inevitably come up and we'll get stuck doing something else again. We need to get to the elves and figure out a way to end the fighting. Oren pulled up his quests, ignoring all but one. Stop the war in Odrana. Reward, 200,000 XP and variable failure, loss of 10 levels. Emily and Garrett are great adventurers, but we need to shake them somehow. Daniel nodded. We could ask them to go back and report in for us. And if they say no, you can teleport us away. If I have any mana left after the next fight, I can. Time the conversation well. Daniel picked at a loose thread on his pants. Wrapping his finger around it twice, he yanked it. A small seam pulled loose. This dungeon hasn't been easy, but it hasn't been as tough as I thought it would be, Daniel finally muttered. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's had its hard parts, but I get it. Oren started using up his daily allotment of analyze. We might have gotten lucky, or maybe it's just a good group. Daniel shook his head. You idiot, it's you. I was going to say it's had its hard parts, but having you here made it all a lot easier. Daniel rolled the broken thread in his fingers and tossed it away. I'm glad you're by my side. It's more than just the buffs and healing. I'm glad I have someone I can trust to lean on. You've got Maddie, too. Daniel nudged his friend with his shoulder. Yeah, we do. Daniel stood in front of the door to the 10th and final floor of the dungeon.
They'd already discussed multiple strategies for whatever they had to fight. Emily confirmed that most 10th-level bosses were single entities, usually stronger than anything found before that point.
Oren had cast Utility Ward on the party before increasing his own intelligence and will to the maximum. He'd also spammed Increase Strength and Increase Dexterity on Daniel. Garrett had his Citrandish bow out and was getting more curved arrow practice in. He'd already spent an hour sending his missiles flying at various angles around the room. Emily and Maddie were having another hurried discussion about magic. Oren was glad Emily had opened up so much to the team, but the amount of knowledge she'd been sharing with Maddie was what was showing real results. Maddie's slow-moving shimmer sight could be launched more like a high-speed baseball now. Even her butterflies were able to move in clumps, obscuring a monster's line of sight on the party. "Hold your breath and hope it's not a water level," Daniel saluted with his sword and stepped through. "Why would he jinx us like that?" Oren complained as they all walked through. The party arrived in a forest. The trees clumped tight enough to block their view for more than a dozen yards in any direction. Garrett tapped one tree with the tip of his bow. It rang hollow with a metallic note. "Iron trees," Garrett noticed Daniel's confused face. "Trees of iron. The dwarves made them. They usually only grow along the mountainsides, and never in this number." Oren already had his map up. "There's something headed this direction, but it keeps skipping." "Skipping?" Daniel raised an eyebrow as he readied Gertrude. "It's like it's jumping around. Coming from that way." Oren pointed south of the door. Daniel nodded. Emily's hands began to glow, and Garrett had an arrow knocked. "Maddie, try to blind it. Then everyone go wild. Oren, if you can hit it, try and slow it down." Daniel rested on his back foot, ready to attack. The floor boss flitted among the trees just out of sight. Just before reaching the party, it disappeared. "Oren, location!" Daniel yelled. Oren frantically zoomed in and out of the map. "It's gone. I can't find it." Something large and impossibly fast melted out of a tree behind them and slammed into Garrett, pulling him deeper into the forest. "It got Garrett! After it!" Daniel charged in the direction of the archer. They found him 20 yards away. Garrett's entire body was encased in the same metal as the iron tree. 2 long cuts had been sliced across his upper chest and lower left hip. "Is he alive?" Daniel frantically turned, watching every corner and shadow. "That's his fail-safe spell," Emily explained. "He did it to himself. He basically turns into a statue for a few minutes." She knelt and poked the gash along his side. "This is really deep to show up even after he triggered this." "Is he going to be all right?" Maddie had her back to the Garrett statue, spear extended. "He'll be pissed he missed the fight. I've only seen him use this once. He said it has too long of a cooldown to be useful in any but the most deadly situations. He must have been in real danger." Oren took his eyes off the map to toss an identify on Garrett. His health had gone down by 1/3 in the few seconds since he'd been dragged away. He tried to cast a heal small wounds, but the spell didn't trigger when he targeted the statue. Unfortunately for the party, that was the moment the boss attacked again. Unfortunately for the boss, it targeted Daniel. Maddie's yell gave Daniel just enough time to trigger Dwarf Star, giving him the extra mass he needed. Even with his strength maxed out, the beast pushed him back a few inches. Daniel loaded on Stone Skin as the monster started slicing at him. The beast had the general shape of a praying mantis, with 2 long arms ending in curved hooks. It clicked its mandibles together, trying to get close enough to bite Daniel, but the hero put his huge sword between them and screamed and pushed. The monster turned in the air, kicking off Daniel's chest and sailing away. Oren and Emily both scored hits on it before it impacted a tree and melted into the metal. That looks a lot like what that druid guy could do, Daniel complained, rubbing his chest. Are you okay? Maddie pulled Daniel back toward the Garrett statue. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Oren, please tell me you got a read on that thing. Yes, and even better, I got a dex debuff on it too. Oren held his hand up for a high five, but nobody took their eyes off the woods. He let his hand fall. It's a Gazalim. Looking it up now. I don't know that one, Maddie said as she swept her spear back and forth. Me either. Emily threw a ball of fire into the darkness of the woods. Missed it. Oren flipped through the pages. He turned a page back and moaned. It's not in here. Emily threw another spell into the trees. It might be too rare. Not every monster can be categorized. List off anything you've noticed about it. Maybe we can figure out a weakness. It's strong and quick, with sharp sword arms, Daniel started. It has chitin all over it like a bug, Oren chimed in. It melts into the trees and can move between them somehow. Maddie cast some light stream spells into the forest, trying to light it up. A shadow attacked each one, seeming to drink up the magic. Shit, it has darkness magic! Oren thought of Soph, the druid from the Dragoon team. He'd also been able to step between trees. How would he have fought someone like that? We need to draw it into a clearing and surround it. If we can take away its mobility, we'll have a better chance. It's using hit-and-run tactics to take us out one by one. It just made the mistake of going after Daniel first. Or, well, second. Oren glanced guiltily at Garrett. I'm going to focus on hitting it with as many inversed dexterity spells as I can, and then do the same for strength. If we have any luck, that will take it out. And if not? Daniel asked. He'd been there when Oren's spells hadn't fully taken down another member of the Dragoon team, Bin. They'd had a theory it had something to do with higher constitution stats, but didn't exactly have someone high-leveled to test the theory on. Then we hit it with everything we have. In the minute they'd been talking, the Gazalim hadn't reappeared. Emily's spell must have hurt it enough for it to be cautious. I'm going to release some butterflies in that direction, Maddie announced after a moment of silence. She cast her light show, and 20 butterflies of light spread from her open hand. Hopefully it will target... The Gazalim sped from behind a tree and sliced through the flying insects. Oren maxed out the dexterity debuffs he could cast on it, but didn't have time for more. Emily launched more fire strikes, while Maddie tried to hit it with a shimmer sight. Emily scored 3 hits, but Maddie missed. By the time Daniel reached the insectoid monster, it had disappeared into another tree. He hit his sword against the tree in anger. Gertrude sank deeply into the iron where the monster had touched. The tree isn't solid where it touched it, Daniel thought out loud. He turned Gertrude and dug part of the tree out. It's like a sludge here. The tree still stood, but a quarter of its mass had been carved out. The part that splattered against the ground was slowly absorbed into the earth. Emily stepped closer and reached into the puddle before it disappeared. Fascinating. It's water and darkness magic together. It's creating portals through the trees by melting them. Watch out! Daniel swung his sword directly at Emily. The fire mage wisely ducked as the Gazalim dropped from a branch above. The flat of Daniel's blade connected with a solid hit and knocked the boss off target, but it was still able to shove one sharpened arm down into Emily's body. As Daniel struck it over and over, pushing it back, Emily curled into a ball. Flames sprouted from her, licking up the iron trees to either side. Oren, Emily's hurt! I know that, you idiot! Oren yelled as he ran to her side. The fire burned him, but it would take a bit to get through his ward. Emily, I'm here. I'm going to heal you, okay? She didn't respond with words, but the flames retreated, and she moved her arms from around her center.
Oren saw the deep stab wound and almost threw up. The monster's bladed arm had hit Emily a few inches to the right of her belly button and sliced cleanly and very deeply. Oren could see her ribs and moving slimy parts inside through all the blood. Oren cast his spell at level 3. With his will at 100, each spell was 10 times more powerful than it should have been. 400 healing per spell is a little OP, he thought, as the extra healing hastened the closing of the wound and fixed things inside the mage. Emily gasped and opened her eyes. She waved a blazing hand wildly, pushed herself to her knees, and coughed. Then, with literal fire in her eyes, she screamed and ran at the monster, still batting Daniel's strikes away. "For fuck's sake, I just finished healing you," Oren complained, as Emily threw herself at the 10th floor boss.
Chapter 33. Emily bear-hugged the Gazalim from behind, pinning its arms to its side. The fire in her eyes grew to cover her face, spreading down her neck in a flash and encompassing both her and the dungeon boss in a searing white flame. The monster chittered in real pain for the first time and thrashed. "Hit it with everything you've got!" Emily groaned through gritted teeth. "I can't keep this up for long." Oren worked quickly. He reduced every stat he could, hit the oversized insect with a few quick spells, and summoned, "And that girl is on fire," Daniel sing-songed. He raised Gertrude straight up and activated his gravity strike. Motes of gray swirled around the tip of his sword. Oren watched as the sword moved through the air like it was honey. The slow movement doubled in speed, and when he blinked, the fight was over. Daniel's attack cut the Gazalim in half from the top of its head to the middle of its chest. Emily had let go and jumped back at the last moment. The flames covering her body guttered once before flickering out completely. Oren opened his mouth to speak. He didn't know if he was going to chastise Daniel or Emily for their reckless attacks or shout congratulations. He didn't get the chance before the ground below the dead boss began to glow. Lines of squiggly runes circled the body. The Gazalim sank into the ground, and a black ball rose a moment later to hover in the air between them. "Is that the dungeon core?" Daniel stepped forward and reached to touch the ball. It spat flickers of blue, green, silver, and black, and the hero pulled back. "Should we wait?" Daniel glanced at the still frozen party member. "How long until Garrett comes out of that?" Emily rapped her knuckles on the archer's still form. "He'll be around in a minute or two. I'm not sure what would happen if you destroyed the core while he was incapacitated." "Would you all mind terribly if we waited?" "Is touching it going to destroy it?" Oren found himself standing closer to the ball. Something about it entranced him, called to him. "No, you have to squeeze it," Emily was knocking on Garrett's head. "Wake up, you useless!" Oren stopped listening. He reached out with a finger to brush the glossy black sphere. The colors jumped in little arcs, swirling back into the dark center. He heard voices in the background as he connected with the core. "Welcome, Administrator. Would you like to absorb this core for 10 Administrator points?" "What the what?" Oren fell back and landed hard against a tree. His heart was pounding against his chest, and Daniel was already standing in front of him. "Oren! Oren, what's wrong?" How could he even answer? The core wasn't supposed to do that. What were administrator points? Oren felt Maddie and Emily looking at him. Nobody even noticed as Garrett took a deep breath and began to slap flakes of metal off his arms. "Oren! Answer me! What happened?" Daniel had both of Oren's arms gripped tight, but he was having trouble getting his friend to look him in the eye. "I can't explain it." Oren looked meaningfully around at everybody. Thankfully, Daniel caught on quickly. "Can everybody give us a minute?"
No, Daniel turned on Emily. No? The mage shook her head. You're the hero, and we were tasked with listening to you, but we've completed the mission. You don't get to send us away before destroying the core. We all deserve to get those points. Garrett, who had only half an idea of what was going on, nodded and stepped up beside her. Daniel's chest swelled up as he took a deep breath. Oren could see his friend was still coming down from the adrenaline of the fight. A confrontation was not something they needed. That's all right, Emily. Oren grabbed Daniel's sleeve and pulled away from the group. We'll just go over here. No! This time it was Maddie.
Maddie? Oren frowned. Something just happened. This is like last time, isn't it? In the aqua chambers. She put her spear on the ground and slowly approached them. We're on the same team, Oren. What is it? Oren thought fast. He could tell Daniel about the administrator stuff because they were best friends. Maddie had earned their trust, but he didn't know what she would do if she learned he had these powers too. He flashed back to the image of Tony falling to his knees in fear. There was no way he was going to let Emily know. She'd try to study him, maybe bring him back to Odrana to be researched. Garrett wouldn't care, but would likely sell the information back to the guild. Back off, Daniel demanded. His voice was quiet, but held steel he hadn't directed at anyone in the party before. Oren and I need to talk. This is still my party, and I'll decide. Daniel, stop threatening people. Give me a minute to think. To his credit, his friend shut up and crossed his arms. He could try dropping Emily, Maddie, and Garrett. A few debuffs to their strength or dexterity, and they'd be unable to move. That would mean leaving Day behind, along with Maddie. They'd planned on her being their liaison with the elves. Oren wasn't stupid enough to think either of the teens had a good enough political mind to negotiate with the centuries-old elves, but at least Maddie had been trained in statecraft since birth. Attacking all three was out. He could still take down Emily and Garrett, bring Maddie up to speed, and hope she didn't turn on them. Best case, she'd still come north with them. Worst case, they'd have to leave her, resulting in the same outcome as the first option. Think. What's the use of all these extra points in intelligence if I can't come up with a good lie? Oren knew the stats didn't actually make him smarter, and not for the first time. He wished they did. But he was getting off track again. If he could figure out a good enough lie, he could fill Daniel in on the administrator points thing later. Maybe the quest triggered when he touched the core. Thank you for the idea, Maddie. Oren did his best to come up with the various responses and answers he'd have to give. He was going to need to lie his ass off. Maddie, this has to do with the you-know-what. Maddie quirked her eyebrow. It's very similar to what happened in the aqua chambers. Please, please buy it. Maddie glanced at the other two party members. They glared back. Could you two fuck off? Garrett cut her off. What are you all hiding? Oren played the only card he could think of to get out of this situation. We have a quest to defeat a dungeon. Emily's eyes narrowed. Garrett's jaw dropped. You, all three of you? Garrett stammered. You weren't going to share it, were you? Maddie responded defensively. Of course not. You two are already giving a full report to the guildmaster on every skill and ability the hero has. Why would we give you more? Emily blushed in embarrassment, but Garrett threw the accusation to the side. Of course we are. You knew that when you accepted us, but hoarding a quest? That's low. What does the quest have to do with Oren, though? Emily asked. Damn it, I knew she was too smart. Oren has a weird class. Something happened in the last dungeon we were in, and he was able to... I don't know how to explain it. He unlocked the rewards. Maddie had positioned herself between Oren and the other two. I need to sell this, Oren thought before he spoke. When a quest shows up, I can edit the rewards a bit. Not all the time, but when I'm close to Daniel. It's one of the reasons we're in the same party. We don't know why. Maybe because I awakened my class while fighting monsters off him. He'd never given a straight answer to Maddie about where they'd met or how. He saw several wrong assumptions click into place for her with that lie. The real reason the hero would keep a weakling like him around. Daniel turned his face so only Oren could see him and raised an eyebrow. What the fuck? Go with it. Daniel gave a minuscule shrug. You're the boss. Everyone stood in the deathly silent forest. Oren noticed Garrett was still injured, with the cuts to his chest and hip bleeding freely. Garrett, do you need a heal? It can wait. Are you going to share the quest with us? We fought the entire dungeon with you. Do you not think we deserve the rewards? They'd discussed sharing the quest with them before leaving Day. They'd decided against it for a multitude of reasons, but right now, Oren only had one thought in his mind: the new message. He turned to Daniel. What do you say? He winked. Daniel bit his lip and rubbed at his chin. He'd grown a little bit of stubble in the dungeon and was looking older now. You think we should? Oren gave a slight nod of his head. It's up to you. I want to know what Oren saw. Emily derailed his entire plan. He closed his eyes in frustration. I think I can change the reward, he lied. Maddie's face lit up. Emily was still giving him looks of disbelief and suspicion. Garrett was rubbing his hands in anticipation of getting a quest. Maddie stepped closer to Daniel and whispered something. He nodded. Let's talk. Maddie stepped up and grabbed the two guild members. They were only a few feet away, but Daniel leaned over and whispered to Oren. What's going on? Oren pulled his friend back a few steps and lowered his voice as much as he could. Give them the quest. It doesn't matter. I need to be the one to destroy the core, I think. Something to do with my other ability. I'll explain later. What are you two whispering about? Maddie peered over her shoulder. We all get a say in the reward. Well then, let's discuss it. Daniel strode forward into the small circle, and negotiations began. In return for the quest, Emily and Garrett would report only a specific set of information to the guildmaster about the hero and his party. Obviously, the quest would remain their dirty little secret. Oren has to be the one to destroy the core, Daniel confided. It's too bad there isn't a charisma stat, because Daniel would have that in spades. Oren stayed quiet during the talks, only giving monosyllabic answers to questions. He healed Garrett's wounds without a thank you. Once everything was hammered out, Daniel shared the quest with the other two. Emily's eyes were bright as she read her own screen, and Garrett actually jumped in the air. Let's do this, Daniel said, gesturing Oren toward the still floating sphere. If we get to choose our reward, can I have more dexterity points? Garrett asked in glee. I'd prefer intelligence. Emily was standing very close and watching Oren. I'll do my best, Oren muttered, and reached for the sphere again. Welcome, Administrator. Would you like to absorb this core for 10 Administrator points? Yes. A cascade of notifications lit up his screen. Congratulations! You have defeated the crumbling waste. You have been rewarded 2 dexterity points. Quest complete. Defeat a dungeon. Reward. Defeat of Tier 1 single decaset dungeon. Calculating variable reward. Calculation complete. Reward selection of the following. Increase strength stat +5. Increase dexterity stat +5. Increase constitution stat +5.
Increase will stat plus 5. Increase intelligence stat plus 5. Oren almost cried in relief that the quest was allowing a selection. Almost like the system knew he needed it. "He actually did it!" Garrett cried out. "Emily, this kid is for real!" Oren had done nothing. He looked at the next notification and paled. "You have been awarded 10 administrator points."
You have unlocked administrator skills. A new page on his status showed new skills, except these weren't silly spells like what he'd been purchasing up to this point. Oren read the first half dozen. Assign class. Reset class. Assign quests. Edit reward. Unlock ability. Select 1. Unlock skill. Unlock stats. Sanctioned. Remove. Assign. Full reset. Edit stats. Unsanctioned. Remove. Assign. Full reset. There weren't nearly as many options as his normal purchase lists, but he didn't have time to read through the entire list right now. What is happening to me? Chapter 34. Oren put the new, confusing part of his system on the back burner and turned to the immediate rewards. His dexterity had gone up by 2, finally breaking into double digits. He didn't feel any faster or more coordinated, but seeing the numbers go up still satisfied the gamer in him. The reward selection for defeating the dungeon was great, too. He hesitated over his favorite stat, will, for only a moment, before sighing audibly and taking the increase in constitution. His health points were too low, and even with all his wards, Tony's advice to keep constitution a priority echoed in his mind. I can always increase my will at level 20, he thought, trying to focus. Emily and Garrett were laughing at their good fortune. Garrett was sending arrows into trees around them, trying to get a feel for his new points. Oren lied and said messing with the rewards for the quest had sapped his strength. He sat with his back to a metal tree and read the system notification over and over, trying to find some new morsel of information. You have unlocked administrator skills. Sitting next to his ability points was a new box. Oren Utility Warder, level 14, 4,886 out of 5,000. AP 19. Administrator points 10. Administrator skills HP 120 out of 120. MP 547 out of 1,100. Strength 9, 100. Constitution 12. Dexterity 11, 100. Will 28, 100. Intelligence 11, 100. The 20-minute timer for his increased stat spells was almost up. His and Daniel's maxed-out stats would soon drop back to only the utility ward increase for the rest of the day. He didn't care. The addition of yet another thing to keep track of was overwhelming him. Oren cast a calm mind on himself and tried to think of anything else. When he'd absorbed the dungeon core, it had shattered into pieces like it was supposed to. Nothing he'd read had prepared him for the rush of power into his body. I can't wait to get back and show Tin how much we've improved. Garrett was making his arrows turn arcs in the air above them. He could make his arrows go in a half circle before they fell to inertia. Do you think I'll be able to make my arrows do a full rotation before I hit 40? Emily watched Oren. Maddie and Daniel were talking about him. He could hear their whispers. Daniel was assuring her that he was fine and just needed time. I need a vacation, he muttered to himself. Shouldn't I have a beach arc soon? He shook himself as calm mind took effect. They could deal with anything that came their way. He pushed off the ground and made his way to his friends. Thanks for the breather. I'm feeling better.
Maddie began to say something before closing her mouth and pulling him into a tight hug. He forgot how to move and only brought his arms up by reflex. The second his arms hugged back, Maddie stepped away. She wouldn't look up from her feet. "Stop trying to hide things from me. Please." She balled her hands into fists and turned to look him in the eyes. "If you still can't trust me after all this time—" When she didn't finish her sentence, Oren realized he was supposed to assure her that he did trust her, but he missed the moment. "We do," Daniel said in a hurry. He nudged Oren. "It's just weird with the others, you know?" The hurt in her eyes was real, but Oren watched her steel herself and adopt the persona of Madeline Catanzano, the impenetrable daughter of a Lord of Day. "I understand." Oren felt like shit, but he barely knew what was going on. He feared Daniel might get angry at his new powers too. He really needed to find out more about administrators. He had to cast Calm Mind again. "Let's get out of here." He walked toward the exit door that had appeared after he destroyed the dungeon core. Oren didn't even feel Daniel's hand on his shoulder before it slipped off. Maddie was the last to step out of the dungeon.
The doorway glowed with a bright white light before the arch cracked. The deep inner darkness that marked an open portal to the dungeon disappeared. "One less dungeon in our world," Maddie said proudly. Jeb and Derek, two of the guild members sent to guard the dungeon, were speechless when they saw the broken gate. Sadie, the one in charge, simply saluted the party with a fist over her heart. "Everyone made it back, too," she said as she inspected them all. "Pretus is going to be very pleased. Would you like an escort back?" "Oren can us back. I think we might stay out here for a day or two," Daniel explained. "We want to practice our teamwork with our new levels." The guild members had no further reason to wait around and began breaking camp. Garrett started helping them. "Garrett, you need to return the bow to Oren. It was a loner." Maddie climbed over a few small rocks and slid down the hill as she went after the archer. "Garrett, don't you dare ignore me." Daniel chuckled. "It was a pleasure working with you both," Emily said, leaning on her staff. "If you ever need more help, I'm always available to help the hero." She took a few steps away before turning back. "Oren, would you mind if I had a few words with you?" Oren put his hand up to cut off Daniel's response. "Sure." He followed Emily away from the quick breakdown of the camp. She walked a few minutes before she stopped and turned to him. "I won't insult your intelligence," she began. "You have unique magic that I've never heard of, and I'm intrigued. However, you have every right to keep your own secrets, and I would never dare to try and force those from you." Oren felt a bead of sweat trickle down his shoulder. "Guildmaster Pretus did task Garrett and me to watch Daniel and his party and report back. In the past, whenever a hero has appeared, bad things happen. It's usually not a matter of if, but when, and she wants to be prepared. From what I've seen, you two have a true friendship. Keep a hold of that. Maybe you can keep him from destroying nations." Emily tilted her head in the way she did when watching something interesting. "How much do you know of Odrana, outside of the unpleasantness with Daniel?" "Not much," Oren said truthfully. "Just the basics. A friend told me there is a big school of magic there." Emily laughed dryly. "There are multiple schools of magic, but yes, most people only speak of Cineris. I went there for a few years. It is very prestigious, but not the only place to learn." Then, for the first time since meeting her, Oren watched Emily stumble over her words. I want, if you are interested, that is, if you are ever in Odrana, my family runs a school. Stridsfall isn't as esteemed, but we accept all magic users and have a good track record for researching new magics. I think you would be welcome." Oren had spent the entire time Emily talked waiting for an attack or accusation. Instead, she was recruiting him? Obviously, you don't have to say anything or accept. I don't technically even have the authority to grant you acceptance, but I'd like to write a letter on your behalf in case you ever do want to, or have the time. The things you did in that dungeon were incredible. You've shown me the value of diversifying, and I can see more people trying to take a path like yours in the future. If you ever would consider teaching the way to unlock your class, I'm certain you could change adventuring for the better. Fewer deaths and more dungeons defeated. She took a deep breath. Emily had spoken more in this stretch than she had in the entire dungeon run. That's all I wanted to say. She started the walk back to the camp. Oren held up his hand. She stopped and quirked her head again. Thank you. I'm not sure exactly what I could teach, but I appreciate the vote of support anyways. And we all appreciate your help in there.
He tilted his head back toward the dungeon.
You really went all out. It was amazing to watch. Emily smiled, her teeth flashing. It is fun to go all out like that. She rubbed her side. Oren had healed the deep gouge in her stomach, but he knew the phantom pains could remain even after the physical injuries were gone. Maybe not again for a while, though. They rejoined the group and waved goodbye. Soon, it was just Maddie, Daniel, and Oren. Are we really training? Maddie asked playfully. Which way to the elves? Daniel asked in return. Maddie handed the Chitrandish bow to Oren for safekeeping. They headed north, discussing their plans as they walked. Maddie wanted to make an announced visit, shouting that the hero was visiting the elves to help with their war. She believed diplomacy would be the best route, leaning into her years of training to take over for her father. Daniel, instead, wanted to sneak along the border and make a scene. He daydreamed aloud of taking out multiple groups of Odranan troops, saving elves from certain death, and then being carried into the elven cities on the shoulders of those they'd saved. What do you think, Oren? Daniel asked him, as he finished describing how big a feast they'd throw in his honor for saving the elven princesses. I think it won't matter what we plan. Oren focused on something in the air. What is wrong with you? Oren tripped and smacked his knee hard on the ground. Daniel bent to help him up, but stiffened when Oren whispered something. Are you okay? Maddie asked, stopping and turning back toward them. Yeah, go ahead. We'll be right there. Daniel waved her away. Maddie harumphed, but kept walking. Are you sure? Daniel whispered. They keep flitting in and out of my range, but yes, Oren said, pushing himself to his feet. We're being followed. Daniel moved to put his hand on Gertrude's handle, but Oren tripped into him again, catching his arm. They don't know that we know they are here. We don't know that. We don't know that they know that we know? Oren smirked as he messed with Daniel. You're an idiot. We should tell Maddie and set an ambush or something. I've got a plan, Daniel smiled and pushed Oren forward. I'm glad you're back. You've been weird since the dungeon. We can talk about that later. Oren pushed one problem out of his mind in favor of the most urgent one. Whoever it is that's following us is making a beeline for Maddie. Chapter 35. Oren increased Daniel's speed, as well as his own, about halfway to max. He felt a momentary twinge of regret that they'd had Maddie walk ahead, but the stalker had been following them for some time. He'd had no idea they would suddenly strike once one of them was alone. The tall grass to either side of the long abandoned path they'd found heading north swayed with the wind they generated as they ran. A dark thought crossed his mind. Did I have an idea this would happen and send Maddie ahead as bait? Oren shook his head and ignored his own question. It didn't matter right now. With their dexterity boosted so much, both Oren and Daniel were already bearing down on Maddie. The enemy spot on his slowed its approach and flickered between the red of an enemy and the neutral gray of a non-threat. That's never happened. Maddie peeked over her shoulder at them with a smile and eye roll. Seeing the two of them running at her in a dead sprint, she must have thought they were racing. I mean, we do compete a lot. Oren slid to a stop and popped a ward on everyone. Daniel drew Gertrude from his back and circled. He glanced at Oren, who nodded his chin to their right. Daniel wasted no time and bellowed, "Whoever or whatever you are, come out!" Maddie's spear extended to its full length, and she set up in a fighting stance, ready to lunge or cast a spell at a moment's notice. An elf stood up from a crouch about 50 yards from them. He'd moved closer in the moments Oren had taken to cast his spells. He raised both hands over his head in a placating gesture. "I would seek food, if you have any to spare." Oren tried to use Identify, but the skill fizzled. The elf turned his blue eyes to Oren. "I mean no harm. Are you three from Day? Perhaps we could trade information." Daniel whispered under his breath, "Maddie, what should we do here?" Maddie stood up from her crouch and let her spear clink down to its smaller size.
She stepped in front of Daniel and waved her hand, summoning the elf forward. She spoke out of the corner of her mouth. "Be alert. I would say he's a scout out surveying the Odranan army, but he's too far south and west unless they've pushed more than my father knows. Something is wrong with this." Oren nodded. "He's been following us for an hour, maybe more." Maddie's face transformed from her relaxed and happy persona to the strict and confident daughter of Silas Cottonzano they'd met all those months ago on the road to Day. If Oren didn't know any better, he'd have bet she had a skill or spell for being so imperious. The elf kept his hands in the air as he slowly walked forward. Oren noticed his armor, all leather, was decorated with a leaf motif. He had a bracer of knives in different sizes on a belt around his waist, and a bow that looked familiar on his back. It's a Satrandish bow, Oren realized. The elf also had weapons holstered on either hip. On the left, he wore a sword that swept out in a crescent along the blade. Oren mistook the weapon on the right hip for a mace, until he noticed that the spiked head hung from a short chain. Oren had just made out marks down the side of the staff portion of the weapon, when the elf turned his body into the tall grass a bit more to hide the weapons from view. "That's far enough," Maddie called out. "Why are you following us?" The fake look of surprise on his face was good, Oren had to admit. "I just caught sight of you a few minutes ago, and was seeing if you appeared friendly before approaching. I'm sure you know that our forest is under attack. I can't be too careful." "You've been following us for much longer than a few minutes," Maddie said, all traces of mirth gone from her eyes. She exuded confidence and strength, and Oren was very glad she was on his side. The elf dropped his hands from the air, but before he spoke, Maddie's spear grew out. Daniel shimmered as he activated a skill, and Oren summoned an ice sword. He slowly raised his hands again. "Sorry. If I was following you, it was not intentional or known to me. Like I said, I just noticed you and, buddy, I've got the map skill and have been watching you dance around us as a hostile. Give it up. Who are you?" Oren spoke over him. He readied an inversed, increased dexterity. This guy had the appearance of someone who moved quickly. The elf laughed. He tilted his head back and laughed at the sky. "Maddie, try and daze him if you can," Daniel muttered under his breath. "Oren, do your thing. You guys ready?" "Wait, no need to attack." The intruder kept his hands up. "I'm laughing at my own failure, not you." "What failure?" Maddie asked, clenching her hands around her spear. "This is the last time I'll ask. Who are you?" The elf crossed his arms in salute quickly before raising them high again. "My name is Leonthan. I was sent to gather information on the new hero.
I swear on the ancient trees of Citrand that I was only going to test your fighting prowess and abilities. I would not have left any injury to you or yours. My mistake was not fully investigating your party members. I thought the boy was a follower, not someone with functional skills. This boy is the same age as the hero, Oren muttered, but nobody was listening to him. I pledge that I will bring you no harm this day, Leonthan continued. May I approach? Maddie? Daniel didn't lower his sword, keeping it pointed at the elf. Elves value promises. If he says he won't hurt us, he's telling the truth about that. For today only, Oren muttered, again being ignored. He'd read enough stories with supposed truth-tellers who could misdirect better with a few carefully crafted words than an elaborate lie.
He won't hurt us today. But once night falls... What's that, oh? He promised not to harm us this day. That means as soon as it's dark, he could attack.
Is what he says true? Daniel called out to the elf, who had taken a few steps in their direction. You mean to attack us later? I promise not to attack you unprovoked this day or tomorrow. That still leaves the nighttime open, Oren half shouted. Promise never to attack us and stop walking forward. I cannot promise to never attack you, for none of us knows what the next day may bring. I will promise to not harm or cause harm to befall you until we reach the forest. Is that satisfactory? Leonthan had moved to only 30 yards away and had his hands resting on his weapons, but in a non-threatening manner. Oren waited for Maddie or Daniel to answer, but when he looked at them, both were waiting for him to respond. Seriously? He turned back to the elf. Accepted. Leonthan strode through the grass like a ghost, barely making the tall stalks shift. Oren knew his dexterity had to be higher than anyone else's they'd ever met, just by the way he floated across the ground. Once he parted the lower and sparser grass near the path, the lithe elf crossed his arms over his chest again and gave Maddie a slight bow. He repeated the gesture to Daniel. Turning to Oren, Leonthan did his weird bow again, moving a little deeper than he had before. I have to admit, I'm impressed you noticed me. I am not used to being caught unaware. Oren ignored the compliment. He definitely did not blush at the words, no matter how hot his face was feeling. Instead, he decided that if Maddie and Daniel were going to make him be in charge of talking with the elf, he'd do his best. Why do the elves want to test the hero? And why send you? Leonthan smiled as if Oren was a child playing war with veterans all around. The advent of a hero is always a turbulent time.
With Odrana attacking our borders, some believed it prudent to assess the situation. I was sent to do the assessment. Now, if I may ask, who are you? I'm Oren. Daniel's my friend. Maddie over there is the scion of a Lord of Day. I know of Lady Catanzano. Where did you learn the map skill? I was under the impression you were used as a mule, some sort of storage skill for carrying items, if I'm correct. Oren gaped. Who are you calling a mule? Daniel stepped in front of his friend angrily. Oren is a valued member of this team and offers more than— Daniel, shut up, Oren sputtered. He pulled his friend back. So, you've been spying on us. If you know so much, why try and attack Maddie? I was going to incapacitate her only. Her shimmer sight ability could have interfered with my ability to spar with the hero. Maddie's hand glimmered as she spoke. Who is your information broker? My skills are not supposed to be well known. That's unimportant. I came with a job to do. While a true fight would have been preferable, perhaps a spar will still allow me some insight into your worth. My worth? Daniel's knuckles turned white on the hilt of Gertrude. Yes, My people would like to hire you to help repel the invaders in our home. Unless, of course, you were traveling to join Odrana. I would advise against that." Leanthan's words were an obvious threat, but Oren felt no actual violence coming from the elf. He wasn't sent to hire us. Something else is going on. What is he playing at? "We were coming to offer our help, but I have no problem kicking your ass all the way to the forest if that's what you want," Daniel said, with much more malice than the elf's words had. "Is there some proper and fancy method of fighting you have? Or can I just beat you into a pulp?" "Just fight with me for a few minutes. You can simply say 'out' when you want to stop."
"Daniel, can I have a word with you?" Maddie gripped his sleeve. "Take all the time you need to prepare." Leanthan drew his curved sword and maul on a stick weapon. Maddie dragged Daniel back.
"Are you insane? He's just trying to get more information on your abilities. You don't need to fight him."
Maddie was berating him as Oren joined. "Not to mention, he's an elf. Not the young and dumb kind that get themselves captured as slaves in day. He's at least 3 or 4 centuries old. Elves don't earn their own Citrandish bow until they're at least 200. He's fighting with a Kopesh, too. That's an elite elven weapon. He's royalty or a high-ranking military member. I'm not even sure what his other weapon is." "He insulted Oren." Maddie waited for Daniel to say more. He didn't. She turned to Oren for help. "The dude is an ass. I do agree with Maddie, though. You shouldn't let him know all your skills," Oren said. "What are you looking at me like that for?" "You boys are such idiots." Maddie threw up her hands and stomped off. "Should I boost you?" Oren whispered. Daniel nodded. "Try to only use basic attacks, no skills. And don't kill him." Daniel smirked. "You have no doubt I'm going to win, do you?" Oren shrugged. "If it looks like you aren't, I'll slow him down, go invisible, and beat him silly." Daniel held up his fist. Oren rapped his knuckles against his friend. "Go kick some elf butt."
Chapter 36. Leanthan drew his Kopesh and twirled the curved sword in one hand. He reached his free hand behind his back and drew a small vial out. "Before we begin, I don't want you to hold back during this fight. Come at me as if I was your enemy. If there is an accident and you are hurt, we will need to get this down your throat as quickly as possible. It's a very high-level healing potion, and will cure almost any injury you might have, short of lost limbs." The elf moved across the path they'd been following and placed the glass bottle in Maddie's hand. Oren used Analyze and saw that he was telling the truth. "It's good," Oren said, nodding at Maddie. Leantham's brow creased momentarily. "Of course, I've already given my word. I have no need to poison him." "We'll make sure to heal you up too," Oren promised. Leanthan's smug smile prompted Oren to max out Daniel's stats. He used Identify to check them out. Name, Daniel Hero. Level 15, 1,385 out of 6,000. HP, 400 out of 400. MP, 80 out of 80. Strength, 24, 100. Constitution, 20. Dexterity, 15, 100. Will, 8, 100. Intelligence, 10, 100. That bastard beat me to level 15. The afternoon sun was on its journey toward the mountains. Oren knew that within the hour, the sunset would set the sky on fire with a blaze of oranges, reds, and purples, brighter than any of Earth's dusks. Daniel stood in the middle of the path, with Gertrude held in a vertical guard. Leanthan stopped 10 yards from him and held his sword horizontally. "When you are ready, you may attack." Daniel flashed across the field, bringing his oversized sword down in an overhand chop that sent small rocks and chunks of dirt flying into the air. When the dust cleared, Leanthan was standing mere inches from the sword with his own blade at Daniel's neck. "Again."
The next 10 minutes were eye-opening to Oren. Despite Daniel's maxed-out stats, he never landed a single blow against the elf.
His movements were perfect. His blades sent gusts of wind hurtling at him and Maddie, and every attack seemed for all the world as if this would be the one to hit Leanthan. Yet, at the moment, Daniel was panting, with sweat dripping from his face, and the elf was waiting. No blood had been drawn, but the fight was so one-sided that Oren was worried. If Leanthan was an enemy, could he them out in time? Your basic attack patterns are very well done. I'm assuming you have at level 2? You've also put in the work to override the basic system forms. I'm impressed. You are obviously using a boosting skill as well. We'll have to train you up with that. You have the increased stats, but you haven't grown into them enough to fully utilize the speed and strength to full effect. Oren opened his mouth before he could think. What do you mean? His stats are maxed out. Leanthan glanced at Oren to answer just as Daniel activated Shooting Star. Upon activation, you can move in straight lines at incredible speeds for 2 minutes, speed increased by dexterity. Daniel was a blur. Oren didn't see what happened because everyone else moved so much faster. Daniel was straining, with Gertrude caught in the Kopesh's curve. Leanthan had caught his attack while still looking at Oren. Artificially increased stat points only grant the possibility of that effect. For instance, the hero's strength is currently higher than mine. However, as you can see, I'm holding off his two-handed attack with one arm. How is that? Oren waited, thinking Leanthan was going to continue. When he didn't, Oren realized the elf was trying to teach them something, while holding off Daniel's attack. You have a skill that negates his strength? Maddie guessed. Leanthan twisted his wrist and sent Daniel flying into the dirt. No, but some do have skills or spells that can reduce stats, although that is rare. Let me ask in a different way. When you last received a stat increase, how long did it take you to learn to handle your new strength or dexterity? Maddie gasped and nodded her head. It takes a few days before our bodies acclimate to the boosted power. Are you saying Oren's buffs need time for us to acclimate too? Oren's buffs? Leanthan's brow creased again. The smallest wrinkle on the elf's otherwise perfect skin was the only tell he seemed to have. This is not a power of Daniel's? He bent down and studied Daniel, who was spitting out dirt. When he noticed how close Leanthan was, he scrambled back and got to his feet. I'm not done. Let's go. Leanthan waved his hand. We'll have plenty of time for that later. What is this buff that Oren has? Maddie flashed a smile. You don't honestly think we'd give you that information? Leanthan ran his free hand over the symbols on his leathers. When Daniel ran at him from behind, he sidestepped and tripped the hero. You three were traveling toward my home. Am I right to guess you have a quest relating to the current conflict? Oren was pulling Daniel out of another small crater that he'd created when tripped. He was covered in dirt. Oren ruffled his hair and created a small dust cloud. We are traveling to the elves to see if we can offer any assistance, Maddie deftly answered. Thank God we brought her. Oren had no doubt he'd have spilled the beans 5 times over by now. I'll accompany you. You wouldn't be able to reach more than the outer villages we trade with. Our forest is on lockdown until we've repelled the invaders. Leanthan announced this without any trace of doubt they'd reject his proposal. He slipped his sword back into his belt. I've left my pack a few miles out. I'll rejoin you before sundown. Before Maddie could answer, the elf had disappeared. I really don't like that guy, Daniel said, spitting mud from his mouth. I should have gone all out and used a few more skills. I almost had him when you distracted him, Oren. Oren patted his friend on the shoulder. Yes, you were so close. He'll go down fast next time. Yeah, next time. Daniel started walking the path again.
Maddie slipped close to Oren. He doesn't have a chance, does he? Nope, Oren answered as they followed behind. Daniel fumed and walked ahead of them for nearly an hour. Maddie and Oren exchanged small talk as they walked, but Oren's mind was elsewhere. What do you think he meant about acclimating to my buffs? Maddie chewed her lip. He might have been lying to get more information out of us, but I don't think that's the case. I'm not really sure how to explain it, though. Can you try? Oren kicked a loose rock, which almost hit Daniel. He scowled at them over his shoulder. Maddie waved. I'll try. She took a minute to collect her thoughts. We just got those new points for dexterity from the dungeon, right? Have you felt any change in the way you move? Oren thought back over the day. Not particularly. Should I? I've usually only focused on my intelligence and will. Maddie clipped her spear to her belt. It had a tiny ring attached to the base, and in its smaller form, she didn't need to carry it all the time. That is the point. When you increase your physical stats, you don't grow stronger or faster right away. The accepted time frame is a week or two before noticeable measurements can be made. There are ways to speed that up, but that's another topic. She glanced at the setting sun. The colors bounced off the mountains and plains, stretching out from them. I'm not an expert in this at all. My father strongly discouraged me from taking any path that might lead to a self-boosting class, so it was not something I looked into heavily. I think Leonthan was talking about synergy with the buff. So, I need to buff you guys more and let you practice? That's not too bad.
We can do that. I'm not sure it'll be that easy, Maddie sighed.
That will help a little, but it's the difference between living with a few extra points every minute of every day and being buffed for, 10 or 20 minutes? You could use utility ward on us every morning, but then what would happen? What if you leave or something happens to you? Would we get so used to it that it could have a negative effect? They walked for a few more minutes. Oren bent and scooped up a few small rocks. He threw one at Daniel, missing him just slightly. Maddie chuckled. Oren handed her half a handful. They spent some time messing with Daniel until he turned around and confronted them. Maddie's laughter cooled any anger he had before he actually yelled at them. Should we set up camp? Daniel searched the area until he pointed to a divot in the tall grass. We could set up there. I really wish Oren could just teleport us to his village. We could avoid camping and walking and camping and walking, Maddie complained. It's not there anymore, Oren said tearfully, trying his best to sell the lie. I couldn't. I don't want to. Hey, it's okay. Some light camping will be good for us. Daniel put his arm around his shoulder. He muttered, Too much. Tone it down. Oren coughed and started pulling a tent out of his dimension hole. Maddie gave him space and didn't mention his village again. Before long, they had set up camp and brought the heater box out. Maddie arranged a few of her butterflies in a ring, lighting the area. They ate in silence. The dungeon, running into the elf, and the full day of hiking had worn them out. I'll take first watch, Oren offered. Rock, paper, scissors for third shift? Daniel asked Maddie. Nobody wanted the middle watch. What's that? Daniel explained the game and immediately lost to Maddie. Good night, boys. Wake me up when it's my shift.
How did you lose? She's known the game for exactly 2 minutes, Oren chided his friend as he got into his sleeping bag. I think she cheated. Either she knows the game already or she has mind-reading powers.
You're a doorknob, Maddie said through a yawn. It's a given you'd choose rock. Me crush things with big rock. Oren laughed, and Daniel grunted as he turned over, ignoring them both. Maddie's butterflies eventually disappeared as she fell asleep, or their internal timer ran out. Oren didn't know which.
He kept his eyes from closing by rereading his new administrator options over and over. Each new skill had a price next to it, and some cost hundreds of administrator points. He had 10 to work with. He probably should have tried to walk with Daniel and talk to him about them today, but he could do that tomorrow. A rustling from the grass in the distance alerted Oren before he saw anything. He summoned an ice sword and stood between his sleeping friends and the noise. He approached the patch farther away from the camp. If you're a monster, you picked the wrong camp. If you're human, just walk away. What if I'm an elf? Leanthan stepped out from the grass, hefting a bag as big as his body over his shoulder. Can I come closer, or are you going to stab me? Oren lowered his sword. Come on in, but be quiet. They're both asleep. The elf made no noise as they crept back. He rolled out his own blanket and lay on his back, watching the stars. Not going to offer to take a watch? Oren taunted. Nothing out here will attack us tonight. I struck a few beasts at random intervals in a circle around us. We should be safe until dawn. He closed his eyes. Oren watched the elf as his breathing seemed to slow. Like we'd just take your word for it, he muttered. He spent his turn listening and watching, but nothing else stirred. When he woke Daniel, he had to hurriedly explain the elf sleeping in their midst.
Then he curled up and went to sleep.
The morning sun woke Oren before Maddie did. She was talking with Leanthan, who had supplied a few scrounged-up eggs and a loaf of bread with fruit strewn through it for breakfast. They look chummy, Oren said to Daniel. His friend was rolling his sleeping bag up and grunted. Did you sleep well? Didn't. Didn't sleep well or sleep at all. Oren noticed the dark circles. Daniel grunted again and tossed his tied-up sleeping bag to Oren for storage. Can you make some coffee? Oren's face split into a grin, and he pulled out everything he'd need. Of course. What kind do you want? I have... As Oren gave options, Daniel just raised his hand and shook his head. I just need the caffeine. Oren's smile wilted. At least appreciate the coffee. I want lots of sugar, too. Oren's lips turned down into a grimace. How did we ever become friends?
Chapter 37. After breakfast, and the horrible abomination that Daniel called coffee, the group started back on their northward path. This trail is acceptable for another 3 days, and then I shall lead. Leanthan didn't speak much to the party after his cat-and-mouse duel with Daniel. Oren appreciated this. He could tell his friend wanted a rematch. Oren had to stop himself from trying to figure out the elf's level. His curiosity about what heights Leanthan had reached was tempered only by the knowledge that the elf could easily destroy him. The elf had a habit of drifting off into the grass only to return after 10 or 20 minutes, acting as if nothing had happened. Oren thought he might be scouting until Maddie pointed out some blood on his boots. He was hunting while guiding them forward. Whether the prey was monsters or humans from Odrana was anyone's guess. During one of Leanthan's forays, a murder of crows pivoted in the air in front of them. Oren wasn't paying attention to the flock and only glanced up when something glinted in the sky. They weren't crows. The birds were black, but had an iridescent sheen sparkling across their feathers. They were also getting much larger as they approached. Incoming, straight ahead, Oren said, putting his friends on guard. He made sure to cast ward on both of them and himself. He drew himself a sword of magical ice and got ready for the battle. As the 20 horse-sized birds of prey squawked and dived at them, something flashed from the grass and bounced between the different birds. 6 of them fell to the ground lifeless before the rest realized they were under attack. 4 more lost wings and spiraled to the hard ground before the remaining half took flight. Leanthan landed in front of them. His khopesh was dripping blood. In his left hand, he held his other weapon.
The wooden handle was separated from a spiked ball by a chain.
Oren watched as the chain retreated into the shaft, pulling the ball taut against the handle again. Magical. Like Maddie's spear. Two of the giant birds thrashed in their death throes, still fighting the inevitable. "If any of you desire it, the kills are yours," Leanthan said, pointing at the remaining monsters. "The experience isn't much to me." He left, disappearing back into the tall grass.
Seriously, who the fuck is this guy? Daniel moaned. He turned to Oren and Maddie. I'm pretty early into my current level. Are either of you close to leveling? Maddie nodded. Just a few hundred. I almost asked if we could hunt something on the way. Daniel looked at Oren. Same, to be honest. Maddie can kill one first. If she needs both, she can have it. I can wait. Maddie shook her head. We'll each take one. For all the back and forth, the actual killing was more difficult. Maddie approached one and tried to stab it with her spear, but the one-winged bird snaked its head around and yanked the weapon from her hands. It then let out a screech that left her ears bleeding and required Oren to cast a healing spell on her. Sonic attacks, Maddie said, working her jaw as she tried to pop her newly healed eardrums. I'm going to blind it. Oren, can I borrow your sword? Hitting the bird with her spell was easy. Rushing forward to hit the beast's neck before retreating out of range multiple times was not. By the time Maddie finally ended the beast's life, she was sweating. She perked right back up when she killed it. 900 points, she murmured. You guys, they're worth 900 points of experience. With her level confirmed, Oren made his way toward the other bird. Daniel and Maddie went to retrieve her spear. Sorry about this, Oren whispered to the wide-eyed monster. It had lost half of each wing and was clawing at the ground, trying to right itself. Oren wasted no time and debuffed its dexterity and strength. The monster slowed by half, but still clicked its beak toward him each time he approached. Screw this. Oren used Identify. Greater Shadow Stormhawk, HP 204/1500. I'm not spending 2,000 mana to kill you with Light Strike. Oren read through his different spells and skills. He wasn't going to throw swords at the monster either. That seemed like a massive waste of time. Oren considered Toxic Touch. Toxic Touch, your touch becomes toxic. MP cost variable to toxicity. He hadn't tried this spell yet. He wasn't even sure if it was a one-time attack or if it would make everything he touched toxic for a certain amount of time. Oren studied the ground around the Stormhawk. With Way of the Water, he was relatively certain he could dodge in and touch the beast once. What's the worst that can happen? I can always heal myself if I get hit. He decided to spend 100 points of mana. I'll regenerate that in an hour and a half anyway. He cast the spell and felt the power build in his hands. A timer also appeared in his vision. 10 seconds. Shit. Oren scrambled toward the bird. His approach was perfect, if a bit hasty. The Stormhawk swung a talon at him, and he dodged underneath. The bird overcorrected its attack, forgetting the loss of its wings, and fell on its back. Oren placed his hand on the bird's chest and prepared to jump back when he heard Daniel yell. What the hell are you doing? Oren turned his gaze toward his friend on instinct. The Stormhawk pushed off the ground using its wing nubs, let out a screech of pain, and snapped its beak on his leg. Damage taken. HP 100 out of 120. Oren's mind bastion clicked on at the pain, and he assessed the situation at lightning speed. His ward had been completely destroyed. He hadn't reapplied his utility ward this morning, so that was only a ward of 380 points. That meant the Stormhawk had done 400 points of damage with its beak.
The talons were traveling toward him now, and with his leg being held, he was going to take another hit. His hand had left a green, putrid scab against the beast's chest that was slowly spreading, but he didn't have time for another attack. Just as the bird's talons were inches away from his stomach, Oren threw his body back, wrenching his leg. He dealt damage to himself in the form of a sprain to his ankle, but he kept his insides inside. While the Stormhawk tried to right itself, Oren had time to blast another 100 points of mana into another toxic touch. He placed his hands directly on the bird's head. It screamed inhumanly and thrashed for a moment before going still. "Oren! Oren? Are you alive? Please, Maddie, get a healing potion. His leg is clamped tight in this thing's mouth." "Fuck! What did you do? I'm so sorry. Oren?" Daniel's screams seemed so far away and pointless. Oren knew his health was fine. He could heal himself, and everything would be all right. He was more interested in the new notifications. Experience gained, 900 XP. Level 15 obtained, plus 10 AP. Daniel was still yelling. Oren sighed. "I'm fine. Just open this thing's mouth." Daniel paused and stared right into Oren's eyes. "It's over. Drop it." Oren nodded and let go of Mind Bastion. He promptly passed out from the pain. When he awoke seconds later, his jaw hurt and he was missing another few points of health. "Daniel, that was completely unnecessary and—" "Oren, heal yourself. Right now," Daniel cut Maddie off. His leg hurt so much. He looked down and noticed the bone was sticking out. Oren threw up on Daniel. His friend didn't even try to wipe away his sick. "Heal it. You can do it." Oren pushed his mana into the spell and felt some of the pain retreat. Like someone dehydrated coming across a glass of fresh water, he pushed more and more healing spells into his body. "That's enough, Oren. Don't overdo it." Maddie's voice was behind him. He recognized her hands on his shoulders. She must have pulled him back while Daniel pried open the strong beak of the very dead Stormhawk. Taking a peek at his leg, Oren moaned in relief. His flesh was still closing, but the bone was no longer visible, reset inside the muscle and sinew his healing had fixed. He checked his status. Oren Utility Warder, level 15, 786 out of 6,000. AP 29. HP 120 out of 120. MP 56 out of 380. Strength 9. Constitution 12. Dexterity 11. Will 28. Intelligence 11. "Thank you both," he sighed, falling back into the grass. "Daniel, next time I'm beating up a big dumb monster, please don't distract me." Oren needed to keep his eyes closed for a minute and rest. He heard Daniel stomp away, but Maddie crawled closer. "You realize what you did was stupid, right?" "Yep. Don't go near the big half-dead bird thing." "You know he was terrified for you." Oren nodded. "You know you're an asshole for blaming him?" Oren opened his eyes. Maddie was kneeling and bent over, so her head was upside down to him. "He yelled right as I was fighting it. It distracted me." Maddie flicked his forehead. "You turned away. If you are going to walk into the middle of a fight, don't let us distract you. Don't let anything distract you. You just got very lucky. If I hadn't blinded that thing and Daniel hadn't hacked half its body off, you'd be dead." Oren frowned. "You guys attacked the dead monster?" Maddie's brow furrowed. "It wasn't dead." "Did you get experience?" Maddie's vision glazed over as she checked her own status. Her grip on his shoulder tightened. "You killed it? What did you even do?
We just saw you dodging and standing near it.
I tried out Toxic Touch. I'd say it was super effective against bird types.
What does that mean?
Oren kicked himself. Nothing, just that the poison worked really well against that monster, I guess. I hit it twice, but the second time was straight to the face. Maddie stood up and moved around him.
He sat up on his elbows as she inspected the bird's corpse.
That is disgusting, Oren.
Oren rolled over and pushed himself up. His leg was tender, the freshly healed skin stretching and itching. He made his way over to Maddie. He had to agree, the sight was not pleasant. The spot around the bird's chest was hard to make out, as Daniel's sword had bisected the avian monster's middle. The head was a mess. Sunken flesh on either side of the beak was bubbled, rotted, and pus-filled. The smell alone would have driven the Oren of Earth away. Now, he just admired his handiwork.
I think I can see its brain.
Maddie left him, muttering something that distinctly sounded like boys.
Leanthan didn't appear again until near nightfall. No more monsters crossed their path, and after Oren apologized to Daniel, the party had made good time. As they sat around the small heater box, Daniel was trying to get Leanthan to tell him about the ongoing war response, to no avail. Most of Leanthan's answers to any questions were a variation of, "You'll find out later." Oren was pondering something different. Ever since their first day in this world, he'd purchased skills and spells as a reaction. He had tried a few times to plan things out, but circumstances always conspired against him. He had wanted to take up alchemy, and maybe even convince Brant to do so as well. He had wanted to increase his level in teleport, the exclamation point always blinking next to the skill on his status to let him know he could, but he'd miss out on an entire level of skills if he spent the 10 ability points for it. Not to mention the possibilities of merge. The skill that Maddie had claimed had been lost for centuries. It was the one skill on his original list that he still hadn't purchased. It was the most expensive skill he had ever considered. He had never had the 20 ability points to spare. He inspected the number of points he currently had. 29.
He'd known the moment Maddie told him it was a lost skill that he had to have it, something he could use to make himself stronger. Merge. Combine spells or abilities for new effects. Caution. May lose original spell or ability, 20 AP. Would you like to buy Merge for 20 AP, yes or no? Yes. Chapter 38. While the others slept, Oren played with his new skill. Merge. Combine spells abilities for new effects. Caution. May lose original spell ability. Select spells and/or abilities. Oren pulled up his complete status screen of spells and skills. Abilities. Mind Bastion. Individual is able to control his own mind and therefore part of his body. Dimension Hole. Place items into a container of your choice, pocket, bag, etc. Store items in a dimensional chest, retrievable from any empty container. Identify. You can see. Blood Mana. Exchange HP for MP, 1-to-1. Map. See the world around you. Party View. Sidesteps. 3% chance to evade any attack. Mana Pool. Increase MP by 100 MP. Through the Ages. A unique skill created to pass knowledge through the ages. Only those with the skill, or those deemed the chosen target, can read and write information using this skill. Analyze. Monitor target. Meditate. Regenerate mana at 1 MP per minute. Obscure. Erase skills and spells from your status. Prevents closer inspection from Identify, Detect, and similar skills.
Way of the Water. You are adept at the Way of the Water fighting style. Merge. Combines spells' abilities for new effects. Caution. May lose original spell ability. Spells. Calm Mind. Negates mind magic to a degree. Calms the target, reducing stress, anger, or sadness. Increases peacefulness and allows logical thoughts. Heal small wounds. Heal up to 10 HP, level 1. Heal up to 20 HP, level 2. Heal up to 40 HP, level 3. Camouflage. Melt into your surroundings. Increase ability to remain undetected for 10 minutes, level 2. Light Strike. Casts an unerring beam of light that hits a target for 1 hit point damage. Inverse. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to do its opposite. Ice Sword. Summon a sword of hard ice. Does minimal damage but will not melt in the hottest of fires. Each sword lasts 1 hour. Teleport. Teleport to any known point within 10 miles. Remetabolize. Change the toxicity and structure of a toxin. Water reservoir. Create 1 gallon of water. Toxic touch. Your touch becomes toxic. Increase strength. Increases target strength by +1 for 5 minutes, level 1. Increases target strength by +2 for 10 minutes, level 2. Increases target strength by +4 for 20 minutes, level 3. Increase dexterity. Increases target dexterity by +1 for 5 minutes, level 1. Increases target dexterity by +2 for 10 minutes, level 2. Increases target dexterity by +4 for 20 minutes, level 3. Increase will. Increases target will by +1 for 5 minutes, level 1. Increases target will by +2 for 10 minutes, level 2. Increases target will by +4 for 20 minutes, level 3. Increase intelligence. Increases target intelligence by +1 for 5 minutes, level 1. Increases target intelligence by +2 for 10 minutes, level 2. Increases target intelligence by +4 for 20 minutes, level 3. Utility Ward. Maximum possible level 1 or level 2 strength, dexterity, will, and intelligence increase to yourself and your party within 50 feet. Ward. Creates a ward around yourself or a target to protect against attacks. Protects for MP maximum. Ice Ward. Creates a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that protects against ice magic for MP maximum. Water Ward. Creates a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that protects against water magic for MP maximum. Poison Ward. Creates a ward around yourself and your party within 50 feet that protects against poison magic for MP maximum. Currently, he had Blood Mana and Mind Bastion grayed out, along with the skill that let him hide the skills in the first place, Obscure. He quickly added Merge to that list, based on Maddie's statement that it was a lost skill. With that first order of business completed, Oren tested out his new skill. I use Inverse and Increase Dexterity the most to slow down enemies. It seems like the kind of thing Merge was built for. Let's try it. Oren selected the 2 spells. The blue box appeared. Merge, Inverse, and Increase Dexterity? Compatibility, 100%. Chance of original spell loss, 0%. Variations, 1. Decrease Dexterity. Decreases target dexterity by +1 for 5 minutes, 5 MP. Cooldown, 24 hours. Accept? Oren paused. He read the words, then read them again. So, it tells me if the skills are compatible and if I might lose the original spells. What does variations mean? And a cooldown? Is that for the debuff spell that I'd create, or to use merge again? The debuff spell that he would create cost the same as the buff spell, so he wouldn't spend the mana price for the inverse spell modifier with each cast. Less mana spent meant more mana in the tank. The spell was a direct upgrade from his current process of spending 5 mana points on inverse and 5 mana points on increased dexterity for a total of 10 mana for one debuff. He'd go from spending 50 points to 25 to maximize his level 1 slow spell, as he thought of it. The downside was that it appeared he would be starting from level 1 with the new spell. He almost accepted regardless. Testing the new skill out was the most important thing right now, right? What does variation mean? Oren unselected the 2 spells. His spell list had grown, so he selected 2 that he didn't use that often: Water Reservoir and Toxic Touch. Merge, Water Reservoir and Toxic Touch. Compatibility, 30% to 100%. Chance of original spell loss, 0% to 35%. Variations, 2. Cooldown, 2 hours to 6 days. Review choices. That's what I'm talking about, Oren muttered. Daniel shifted in his sleeping bag. Oren, who was technically on watch, realized he hadn't been paying any attention. Daniel and Maddie were asleep close by, while Leanthan had selected a spot a little farther away from the group. He waited to make sure everyone was breathing deeply before he continued. Variations. Moisturize. Your touch hydrates and moisturizes the skin. 5 MP per hour. 0% chance of original spell loss. Cooldown, 2 hours. Create poison. Learn basic poisons. 35% chance of original spell loss. Toxic touch. Cooldown, 6 days. Oren frowned. What kind of class would use moisturize? Did they have spas and salons in Day that he didn't know about? Create poison was something he had looked at before on the store list, but he'd always been more interested in alchemy. Of course, knowing how to make poison wouldn't hurt. The cooldown had to be for the merge skill. That meant that, at some point in the future, it might be worth taking Create Poison at the risk of losing Toxic Touch. He wasn't super attached to the spell. It had served its main purpose of letting him get the poison ward, and he could still smell the putrefied head of the Stormhawk. There could be better combinations, though. Oren closed the merge box and opened the store. He'd bought Inverse for 4 ability points and never spent much time looking at the other spell modifier choices. Now, his mind was running away with different ideas. He searched for Modifier. Boost, spell modifier. Modify a spell to perform additional effect based on MP. 4 AP. Decrease durational spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to decrease duration. 5 MP, 4 AP. Increase durational spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to increase duration. 5 MP, 4 AP. Delayed spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to occur after a specific duration. 5 MP, 4 AP. FAR. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to target double normal distance. 5 MP, 4 AP. Fast spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to move fast as thought. 5 MP, 4 AP. Slow spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to move slowly as honey. 5 MP, 4 AP. Split spell. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to split effects across targets. 5 MP-4 AP. Target. Spell modifier. Modify a spell to home in on a specific target. 5MP-4AP. Oren pushed away the spells that did super specific or ridiculous things like Improve Growth spell modifier, which would modify any plant spell to double harvest output. He didn't need something that would help him grow heartier beans. He wanted something that would give him more bang for his spells. Boost and Light Strike might give him the ability to dump mana into a spell that could do actual damage. The question was whether he was willing to spend almost half of his remaining ability points on a spell modifier. I should be more strategic with this. There is no rush. We have to get to the elves and find out the situation in the forest before we make any plans. That didn't stop him from continuing to play with the Merge template the rest of the night. When Maddie woke up to relieve him from watch, he made an impulsive decision despite his earlier convictions. Merge, inverse and increased dexterity? Compatibility, 100%. Chance of original spell loss, 0%. Variations, 1, decreased dexterity. Decreases target dexterity by +1 for 5 minutes, 5 MP. Cooldown, 24 hours. Accept? Yes. Leanthan had 2 rabbits dressed and cooking over a low fire he'd built in a shallow hole when Oren woke the next morning. Breakfast, the elf pointed. We move faster today. There are human patrols about. Oren ignored him and put a pot of coffee on the heater box. He also pulled out a few pastries he'd squirreled away and handed them to his friends. After a moment of deliberation, he offered one to Leanthan as well. May the trees shade you, the elf said, covering his forehead with his hand. This is appreciated. Their pointy-eared, surprised companion bit into the fluffy croissant and raised his thin eyebrows. Most appreciated. Oren sat near Leanthan as he waited for his coffee water to boil. I have a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Leanthan continued to turn his spit of rabbits. I know that every time Daniel asks you a question, you tell him to be patient and wait. But we are trying to end the war between Odrana and the elves. Can you at least tell us why you two are fighting? Leanthan snorted. We do not fight the humans. We simply repel them from our forest. They will continue to throw their lives away, and we will continue to defend ourselves. If the council spoke, our greenest fighters could wipe the plains of the Odranan stench in a fortnight. Oren noticed Maddie watching from the corner of her eye. What do they want? Has anyone tried to negotiate peace? Leanthan sliced a piece of meat off the probably cute once bunny and tasted it. He chewed and then removed the rabbits from the fire, handing one to Oren. If the council knows what the Odranans want, they might share such with the hero. I'm not on the council, and not privy to that knowledge. Who's the council? Oren held the spitted rabbit out to Maddie, who scooted in closer. The elves govern themselves through a council of elders, one in charge of each section of elven society, Maddie said, as she took the proffered meat and pulled a knife from her side. She began cutting. I believe they had a monarchy at one point, but the council is all that survived the... Lady Catanzano is correct. Our council makes most decisions for our people. Within the next few days, I'll bring you to them. We will need to make one stop along the way, but they will explain much and request more. A hero in our forest is better than another enemy at our border. Don't worry, Daniel yawned as he trudged over. I'm sure we can figure out how to get an army to leave you alone. That's all you need, right? One little hero? You doubt your own powers? Brother, I don't doubt myself for a second. But what good is one person against an army? Leanthan frowned. Most of Odrana's army is conscripted. They have very few adventurers, as those usually go today to find fame and fortune. The majority of the men are farmers or artisans by trade. Even with your low level, you would lay waste to scores of men in minutes. Maddie cringed. It's true. You've been so caught up with the higher-leveled groups of Day, it's probably not obvious. Only 1 in 100 people is likely to have any fighting skills or magic. The leaders of the army are definitely strong and capable, but the majority of their forces are simple people. Daniel paled. I have to kill people who don't want to fight?
Chapter 39. The day passed slowly, with Daniel sulking. Oren wasn't much help, spending his time trying to come up with new ways to use merge. He also used his new spell, Decrease Dexterity, on Daniel until he tripped. He had to quickly cast a few dexterity buffs so his friend wouldn't notice. Maddie tried to engage with them but gave up in a huff when Daniel told her to leave him alone. The long day turned into a long night, still with little conversation. Maddie took the first watch. When she woke him for the middle shift, Oren watched his countdown, and at the exact moment he could use Merge again, he created his second spell, Decrease Strength. He had considered getting one of the magical stats first, but Leanthan had told them they had 3 days of walking before he would lead them off the beaten path. Oren figured he would be able to get will or intelligence tomorrow night. He was so focused on his own planning that he didn't notice Daniel was still awake. When his friend sat down next to him, he started. Not doing a good job as lookout if I can sneak up on you. Daniel pushed Oren's arm. What are you thinking about? Oren glanced at Maddie on the other side of the heater box. Leanthan was farther away, still as the night air. I got that new skill we talked about. I've been looking at new combos. Oren pulled up his Decreased Dexterity spell in a blue box and added Merge as well before flipping it to Daniel. His eyebrows went up as he read them both. You used it to make spells you already have? Oren shushed him and nodded at the sleeping forms near them. Cheaper mana costs. There's a cooldown for using it too. Do you think they're asleep? Daniel peered over his shoulder and shrugged. I don't know if elves have super hearing, but Maddie's probably too far away to hear us. What's up? Are you going to try and convince me that it's okay to kill innocent people too? Oren waved his hand. That's a problem for tomorrow. We haven't had a chance to talk since the dungeon, and I need to tell you something. Oren paused, trying to gather his thoughts. Daniel didn't always respond well to his new powers. He also trusted Maddie a lot more than Oren did. He trusted her, but not like he trusted his best friend, and Tony had acted like an administrator was a god. He didn't want to freak out their only remaining party member. Where did Brant go anyway? When I absorbed the dungeon core, destroyed it, Daniel corrected. Oren shook his head. No, Dee. I got a weird notification that I could absorb it for administrator points. I've got a whole list of weird powers I can unlock now. Oren pulled up the list of unlockable powers and tried to turn them toward Daniel, the same way he had shared various blue boxes in the past. Only this time, the display shook and refused to turn. Damn it. It won't let me show you. Show me what? I'm pretty sure it's a spell or skill list for administrators only. I can do things like unlock spells or edit stats, but I have to unlock the ability first. I've only earned 10 administrator points from absorbing the dungeon core, and I don't know if I have to spend more to use the skills. Daniel sat silently, staring at his friend. You fucking cheat. I'm so lucky you got hit by the truck too. A huge grin plastered across his face. Tell me what you can do. Can you unlock dimensional travel or something? Oren groaned. Thanks, I guess. I can change or assign classes, assign quests, edit rewards, unlock spells or skills, and edit stats. There are a few other things too, but there isn't a description of what they do. Like? Oren sighed and pulled the purchase list back up. Some of the abilities had strange names,
and he hadn't been able to figure out what they were. Imbue is one. Scry is another, but I think that's got to be like identify or analyze.
I didn't even mention that the edit stats have something about sanctioned and unsanctioned. Sanctioned by who or what? The system? Oren scrolled a bit more. Some of these are just weird. Change race? That seems like a recipe for disaster. Create relic? Isn't that what Maddie called super powerful old magic items? Daniel ran his fingers over the thickening stubble around his chin, deep in thought. How many of these things can you unlock? 1. Maybe 2 if I just do the assign and reset class 1s. I don't think those are as important to us. Assigning more quests would be helpful, especially if you can edit the rewards. That's 2 separate abilities. Daniel ran his hand through his hair. I guess we'll need to absorb more dungeon cores in the future. I was leaning toward the unlock skill or edit stats abilities. If I could use it on you or Maddie, it would open up more versatility in your abilities. Imagine if I could just unlock teleport for you, or spear proficiency at a higher level for Maddie. Bypass all the training and get the results. Oren picked up a broken twig in front of him and started picking at the bark. Edit stats might let me get you guys up to max without even having to cast spells. You could be stronger and quicker than Leonthan. Permanently. What if it isn't permanent, or you can only give a few points? Daniel countered. Quests would let us do the same thing. We get you through another dungeon and you'll have the points to edit the rewards too. Good point. Oren pulled the last of the stick apart. The white flesh of the wood underneath shone in the moonlight. I've been going crazy keeping this to myself. I'm glad you didn't think I was a weirdo. Stupid Oren, complicating things all over again. Daniel put his hand on Oren's shoulder and squeezed. We'll figure out what's going on with you. After we deal with this little war problem, we can go back today and talk with Tony. You said he knew something about administrators. We'll track down someone who knows more and figure out your powers. Maybe Maddie. Let's not involve her, Oren cut him off. The way Tony acted when he found out, I almost regret telling him in the first place. If it scared him that much. You know you'll have to trust her at some point. That's what friends do. Oren threw the piece of wood into the distance. I trust her, but you don't have to tell your friends every one of your secrets. Daniel grinned. I know all your secrets. No, you don't. Last year, you wrote my sister a love letter. Oren felt fire on his cheeks. No, I didn't. Daniel poked him in the ribs. I found it on your computer when I was printing out that essay about Catcher in the Rye. What was the line? You make my heart sing when you walk into the room. It was very well written. Oren increased his strength and caught Daniel's hand. Daniel tried to stand and pull his hand out of his grip, but Oren ducked under the arm, pushed up, and launched Daniel into the air. His friend landed 20 feet away in a crash of dust. That hurt, you dick! Daniel stood up and brushed himself off. What is going on? Are we under attack? Maddie's butterflies rose into the night, illuminating the area. Daniel just volunteered to take the rest of my watch. Sorry we woke you, Maddie. Oren glared across the camp at Daniel. The hero laughed and raised his hand in surrender. Sure. Get your beauty sleep. Oren stomped off to his makeshift bed. It was a long time before his ears stopped burning. I never even sent that stupid thing. The next day passed without incident. Oren gave Daniel the cold shoulder for a few hours, but eventually cooled off. Leonthan kept monsters away from the party, and nothing attacked them outright. Toward the end of the day, they saw smoke to the northeast. Is that a village? Daniel asked, pointing to the plumes of smoke. That's too much smoke for a bonfire. The villages up here are never that big. Maddie noticed Daniel's raised eyebrow.
Villages this far from Day aren't as well regulated as those closer to the city. They pay their taxes, but it's always too little to matter, and nobody keeps a map of where they are. If a village grows large enough to be called a town, Day will assign someone to oversee it. I know all the towns, but villages come and go from generation to generation, and we don't keep records of them all. She pointed at Oren. Like his village. I couldn't find where he came from, and doubt I could unless we traveled there. Leanthan walked out of the grass and put his hand on Daniel's elbow. We should turn west. We can enter the forest tomorrow night if we keep a brisk pace. Daniel shrugged the elf's hand off his arm. What is going on over there? We can see the smoke. Leanthan didn't turn away from Daniel's intense gaze. Odranan's soldiers. There is nothing you can do. Leave them and come with me. Daniel reached over his shoulder and drew Gertrude. How many soldiers? The elf sighed. Too many. It matters not anyway. I'm not leaving people to die. He was ramping up, almost to the point of shouting. We can just do a rescue, Oren suggested. Get the people out. If you could help us distract them, I'm sure we could. A distraction will not help. That village supplies us with trade on occasion. Leanthan turned and watched the clouds of smoke curling into the sky. If I had been there yesterday, I might have... He trailed off, fists clenched to his side. 2 deep breaths, and the elf turned back to the group. Oren was surprised to see tears on his stoic face. The village was already destroyed. The elderly and sickly was slaughtered. The rest are gone, likely with slave collars on, and headed back to Odrana to be sold. The soldiers still there are setting fire to the houses, trying to draw in anyone nearby. His teeth clenched. They have scouts in the area. We should leave the road now. Daniel still wanted to go after the soldiers, but Maddie convinced him this was not the time. They might be strong, and a few adventurers could make the difference in a large fight, but if the village was already gone, there was little point in risking it.
We'll get revenge for them. That is technically Day's lands, and Odrana will pay dearly for taking our people.
Oren watched the smoke rising behind them as they walked away. The following afternoon, Daniel announced he could see the forest in the distance. Eagle eyes? Leanthan tilted his head in question. Something like that, Daniel responded. Oren was glad to see Daniel keeping his secrets. He didn't need to brag about the exact nature of his skills. It's actually telescope, Daniel continued. It upgraded when I chose my moniker. Oren groaned and rubbed his eyes in frustration. The trees were still too far away to make the distance by nightfall, so they set camp by an old and crumbling well. Maddie thought the land might have been a farm at some point and searched for any hints of an old house or barn. Leanthan arrived back from his daily roaming and quickly pointed out the flagstones for where a small house had stood only 20 feet from where they were. The family was always pleasant, he said, looking at the broken stones with his hands resting on his weapons. Perfectly relaxed and yet ready to strike at a moment's notice. The youngest caught sick, and they brought her north to us, as the human city was too far for them to travel. She married a farmer farther south. After the parents passed, the older child left for another town. I never found where. How long ago was that? Oren asked, setting up the heater box. The nights were still cool. 200 years and 31 winters. 249 from when we cured the child.
Oren tried to imagine being that old, watching families come and go from the lands around. Do you keep tabs on every family around the forest? Leanthan cast a glance at Oren. We know of every village and family nearby. We keep to ourselves, yet keep the pledge of a good neighbor. We trade freely, offer what we can, and aid those who would seek our help.
Maddie finished rolling out her mat.
Maybe you knew Oren's village, Leanthan? Oren, you did say you were from around here, right?
Shit. Chapter 40. Maddie, can I talk with you real quick? Daniel grabbed her arm and steered her away from the elf.
Why do you keep bringing up Oren's village? He hissed at her.
Oren had to jog to keep up with them. I really need to work on my dexterity more.
I don't...
She stumbled, then paused. Taking a breath, she turned to Daniel.
I didn't mean to overstep.
Daniel raised an eyebrow at Oren.
Do I have to keep lying to her?
Oren dropped his shoulders and tilted his head.
If she knows that I'm not from here, it is going to be a whole big thing. I would rather avoid that.
Daniel closed his eyes and huffed out a breath through his nose. When he opened them again, he rolled his eyes at Oren.
You are being ridiculous. We can trust her.
Oren crossed his arms in front of his chest and planted his feet. It is my choice. Daniel smirked. Oren frowned. Maddie, I'm not dealing with this. You and Oren can talk. It's up to him what he wants to tell you. But if he doesn't want to talk about something, I think it would be in everybody's best interest to let it go. Daniel left abruptly, walking back to Leanthan. Maddie glanced sheepishly at Oren.
I'm sorry I keep bringing up your village. It's just... you were one of the only friends I have.
When Oren didn't respond, she rushed forward, stumbling over her words.
When I was 12, an ambassador from Veskar brought his daughter with him. I guess he wanted to show her the world a bit. She was a little older than me, but my father thought it would be a good learning experience for me, so he gave me a job. I was supposed to show her around, keep her entertained, that sort of thing.
Maddie wrung her hands and wouldn't meet Oren's eye.
We spent the entire day together. We laughed and talked about our parents and what they demanded of us. I thought we were becoming close. We went to my favorite salon and got our hair made up. I even brought her to one of my favorite restaurants for dinner.
Oren had no idea where this story was going, but he was glad she wanted to talk. He was weaving together a new piece of the elaborate lie that had become his past. His village was going to be located near the mountains. They were self-sufficient and rarely talked with the elves.
Why were we targeted by Odrana, though? They didn't stay in one place and were attacked on the move? Maybe herders of some sort?
Oren had never watched a documentary or read a book on farming practices, so anything she asked would need to hold up to further questions down the road.
I'll need to talk with someone who is an actual herder of sheep? Maybe cows?
I didn't know that in Veskar, certain foods are taboo to eat. I ordered for us. It was a disaster.
Maddie's eyes went distant as she remembered the night.
Her father was shouting at my father that I had tried to do it on purpose. My father had to give concessions for a trade route because of me. I failed in the task he gave me, but I also lost a potential friend. All because I didn't know something that I should have.
Maddie raised her head and captured Oren's eyes with hers.
I know the villages farther from Day have customs and traditions that we don't practice. I'm scared that I might offend you in some way and lose you. It's one reason I tried to investigate where you came from in the past.
She raised a hand when he opened his mouth to ask more about that.
I found nothing. Nobody knows anything about you or your village beyond what you've told us. I said that was one reason, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. You are a mystery, Oren. You have a class that nobody has ever heard of. You can do something to change the hero's quest rewards. I'm not stupid. There is some secret that you have, a secret that you don't want to share.
I don't know if you are the grandchild of a hero, if you have a relic, or perhaps your village has some lost knowledge from ages past, but I won't ask you to share your secret. I won't ask about your family anymore. Trust me, I know how touchy that subject can be, and all I can do is apologize." She held her hand out. "I really hope I haven't messed up too badly. Still friends?" Oren took her hand. All his life, he'd only had one friend. Daniel had looked past his quirks and stuck around, but he'd had partners for school projects who forgot his name before they turned in the assignment. After his dad left and his mom started working more, the only attention he'd gotten was from Daniel and his family. Half the reason he had been in love with Daniel's sister was probably because she knew he existed. He'd realized that in the dungeon when Garrett's shine had started to wear off. In this world, given a new chance, Oren was starting to find himself a bit more. Sure, he was still just the sidekick to his best friend, the hero, but he'd saved Daniel. Hell, he'd saved him a few times. He'd made new friends, Tony, Amir, and Brant. Maddie. She wasn't the perfect friend. She'd threatened him and Daniel, played with their lives, and treated him as expendable. But she was doing her best to make up for past acts. She valued his opinions on strategy, came to him to help curb Daniel's more annoying habits, and stuck by his side when shit hit the fan. She'd stood up to the hospital for him. She was out here with them trying to stop a war with no real plan or ideas, just the blind faith that they would figure it out. She wasn't the perfect friend, but she was his friend, and she was trying to do better by them. Maybe I should do better too. When Maddie grasped his hand, he pulled her closer into a hug. It was awkward and quick, and he let go as fast as he could. "I'm going to trust you," he started, gesturing for her to shut up this time. "I'm going to trust you, and I don't do that often. Daniel is the only one who knows." Oren double-checked that Leanthan was far away, talking with Daniel. When Daniel arrived in this world, he wasn't alone. "How much did you tell her?" Daniel asked, sitting down close to the heater box. The little device was keeping up quite well. It warmed a small area, like a fire, but without the bright light to give away their position. Oren appreciated more the lack of smoke drifting into his face every few seconds. "That I'm from your world, but definitely not a hero." "That it?" Oren watched Maddie turn over in her sleeping bag. "I didn't think she could handle more than that right now." After the initial laughter at his bad joke, Maddie had asked him questions about Daniel's world. She'd grilled him for 5 minutes before abruptly walking away and berating Daniel. Oren realized that she was trying to catch him in a lie. "I think she wanted me to be from here. She complained that there are no records of two heroes ever coexisting at the same time. I tried convincing her that I'm not one and somehow just hitched a ride with you, but sometimes I think you were meant to come too." Oren spun to see if Daniel was joking. "What?" "I'm serious. I would have died right away without you here. I don't know who or what brought us here, but it's like they knew I'd need you." Oren rolled his eyes. "You'd have been fine." "I'd be stuck in a tree getting eaten by a tentacle monster." "Like I said, totally happy and fine." Daniel tried to push Oren over. "Asshole." They sat in silence. Leanthan had left after a quick dinner, promising to keep any Odranan forces away, but the boys had still decided to keep watch. Daniel was supposed to be sleeping, but had wanted to talk first. "You think she'll be okay?" Oren scratched at his hair. He needed a haircut. It was starting to curl at the ends and tickle his neck. "She didn't try to hit me, and she did say thanks for finally telling her, although there might have been a touch of sarcasm in her voice." Daniel chuckled. "She is snarky." Oren nodded. "You going to sleep? Leanthan thinks we can make the forest tomorrow. You and Maddie are going to have to talk with this council of theirs and figure out if we can help."
You think I'm taking another middle shift? You go to bed." Oren laughed and used Daniel's shoulder to push himself straight.
Worth a shot.
The night passed, and morning arrived without interruption. Oren had completed his set of decrease stat spells overnight, and eagerly awaited the chance to try something new. The 24-hour timer for his decrease intelligence spell taunted him.
Morning, Maddie.
Oren squatted by her mat and handed her a cup of coffee. She glared at him, but accepted the peace offering.
I just wanted to check and see. How are we good?
Maddie sat up and sipped her coffee. Oren decided she wasn't going to answer and straightened up. His back was already turned when she huffed.
We're good.
He smiled and sat down again. He pulled a few of the berry jam pastries she liked the most out of his storage and handed one over. He winked.
Don't tell Daniel, she snorted. He'll smell them soon enough. Eat fast.
Oren asked her about elven culture and listened to her answers as they settled back into their old routine.
If you've known Daniel for so long, why did you leave him that time?
Coffee burned his nose as he coughed.
What?
Maddie sighed and rubbed coffee off her blanket.
After you two started doing quests for the guild, Daniel came back into town alone. My father recruited him and got him to agree to let me join his party. You had disappeared. You know when. It was right before you broke into my house.
Oren cleaned himself up, tossing an extra blanket to Maddie to use as a towel for the mess.
We got into an argument and I stormed off. I came back for him.
Maddie poked Oren in the arm.
I'm not blaming anyone. I just don't want you two to split up again. Being in a group with the two of you is liberating. I was so envious of how close you became with him in such a short time, but now I know that you've both been friends for years. It makes so much sense. I can't believe I didn't see it before. It's just such a weird thing for two people from another world to be here. I'd need to ask my father if something like this has ever happened before to be sure, but I'm almost certain. What?
Oren crunched his nose as he tried to find the words.
We trust you.
We don't fully trust your dad. That's a shitty thing to say to a friend, but it's true. The look on her face shifted between angry, amused, and disappointed, but her voice didn't betray any emotion.
He's my father. I'll always trust him.
Oren looked into his empty mug.
Can I ask you not to tell him about me? Would that be a problem?
He waited for her to answer, but she waited just as long for him to steal a glance.
I'll keep your secret unless I think it would be dangerous for you or Daniel. I know he's hard to deal with, but he is a good man.
Oren felt the weight of the unknown lift from his shoulders. Well, now that you know I'm actually an alien from another planet, guess what skill I bought the other day?
What did you get?
Maddie asked, taking the last sip of her coffee. Merge. Maddie spat her coffee all over his face.
Chapter 41.
Disgusting, Oren complained, wiping the semi-warm liquid from his face. He rubbed his hand against the grass.
You're being serious, aren't you?
Maddie placed her mug on the ground with a trembling hand.
Don't mess around about this.
I'm not messing with you, but could you aim your spit away from me next time? He used water, let a stream of water trickle from his hand. The spell let him create up to 1 gallon, but he could do it at whatever speed he wanted. Washing his hands before the coffee dried and he had to deal with sticky fingers all day was a top priority. Maddie pushed her blanket off completely and stood up. She started pacing. Oren straightened up off the ground and waited for her. She turned multiple times and lifted her finger to shake at him, but could only mutter dark whispers. Daniel stirred in his sleeping bag and rolled over. He opened one eye and glared at them. Too much noise. Maddie whirled back to the plate of pastries Oren had set out for them and hurled one at Daniel.
You didn't take the middle watch. I did. If I'm awake, so should you be.
Daniel brushed the dirt off the food and chomped down.
What's up with her?
Oren shrugged.
How long have you known?
Maddie stomped over to Daniel.
He's got merge as a skill. I know that one of the books my father and I collected for you had a long section about it. You know what this means.
Oren quirked an eye at Daniel. What is she talking about? Daniel stuffed half the pastry into his mouth and chewed. Maddie's hand was on her hip and she was tapping her foot by the time he swallowed. Maddie, Daniel said as he stood up and stretched. If you want a bunch of books read, give them to Oren. I took a peek at, 2 of those books. Maddie's foot stopped tapping. You didn't read the collection of priceless books that discussed the best ways to combine skills and spells, the cost of which could fund the defense of the wall for a year? Daniel held up his hands. Sorry? When did this happen? Oren couldn't help but ask. I would have loved to read those. Maddie was in his face, pushing him backward before he knew it. If you had told me all this before, I would have made you. I can't trust either of you to do anything right. How many more surprises are you going to throw at me? She turned and advanced on Daniel. What do I have to do to get you to take this seriously? Oren quickly stepped in between Daniel and Maddie. Hey! What's the big deal? We'll both read them when we get back to Day. Maddie, what's wrong? Maddie's shoulders sagged as she ran out of steam. If he had read those, if he had, he'd know. Oren, you can't tell anyone you have merge. Ever. Don't tell my father. Don't tell Brant if that asshole ever comes home. Oren noticed she had started to cry. I lost Brant. I lost Jude. I can't lose you too. Daniel brushed by him and wrapped Maddie in his arms. It's okay. We couldn't lose this idiot if we tried. Hey! What's the big deal with the skill? Is it like his blood thingy? Daniel asked her gently. Maddie sniffed and disengaged from Daniel's hug. It's so much worse. Oren's blood froze. He'd taken the skill to make cool new combinations. Why would something like that be worse than a skill that yelled, "Look at me, I'm trying to become a vampire"? Oren, have you told anyone else about that skill? Maddie asked with dread in her voice. Just you two. Maddie, what's so bad? Maddie wrung her hands and glanced around to make sure Linthan hadn't come back. Merge makes new spells. The best theory is that it is completely random if somebody can unlock it. Nobody is sure how to get it, but it's well documented what happens when it's found. Countries go to war over that person. Oren felt a chill run down his spine. It can't be that bad. I mean, it's not like I can make anything good anyways. I've just been combining inverse and my increase stat spells. Maddie nodded. The new spells are better, aren't they? Not really, Oren said, waving her off. I mean, they do cost a little less, Maddie groaned. Oren, you forget because you are some sort of weird mana-regenerating fiend. Everybody else can only cast a finite number of spells a day. A new spell that costs less but does the same thing as before? Do you see how much of an edge that would give anybody? Oren didn't see how a few extra mana points would make the difference for anybody, but he was just considering his own inverted buffs. What kind of things do people unlock then? Maybe we can come up with something great and— You need to stop and think, Maddie interrupted him. She rubbed her temples. You remember the spell that Lord Wendeln cast when my father and the other lords stripped him of his titles? It's called Harvest. It summons an entire army of the type of monster the Wendeln family usually can summon and control.
Only they don't control any of the monsters when they use Harvest. It's a last resort option, something to use when you are surrounded by demons and need to kill everything.
She paused and made sure both boys were looking at her.
Harvest was the result of merge. You never know what you are going to get from the combination of spells, but the ones that are written about bring death.
Nothing I've been able to find is overpowered or encountered.
One of the combinations I tried let me make poisons or moisturize your skin. That was it. You're at level 15, right? Your spells, as far as I know, are all about random things. You don't have a specific purpose like a fire mage or knight.
If you had two powers that were complementary, the synergy of those spells would make the new spell that much more powerful. She put her hand on her face and tapped her lip. Have you tried combining anything with your blood skill? Oren shook his head. I haven't really done much with blood mana. You kind of scared me from ever using it offensively. Try it. See what you would get. Oren nodded and pulled up Merge. Merge. Blood mana and light strike? Compatibility, 80%. Chance of original spell loss, 10%. Variations, 1. Mana drain. Connects to the target and drains 1 MP for every 1 HP you sacrifice. Cooldown, 4 days. Accept? Oh, that's actually cool. Mana drain would let me use my own health to drain someone's mana. Maddie shook where she was standing. That's not a spell I've ever heard of. If you created that, there would be a chance it could populate in someone's store. A new spell that nobody knows suddenly appearing is the way most find out someone has Merge. Oren quickly exited from the skill. So don't create new spells, got it. Maddie frowned. No, that wasn't the point I was trying to make. What did you combine your blood skill with? Light Strike. The most simple attack spell there is. Try something else. Oren sighed and tried again. Merge, blood mana and heal small wounds? Compatibility, 60% to 100%. Chance of original spell loss, 0% to 30%. Variations, 3. Cooldown, 2 days to 8 weeks. Review choices. Wow, I've never had a spell cooldown go to weeks yet. Maddie's face went tight. What is it? I'm looking now. Variations. Create small wounds. Damage up to 10 HP, 5 MP. 0% chance of original spell loss. Cooldown, 2 days. Recharge. Restore up to 10 MP on another. 5 MP. 5% chance of original spell loss. Heal small wounds. Cooldown, 5 days. Sap. Steal 10 HP from target. 5 MP. 30% chance of original spell loss. Heal small wounds. Cooldown, 8 weeks. Oren read the list aloud.
Recharge sounds weird, Daniel complained. Why would you spend mana to restore someone else's mana? They could just drink a potion. If it worked like I'm guessing it would, the only limit to how much mana Oren could restore would be how much he cycled his own mana. You're also forgetting that Oren's cost to cast that would be next to nothing, and he'd be giving way more than just 10 mana per cast. Now imagine Oren standing behind an army of mages. They could cast spells at an enemy for hours, all because of one spell. I think sap would be worse, Oren whispered. Why? What would be worse than you juicing up an army of fireball-slinging magic users? Daniel asked. Oren closed his eyes and imagined taking sap. He could steal 10 points of health from someone for the cost of only 5 mana. And then he could turn himself invisible with camouflage, and nobody would know where he was. He could boost his intelligence and will to 100, making the spell cost half a point of mana, probably rounding up to 1 MP. He would also do 100 points of damage per cast. If he ever ran out of mana, he could always blood cycle with no need to heal himself. He'd be stealing 100 points of health each casting. He wouldn't need an army in front of him. He could decimate the army himself.
You see it, Maddie said quietly. You see some way it could be exploited.
Oren nodded.
Could it help us? Daniel asked.
Maddie hit him. Ow, what? We are about to fight in a war.
It wouldn't be a war. It would be a slaughter, Oren murmured.
If I created that spell, would someone else be able to get it right away? Maddie nodded.
Most likely. The exact combination of prerequisites wouldn't be known, but within a year or two, yes. So I need to be careful with what spells I make. It could be those are spells already known, with ways to counter whatever you are thinking of. We can search through my father's books when we get back and see.
Oren didn't want to wait that long. It was a small secret anyway. I'll see if they're in the store.
There's no way you'd have them in your store. These are combinations of spells that would require the exact right class, and certain spells already known to unlock.
Create small wounds is already there. Oren talked over Maddie, not even trying to explain. Recharge is as well. He scrolled more.
Sap isn't there, Maddie spluttered. How many available spells do you have in your store? 100? Thousands. Maybe more.
Maddie sat down hard.
What are you? Not even a hero has that many options.
Daniel sat down next to her.
His class is Utility Warder. I think whatever brought me here as the hero brought him here to be a problem solver. He's my secret weapon, the friend that can find a solution to the problems I can't just beat down. None of that matters, though. What matters is he's our friend. I'm sorry I didn't read those books. Tell me everything. I can't protect him if I don't know what I need to protect him from.
Maddie started laughing.
Himself? The world? Everyone? Daniel, he's creating new spells with the handful of random things he's collected from his first few levels. If he wanted, he could spend maybe 30 or 40 ability points on specific skills and spells and end the world. If someone captured him, it wouldn't be a matter of if that happened, but when.
So don't tell people I have merge, and try not to make too many new spells, Oren said, crossing his legs as he sat down too. And definitely don't blow up the world. I think I can handle that.
Chapter 42.
Further discussion of blowing up the world was put on hold when Leanthan did his magical appearing act. The elf could simply materialize from the grass as if he was teleporting, and did so at the most inopportune times.
Good, you have eaten. The way to my home is clear. We can be among the trees by midday.
Without waiting, he set off again, expecting them to follow.
You know, I'm half tempted to ignore him and walk off in a different direction,
Daniel complained, as he began rolling up camping supplies and throwing them to Oren for storage in his dimension hole. Seriously, I'm glad we have a guide, but the dude is seriously uptight. Maddie tried to talk about Oren's skills more as they walked, but he shut her down, promising they'd have all the time they needed once out of earshot of Leanthan.
We're going to be in the middle of the elven forest, surrounded by elves tonight.
Maddie was walking backward and talking to him. Daniel was up ahead, trying to get Leanthan to agree to another duel.
Then we are probably going to be fighting Ordranan forces in coordination with the elves, unless they did something to start this war.
I'm thinking we could probably still complete the quest if the elves lose. Oren pulled up the quest. Stop the war in Odrana. Reward, 200,000 XP and variable failure, loss of 10 levels.
I don't know how much influence the hero has in making the Elven Council explain what's going on, Oren started. But if we offer to share this quest with a few members of the council,
or even with some leaders from Odrana, it can't be hard to get them to stop fighting.
Maddie pulled a face and almost tripped. She caught herself and turned to walk next to him.
That is the stupidest idea I've ever heard. And it might work, since the reward for doing it would give them so much experience.
Oren tried to do the math. He currently needed a little more than 5,000 XP to level, and would need 7,000 XP for the following level. Each additional level would cost an extra 1,000 XP. If my math is right, that much experience would push me and Daniel to level 30.
I think you're right. My father would lose his mind if I came back with that kind of growth.
Keep up, Leanthan said, turning and rejoining them. And please keep this one from bothering me anymore. He nodded toward Daniel, who tried to look sheepish and failed. The rest of the trip was uneventful, with no real discussions of all the major shocks Oren had dropped on Maddie. As they neared the forest, Oren realized why it had taken so long for them to get there, despite seeing the trees days ago.
They're huge.
He tilted his head, but couldn't make out the tops. The foliage blended together so high that he couldn't make out the individual branches. It would take like 10 people holding hands to reach around the trunk. These are some of our youngest trees. It would take twice that number to go around the smallest tree in the forest, Leanthan corrected.
How big do they get?
Daniel was also looking up, his eyes squinted against the sun. Leanthan put his hand against the young tree on the outskirts of the elven forest. The forest matriarch is approximately 10,000 years old and houses the entire elven population during festivals. It would take 200 hands to link around her. Oren felt tiny standing beside the trees. There were no other trees for miles before the start of the forest, a clear marker that this was almost a sacred land. The trees blocked his vision when he tried to see farther in. When we are stopped, put your hands on your head, like so, Leanthan demonstrated, placing his palms against the roof of his head with his fingers interlaced. Do not respond or talk. I will get you through. What are we, prisoners? Daniel muttered. Something like that, Leanthan said with a smile. Let us go, Daniel grumbled as they followed the elf into the dark woods. Oren was surprised that the path they took was well lit. He followed the beams of sunlight that broke through the canopy overhead. Do you climb up these trees and cut sections out so the sun shines down on this path? Leanthan stumbled for a step and glanced back at Oren with an appraising look. Perceptive. He continued to walk forward. They followed in relative silence, broken only by Daniel complaining he had to pee and that he was hungry. They'd walked for another 2 hours before Oren stepped closer to the elf. There are 6 people approaching, 4 from in front and 1 from either side. Leanthan nodded. I hear them. Please stand back and stay quiet. Oren never physically saw the 2 elves on their flanks, and Leanthan left them standing on the sun-dappled forest trail as he talked with the 4 elves who bristled at seeing humans in their forest. 2 held bows like Leanthan's, and 1 wore a dark brown robe of what looked like deerskin. The 4th elf was taller than Leanthan and had 2 of the Kopesh-type swords strapped to her back. Their whispers and furious gestures made him nervous. But he, Daniel, and Maddie stood with their hands on their head, trying to look as non-threatening as possible. They will come with us to the council. A female voice, belonging to one of the elves with a bow, broke the silent whispers. Leanthan appeared to argue back, but the tall elf put her hand on his shoulder. He ducked his head and strode toward them. I'm sorry. You must go with them. Don't resist or fight. Try to stay out of trouble until I return. Leanthan, you promised us safe passage, Maddie said loudly, making sure her voice carried to the other elves. Does this mean you intend to kidnap a hero and the daughter of Lord Catanzano of Day? Leanthan smiled and winked at her. My promise of safe passage is still true, young Catanzano. I had hoped to bring you to my mentor first, but our approach was noticed by others quicker than I anticipated. You are free to turn back from our forest, but if you leave, you must not return here without an escort. Our lands are currently infested with attacking humans, and though you have come to give aid, I would not want any accidents to befall you while in our forest. Maddie bowed, keeping her hands on her head.
We will wait for your swift return. We are sorry that we slowed you down so much. The strength and longevity of elves is well known to outpace humans, and we have exhausted ourselves trying to keep up. Please ask your brothers and sisters if they would let us rest, and perhaps eat an early dinner. We would appreciate the opportunity to experience the legendary elven hospitality.
Daniel leaned in toward Oren.
What the hell is going on?
Oren stomped on his friend's foot. Shut up and let her do her thing. Leanthan left after a few hurried words with the tall female. She was the only one to introduce herself to them.
My name is Feloria. You will follow and not speak.
Thankfully, Maddie's political savvy convinced their new guards to handle them with care. The elves kept them surrounded in a loose circle, leaving the way back seemingly open. But Oren knew the two watchers were trailing behind. After another 30 minutes of walking, the trees began to show more signs of being cultivated. Branches connected, and rope bridges spanned the distances between the large trees. Oren saw windows and doors carved into the trees high above and pointed them out to Daniel.
No talking,
the elf on their left commanded. Oren dropped his hand and shrugged at Daniel. The outskirts of the civilization gave way to more movement, and between one tree and the next, the trio found themselves standing in a city among the trees. Where the forest behind them had been closed, dimly lit, and sparsely populated, the view in front of them made Oren realize the elves had carefully groomed the path and outskirts to guard this gem. A clearing that spanned miles surrounded the largest tree of the entire forest. The matriarch tree did not need an explanation or introduction. While the trees around it stood as tall as any sequoia or redwood, the matriarch tree would likely stand out if someone flew over the forest. It had to be closer to twice the height of any other tree. Oren estimated the trees behind them were close to 350 feet in height, making this one closer to 700 or 800 feet tall. The huge tree rested on a slight hill with roots that spiraled away from the base into the rolling meadow around it. The sun broke through the branches between the rest of the forest and the matriarch, so a halo of light surrounded the old tree. A city of buildings made from wood had sprouted in that light and shifted between the roots that reached almost to the edge of the clearing itself. Looking closer, Oren realized the wooden buildings might be trees themselves.
Look well, humans, for rarely are any of your kind gifted the sight of our matriarch.
The same elf who had yelled at Oren before waved his hand at the giant tree.
It's beautiful, Oren said truthfully.
What are all the lights?
No talking, the elf muttered.
He was silent as they continued down the packed dirt road that had suddenly appeared, but then spoke quietly.
The lights you see are from the rooms inside. Windows are rare but necessary for air movement between floors.
Oren almost asked how many floors they had carved into the giant tree, but decided to keep his mouth shut.
Leanthan can tell us later. I wish he'd told us more about who we are supposed to meet, though.
Maddie, Oren, and Daniel were shuttled quickly through the growing streets. Smaller trees lined the path, and it took him a while to realize these trees were actually homes, shops, and restaurants. An entire city made of hollowed-out trees. He had so many questions, and had to physically bite his tongue to stop himself from opening his mouth. Feloria, the tall female with the two curved swords, opened the door to one of the small tree abodes and ushered them inside. The house was small inside, with a spiral staircase that led up to another floor.
A small stove was pushed against the back, and a table that would comfortably seat two had 4 chairs around it in the middle of the room.
"This is reserved for visiting emissaries. You may rest above. Do not leave until I return for you in the morning." She spoke with a calm detachment, as if they were barely worth her time. "Your weapons are to be left here. Do not attempt to bring any weapon in front of the council, or you will die. Do not try to hide your weapons using skills, and do not summon a weapon by spell. You will die."
Oren had the sudden urge to tell her, "I am the weapon," but somehow resisted. He did remember something from all her talk of weapons, though. "Philoria, thank you for the hospitality and all that," he said, pushing his hand into his pocket. "We found this before we set out for your beautiful forest, and planned to give it to you all." He pulled out the Citrandish bow from his dimension hole and held it out to her. "We don't know where it came from, or—"
"No talking."
Philoria's voice, so dead and robotic before, flared with a new edge.
"You will bring that with you to the council tomorrow."
"I thought we couldn't bring—" Before he could finish his sentence, the elf swept from the room and slammed the door shut. Oren heard the distinct clunk of a bar being placed on the door outside. Well, shit. Chapter 43. Maddie did her best to sketch out a plan for them, but she admitted dealing with the Elven Council was well outside her expertise. Leanthan hadn't given them the tools they would need, and the situation didn't look good when the invaded country locked you up in an embassy. The rest of the day passed without event. The small home was stocked with food, which Oren quietly swiped. Things kept fresh in his dimension hole, and if the elves were going to keep them prisoner, he was going to be as petty as he could be. He even considered stuffing the bed sheets in as well. They were the nicest material he'd ever slept on in his life. Philoria appeared in the early hours of the morning and knocked until Daniel stumbled down the stairs. He opened the door just as Maddie and Oren joined him.
"Let's go. The council will see you now."
Daniel grumbled as Oren unpacked a small armory of weapons onto the table. He set Gertrude on top of the last of it and glared at Philoria. Guards surrounded them again as they moved through the city toward the big tree in the middle. The large roots of the matriarch created a natural maze in the clearing around the tree, and Oren was quickly lost as they climbed steps carved into the wood, went over bridges built to span deep and narrow crevices between close roots, and moved quickly through caverns built under parts of the tree that had risen out of the ground completely. Even if I had running, some of these things are too high to scale. It's like a living fortress with defenses naturally built in. As discussed, he kept his mouth shut and didn't ask more questions. Maddie had asked the same of Daniel, but Oren doubted his friend would be able to let her take the lead completely. When they finally climbed the last set of the carved steps, complete with handrails, the group found themselves at the top of the hill where the matriarch sat perched over its domain. Ornate doors had been carved into the trunk of the tree and stood wide open. The interior room of the tree itself was a simple circle with stairs leading up on both sides. 9 chairs sat in a semicircle on a raised dais overlooking the entrance. Philoria and the guards bowed at the door to the 7 elves seated in front of them, but did not enter. "The hero, Lady Catanzano of Day, and party members are here seeking an audience with the council." Philoria's voice echoed into the room and came back louder than it had entered. "They were granted passage by Leanth." "We know, or else we would not have summoned them here. You may send them in. Close the doors and let none disturb us." Of the 9 seats in front of them, only 7 were filled. The chair in the middle was a throne, but it was empty, as was the seat to its immediate right. On the right side of the room were 4 elves, 2 men and 2 women. On the left side sat 2 more women and 1 last man.
It was the woman sitting closest to the throne on their right who had spoken. The left hand of the throne, so to speak. The three of them entered as the guards outside began pushing the thick wooden doors shut. As the room was sealed, the same elf stood and lightly stepped down the single raised step to stand in front of them.
A hero.
She let the words sit in the air, tasting how she felt about it as she studied Daniel. Maddie had placed him in the center and stood upright on his right side. Oren was to the left and a step back. The elder female elf continued.
Brought to our forest to bring us aid, no doubt. What boon would they ask of us in return? What could a mere child give that we could not take ourselves?
She put her face directly in Daniel's personal space. Oren saw her nose crinkle with disgust as she asked,
What makes you think we need your help at all? It might be easier to simply kill you. Never does a hero come but with consequences far outstripping their use.
Daniel's hands flexed, and Oren noticed his shoulder twitch as if he wanted to reach for Gertrude. The elf smiled and turned her back on the hero.
So young and brash. I half expect he'll attack us before we even begin our discussion.
Maddie placed her hand on Daniel and muttered something. Daniel chuckled. The elf, trying to instigate a fight, whirled around and moved close to Daniel again.
You dare laugh at me here in the heart of our power?
Daniel kept the smile on his face as he bowed a little. The action brought his face closer to hers, and the elf backed up a step as Daniel gave respect to the other elves with his bow.
I'm not laughing at you,
he said, straightening up again.
It might be easier for you to try and kill me than simply listen to reason, but no matter how young I might be, I've dealt with bullies before. I won't be baited.
Well done, the woman nodded, and the anger that had been on her face smoothed away. She smiled warmly at them.
I apologize for testing you, but I've always found a good opening skirmish tells me more than words alone.
She climbed back on the dais and slumped into her chair.
My name is Gwynestri Raladov. I am the Elder of Defense for our forest. We have been told you have come to help us win a war. Please know, we do not consider ourselves at war at this time. You may make your case.
Oren's mind raced as Maddie stepped forward.
Honored elders of the elves, we thank you for your hospitality and time. The news of fighting among your forest's edges has spread throughout the human lands. You may not consider yourselves at war, but I promise you that Odrana believes it is.
Several of the elves squirmed in their seats at hearing the country named in their hall. Maddie continued her speech, walking back and forth in front of them. She explained that the hero, Daniel, had received his quest and tried valiantly to help.
She spoke of Odrana sending kidnappers for him, implying the quest might be the reason. Make them curious. Make them doubt. Make them ask for help. That had been Maddie's plan. Offering to end a fight for them was beyond what they could do at their level, but the system had given Daniel the quest to end the war. That meant something. Except the system really gave me the quest, Oren thought, as he watched the other elders. Maddie had finished explaining that they were not here as a conquering force, but rather to give whatever aid the council deemed necessary. He pulled his attention back to her. We traveled this far to ask your side. No one outside the forest knows why Odrana has attacked or what they are after. It may be there is something we could help with in ending the aggression. Gwynestri raised her hand, and a barrier formed around the raised platform. The elders turned in and began talking, but no sound carried to the trio.
Well done, Maddie, Daniel praised her as she stepped back, letting him be front and center again.
Why wouldn't they think they're at war? Oren asked quietly.
The elf sitting next to the Elder of Defense was staring at him.
Also, who's the guy next to Gwyn?
Don't give them nicknames, Oren, Maddie warned. I don't know who is who. Why is he looking at us like that?
He's looking at me. Oren waved, and the man shook himself as if rousing from a stupor. He promptly ignored them and began talking with the others. The discussions went on for what felt like forever. Oren tried to find anything to distract himself. He studied the different shapes carved into the elves' seats. He was tempted to use analyze on the barrier, but his little remaining good sense prevailed. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore.
Maddie, are they going to argue all day?
Her glare pierced him.
It's been 10 minutes, Oren. Be patient. They're elves.
When the barrier finally came down, Oren and Daniel were playing slaps. Daniel had his hands on top of Oren's. Oren had increased his dexterity slightly so he could beat his friend, and the top of the hero's hands were bright red.
Children, Maddie muttered. We have discussed at length the benefits of having the hero attempt to stop the humans from invading our lands, Gwynestri announced.
I'll say, Oren mumbled to Daniel.
Excuse me? Sorry, nothing.
Oren ducked his head as the eyes of all 7 elves bored down on him.
As I was saying, we have agreed that the hero may in fact be of some use. We will accept this quest from him and declare the elves are at war with Odrana. At that point, our forces will—
The doors behind them began to move, and Gwynestri's eyes bulged. She hurriedly continued.
Our forces will then sweep the invading forces from our land and put an end to this scourge once and for all. All those in favor of this resolution— Oh, Gwynny, you know you can't send our people to war without a royal decree.
A voice rolled over them from behind. Oren peered over his shoulder as another elf walked into the room. Leanthan was behind him, but stayed outside. The elf they'd traveled with looked exhausted but triumphant. The elf that entered had eyes so pale blue that Oren thought he was blind at first. The wooden headband he wore might have been a crown. While all the elders appeared to be, well, elderly, this elf teetered on the line of being ancient. He had actual wrinkles.
Arandir, what are you doing? It has been some time since you've entertained yourself with council work, Gwynestri said, her eyes flashing at the man.
It has been some time indeed, Arandir whispered, stopping by the trio of humans and examining them each in turn. A hero and a scion of a lord of day appear in our forest, offering us support in a time of need, and they are waylaid from their path.
They were brought to us as soon as we found them, Gwynestri said,
but Arandir simply waved his hand in her direction. They were on their way to see me, not a full council that would take a quest.
Did you not even think of what that would do, Gwynny? You were my student, after all. That was long ago, illustrious one. This is council business. The humans have continued their encroachment into our forest and—
Yes. Arandir paused in front of Oren. Their eyes connected, and Oren felt himself falling. The elf blinked and turned away.
As they always have. That does not give you power beyond what has been given. This council does not have the right to send our people to die. Then do your job and anoint a successor, Gwynestri hissed at him. Or will you be as inept and pompous as the fools who came before you?
Oren stepped closer to Daniel and Maddie, laying a ward on them both. Gwynestri was standing and pointing at the elderly elf.
These humans are bold, setting fires to our trees. We've lost a handful of our scouts to them, either dead or forced into slavery. How much longer will you hold out and not do your duty to our people?
Not do my duty? The words were quiet, but each syllable rang with such emotion. Oren put his hands on his friends and readied a teleport spell.
The male elf that had been looking at Oren earlier stood and put his hand on Gwynestri's shoulder, pulling her back and whispering to her. She shook her head multiple times before she hung her head and sat.
Arandir, old friend, are you here to take your seat? We are in the middle of a vote.
Oren immediately didn't like this guy. His voice was silky and perfect, his hair coiffed just so, and his stance both unworried and poised at the same time. A politician.
Arandir sighed. Devdan, must you force it?
The council has already heard arguments for and against. Only the vote remains.
Then, as is my right, I will lead closing remarks before we vote.
Devdan scowled.
Closing remarks are for matters of judgment, not something so trivial as accepting the hero's request to aid us. But you are not accepting aid. You are seeking to force a decree on these 3 young humans. Once you force them to give you their quest, we all know what you will do. Every elf will receive the same, and the rewards will be diluted. You seek to steal, and in doing so cast judgment. This, therefore, falls well within my rights. All agreed?
4 of the elders who hadn't spoken yet raised a hand and slapped the arm of their chair. Devdan's lip curled at them for a moment, but then he smiled prettily and sat back down. He tapped his chair's arm with a finger.
So be it. Don't worry, Arandir smiled at Maddie. We'll all be sipping tea in my house by lunch.
Oren groaned. Arandir shook hands with a few of the elders before moving to the empty seat. He settled into the chair next to the throne and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he spoke with passion. These humans have come to us asking if we require help in facing the aggression of other humans. We do not need their help. They have seen 2 decades and fewer levels, while our youngest warriors could outkill all 3 of them in battle. That is not why they are here, though. We could take their quest and use it as justification to skirt our laws on war, but that is not who we are. They do not know why Odrana is at our door and have come with half the knowledge needed to make sound decisions. We will tell them what Cineris is after. All those in favor?
You can't be serious,
Gwynestri shouted. The other elves started shouting, and Arandir winked at Oren before waving his hand. The sound barrier reappeared.
Great, Oren muttered. More waiting.
Don't you dare start playing that stupid game again,
Maddie demanded.
Chapter 44. The barrier came down just as Maddie landed a resounding slap on Daniel's hands.
You're getting the hang of it, he praised her.
Arandir coughed loudly.
Maddie scowled at Daniel and bowed her head at the council.
We apologize. Please, go ahead.
The old elf smirked, but didn't comment more.
The council has agreed to a trade. We will tell you why the leader of Odrana is trying to force his way into our lands. In exchange, a small number of carefully selected elves will receive the quest from the hero. The council does not and cannot declare the fight is a war, but we can accept that Odrana believes it is such. Those we select will be able to leave the forest in an attempt to complete a quest. They are not fighting a war, but will work to end one.
Oren grinned. Semantics. They can't fight a war, but they can send some elves to complete a quest. The new guy gets to make them stick to the rules, and the angry chick gets to send her people off to fight.
I suppose the terms are acceptable?
Maddie gave a half bow and began to negotiate. First, she asked for veto power if the hero felt someone wasn't worthy of the quest. Oren thought that might be going a bit too far, and the council agreed. They'd hold the power of choosing who got the quest. Gwynestri did most of the talking while Arandir chatted with the other elders. Maddie also wanted a specific number of people that Daniel would have to share with. Gwynestri wanted 20. Arondir turned from his conversation and unilaterally reduced their ask to 10. Daniel didn't want any more than to help stop the war, but Maddie told them 5 was acceptable for the information they were offering. Additional concessions could be given for more sharing.
You have no bargaining power, Gwynestri preened on her high-backed chair. We accept the 5.
Arondir sighed.
The quest will not be shared further. If you agree to 5, that is all that will receive it.
The female elf stared daggers at him, but resumed negotiating. Daniel had given Maddie free rein in what she asked for. Mostly, she was requesting trade negotiations with Day for the future. Oren ignored the women talking and watched Arondir. He was laughing at something the elder on the farthest corner was saying. Something about him felt off. Oren just couldn't put his finger on what it was.
Gwynny, let them be for now. You can finish that later. Would you please put the sound barrier around us all? I do not think we need another leak, do you?
Gwynestri's face was stone, but Oren could see the anger bubbling underneath. What was the point of living hundreds of years if you couldn't learn to control your emotions better? Oren wasn't even 18, and he felt he'd be able to hide it a bit better.
Could you stop staring at her like that? Daniel whispered to him.
What? Oren averted his gaze and missed whatever Gwynny did, but he felt the magic roll over them. All the sounds nearby were being reflected and echoing, while the small sounds from outside the tree that he'd been accustomed to were suddenly cut off.
You've been glaring at the mean elf lady like you want to kill her. Quit it.
Maybe I have a little bit of work to do. Arondir sat back down in his seat. He glanced around the council once, letting his gaze linger on Devdon before he turned to Daniel.
You are a hero and not from our world, correct?
Daniel nodded and mumbled something. He cleared his throat and tried again.
Yes, sir.
Arondir smiled.
I am not interrogating you, son. I simply need to know what your base of knowledge is about certain things. How much do you know about our history? Have you heard of the calamity?
Arondir, what are you doing?
Devdon hissed.
The boy doesn't need a history lesson. Just tell him and be done with it.
And if the boy does not understand what it means? Would you have me backtrack later or do the job that I have been doing since before you were born, Devdon? The well-coiffed elf waved a hand in surrender and fell back into his chair.
I've done my best to learn about Asma. Is the calamity what you call the thing the hero did when he blew up your world?
Arondir's smile shifted. While before it was like an old grandfather telling a story to a favorite grandson, now Oren could see hints of a teacher who had found an answer just slightly off. It is for our purposes. What you might not know is that before the calamity, all races lived together. Not in perfect peace or anything unattainable like that, but well enough. Each race had its own power structures. We elves had our monarchy and council. The dwarves had their democracy and a voting system. Even the orcs had a chieftain above chieftains. The humans, of course, had many different versions of each type of governance.
And the demons? Arondir's smile disappeared. What do you know of demons? They tried to kill a bunch of people in Day. When I'm around them, I kind of lose track of myself and go after them. You can get experience from killing one. That's about it, to be honest.
Arondir, this is outside what we agreed on. You do not get to give these children all the secrets of our world, Devdon drawled from his seat.
Be very careful, O illustrious one, that you do not break the tenets you keep. It would be a terrible day if we had to.
Arondir raised a hand and pointed at Devdon. The elf was blasted backward, shattering his chair and smashing against the wall of the tree. Arondir didn't say a word,
and not one member of the council jumped to Devdan's defense. Daniel, surprisingly, spoke first.
You don't need to kill him. We came to stop Odrana, not demons.
Arandir dropped his hand, and Devdan fell with it.
The eldest elder studied his fingernails as the now thoroughly despoiled elf crawled to his feet and made his way back to his chair, now a stool. Devdan didn't meet any other elf's gaze, but Orin once again felt the waves of anger coming from the dais. As I was saying, the people of that time had many different ruling powers. Even the elves had a few small sects that did not bend the knee to our king. Of all the races, the humans fought wars over who should rule which plot of land more than anyone else. But for all the differences, each race had one thing in common. One person in each race was born with a gift to help their own. A gift from the system meant to help nurture and grow as many people as that person could help. They were called administrators. Orin felt the walls of the tree go fuzzy with his vision. The tingling pinpricks behind his ears traveled down to his fingers, and his mouth was dry. They were stuck inside a tree with guards outside, not to mention the 8 elves sitting in front of them, each centuries old. He readied a teleport and prayed that Daniel wasn't looking at him. There is much history, many secrets, and more unknown questions about administrators, even among our people, than I have time to go into. Or, as members of this council would be sure to remind me, would be allowed to share with you. After the calamity, no more administrators appeared.
My father doesn't believe they ever existed, Maddie muttered to Orin, leaning close. He thinks they're make-believe stories.
Except for one. Orin put his foot up against Daniel's heel and began to reach for Maddie. He was going to teleport them out of here. He'd jump them multiple times, all the way back to Day. He'd cycle if he had to. That elf spent his entire life figuring out a way to give the powers of an administrator to another. It is why Odrana is at our door.
For the first time in millennia, the information this council holds as one of its most secure secrets was discovered. I am an administrator. Wait, what? Orin's stupefied face was saved only by Maddie's snort of laughter. I'm sorry, you expect the hero to give you a quest for the assertion that you are a mythical class that has never been proven to exist? Arandir frowned. You do not believe me, and yet the Odranan army has been stationed around our forest for months. They probe and try to enter our forest, the only place that our laws dictate we can protect. And you think they do it for what? Land? Gold? We have not attacked them in force. It is clear we are not the aggressor here. What else could they possibly want? Maddie waved her hand in the air. I thought you would tell us. Nobody in Day knows why Odrana is attacking you. If they have a reason, they aren't sharing it. Likely because they think they can get my powers for themselves. Your administrator powers? With which you can strip a man of his class or create a hero with a snap of your fingers? No, I'm not sure any administrator has those powers. What I can do— Yes, Devdan, I know what I am saying. What I can do is not up for discussion. But as with any other administrator of the past, I can only use my powers on elves. Something that Cineris refuses to believe. He came here himself to request I be turned over for the betterment of all Asmi. We sent him away, and he returned with his army. Maddie was about to continue arguing when Daniel gave her their pre-approved signal. He stomped on her foot. Mr. Arandir, let's say I believed you were an administrator, but that you couldn't use your powers on anyone other than elves. Let's say I believed you and gave you the quest anyways. What would you want to talk more about what you can do? What? Maddie yelped in surprise as she rubbed her toes. What are you doing? I'm curious, and we were always going to help them however we can, Maddie, Daniel stage whispered to her. Daniel, don't you dare do it.
Oren tried to catch his eye. Gwynestri exchanged quick and heated words with Devdan. Oren distinctly heard the words useless and pointless, but couldn't make out the actual conversation. She turned to Arandir and nodded her head.
Defense and Justice are amenable to a closed-door conversation regarding administrator powers, only in exchange for the full 10 shared quests. No additional topics or history without our express approval and additional compensation. The council held a speedy vote, with Oren finally learning that they didn't go by names during a vote, but what part of elven society they represented. From left to right, agriculture, labor, and health voted with Arandir, who called himself simply admin. Gwynestri was defense and Devdan was justice. The two on the far right voted as state and treasury. A unanimous vote for Daniel's offer was tendered, and the motion passed. Maddie was pissed at the lost commerce with Day, but shrugged it off, telling Daniel he better know what he was doing. She still believed the elf was lying. Gwynestri dismissed them, telling Daniel he would be expected to come and share the quest when summoned. Arandir climbed down the dais and shook Maddie's hand. I know you do not believe me, but I was impressed at your negotiating skills with Gwynnie. I have heard good things about your father. Please send him my regards. The elf seemed to age as he left the tree, pulling them with him, not with words, but with his expectation that they would follow. He had a magnetism that felt irresistible to Oren. We can go to my apartment in the city here. My home is too far away. Leanthan barely made it to me in time, and I am afraid I quite outdid myself traveling down here with such speed.
Why would the all-powerful administrator need to hurry to help a lowly hero? Maddie asked bitterly. Not just a lowly hero. Arandir turned his head and smiled at her. I think there is much more to this young man than meets the eye. Chapter 45. Maddie sulked as they traveled to Arandir's apartment. Leanthan trailed behind, now acting as a bodyguard for the elder. Oren bumped into Maddie and nodded toward the old elf, then Daniel. She sighed and hurried her step, asking Arandir a question about the economy of elven pottery or something else that Oren was too busy to pay attention to. Instead, Oren grabbed Daniel's elbow and slowed their stroll so they were directly in between Arandir and Leanthan. He pointed up toward the tree line, acting like he'd noticed something cool in the elven forest. What's the plan? Daniel smirked. It's nice when I'm the one calling the shots and setting things up. Is this what it feels like for you? The smirk disappeared when Oren slugged him in the arm. Ass. Jerk. Daniel rubbed his shoulder. Did you really need to increase your strength to hit me? That really hurt. Oren scanned his friend with a quick identify to make sure he hadn't actually taken off health. Daniel was fine. Don't be a baby. I shaved a single point off your health. Daniel tried to look offended, but grinned again when Oren rolled his eyes. I want to learn more about what he can do. If he's really the last admin or whatever like he claims, he can teach you. It looks like he's on our side, to a point. He did just piss off his own council. Oren considered Daniel's plan. From what he'd seen, Arandir had appeared at the last minute to offer a good compromise to the Elven Council's original plan of simply taking Daniel's quest and going to war. The timing was convenient. It would be a good tactic to play good cop, bad cop with the hero. The council still got what they wanted, and all it had taken was showing the first offered extreme option of taking the quest and having the cool-headed elderly elf soften it up with some esoteric knowledge. If the leader of Odrana knew Arandir was an administrator, he'd probably told people. The knowledge that there was an all-powerful person who could make you stronger wasn't something people would be able to keep the lid on. Arandir's offer to tell them more was appearing less valuable with each thought. He might have staged that all to make us like him. If the guy from Odrana knows about him, his generals or whoever will know too. It's not like he can just say,
"Hey, let's go invade the elves," and everybody listens for no reason. I'm not sure we traded the quest for anything of real value.
Daniel raised an eyebrow at his friend. You remember we were just going to give it to them anyway, right? Having either side incentivized to end the war was your idea. It's not like we can go fight on the front lines and make a difference. Your trust issues are showing again. Arandir turned back and waved them forward. Oren dropped the conversation as they approached where he had stopped. He pointed to one of the larger trees near the perimeter of the city. This is my apartment. Are any of you afraid of heights? Along the side of the tree was a small box that Oren had thought was somebody's slightly large trash can. He hadn't noticed the smallest cut in the tree behind it, thinking it was simply a natural gash in the bark. He also hadn't noticed the rope attached to the open-lidded trash can, or the latch that opened the door. It wasn't until Arandir had ushered Maddie and Daniel into the pen that he'd realized they were all squishing into an open-air elevator. An elevator on the outside of a tree that would easily fail any OSHA testing. It was already failing Oren's testing. I think I grabbed this rail too hard. It broke. He held out a piece of wood that had been a guardrail a moment before. Oren had forgotten he'd just increased his strength when he squeezed the railing in a panic. No worries, Arandir said as he took the proffered stick and threw it deeper into the woods. It will regrow in time.
Leanthan, we will be above. Did you have someone set out tea?
Yes, illustrious one. Everything is ready for you, the younger elf said from his bowed position.
His entire demeanor was subservient when around Arandir. See that we are not disturbed.
Never again,
Maddie moaned as they exited the lift. Daniel threw up over the edge and turned back with a smile.
That was better than any roller coaster I've ever been on. Can we do it again?
Oren felt somewhere in the middle of his two friends. He hadn't hated the rush of air as the lift ascended into the sky with such speed the air itself had pressed them down into a crouch. He also hadn't loved the way Arandir had watched the ground shrink as he leaned over a waist-high rail he could easily break. Let's give it a few minutes, Dee. Arandir invited them in and set about playing host. Off what was his private elevator, because of course it was, the tree door opened into a surprisingly airy and open sitting room. Cushioned chairs and sofas were arranged in a small circle, with a slight opening toward the one window in the tree, which boasted a magnificent view of the matriarch tree and most of the city below. Oren noticed that while most of the cushions, the tables, and the floors had been scrubbed clean, a few of the smaller tables and a single bookshelf had a layer of dust. He ran his finger through the grime. My apologies, I rarely visit here anymore. Arandir smiled when Oren turned around. Tea? His staff of servants had set out a porcelain tea set painted with blue and green swirls that evoked the ocean. The elf elder poured each of them a cup. Oren took the dirty green water that he had no intention of drinking. He threw a quick analyze on it just in case. Green tea, Daniel and Maddie were already sipping their drinks. Maddie made small talk, complimenting the rare offering. Oren learned elven tea was a commodity traded only in small amounts. He set the cup down on an end table. This is nice and all, Daniel said, interrupting Maddie's attempt to secure a small amount of loose-leaf tea for herself. But maybe you can tell us more about your powers? A small smile pulled the corner of Arandir's mouth as he sat back in his chair. What would you like to know? What sort of things can you do? Daniel asked as he copied the elf's movements. Except when Daniel sat back, he almost spilled the tea across his lap and had to hurriedly sit back up. A trivial number of things that an actual administrator could do in the past. I can reset a fellow elf's stats if they have the need. I can also reset a class if they choose poorly, but that only brings them back to a classless state. They would still need to find their own class again.
However, we do have a large library of books and scrolls on different classes, along with the best way to obtain the same." He finished talking and took a sip of his tea.
"That's it?" Daniel asked, dejectedly. "Just reset stats or a class? If you can't give out quests or give classes, why would Odrana try and invade you?" The elf didn't respond, continuing to drink his tea. He simply raised an eyebrow. "If you told the Sedaris guy, Senaris," Oren corrected, "that you could only do that, and only to elves, why would he still be trying to get to you? Could he even make you use your power?" Arandir put down his cup. "He could try. I have lived a very long life, but even I would eventually break under torture or certain mind magics. What I am curious about, though, is how long have you known about the other powers of an administrator, and how you know it all?" "Shit. What?" Oren flinched. "What?" Daniel looked confused. "You just told me."
"I did not tell you that past administrators could give quests. I also did not tell you they could assign classes."
Daniel knit his eyebrows together.
Assign classes? Is that another power you have? I just figured if you could take one, you should be able to give it too, right? Very well done deflection for a human of your age, but not good enough for me. Daniel set his tea down on the table and leaned back against the cushions. He crossed his legs.
"I'm not deflecting. One of the first things I did when I got today was read a lot of books. I found a few mentions of administrators. One of them must have said something about quests." Arandir smiled like a snake cornering a mouse.
"You know, I am 1,237 years old this upcoming year. I am the fourth of my line to carry the administrator role. My grandfather took the duty from his father, the last full administrator of our world. Do you know what they both spent their time doing for centuries after the calamity?" He paused for effect. "They searched for every piece of knowledge about the world before. They brought as much of that knowledge as they could to our forest for safekeeping. It's a mission that my family has taken seriously for millennia. We do not edit or change any information except for knowledge relating to administrators. As my father loved to remind me, if anyone could piece together what really happened, they might be able to piece together that one administrator survived. That would be the end of our line. No books with real information relating to administrators exist in Asmia. I am quite sure of it." "You can't kill oral histories, though," Oren piped up. "People will always tell stories. Even if you think you've eradicated all knowledge of something, eventually people will put together enough clues to find some parts of the truth. Maybe you just missed something recent. Daniel did read a lot of books when we got today." Arandir stood and poured more tea into his cup. He offered a refill to Maddie, who accepted, and Daniel, who did not.
He didn't offer more to Oren and gave a small frown at the wasted liquid in his cup. "That may be true, but the chances are slim. The chances that the new hero found that same information where my people did not is lower. It does not matter, though. I will answer your question. You asked why Senaris would still invade. He found a relic in an excavation, buried for so long that it took him years to figure out what it does. When he was able to activate it, he learned how useless the item was. It would only activate if I used my powers, but I have not used them in decades. Our people have not had the need, and we have known of what he had in his possession long enough to take safeguards." Arandir sat and stared at the ceiling. Oren glanced up and noticed the ceiling had been carved into swirls around the natural knots of the tree, giving the impression of a pond rippling out from each imperfect spot in the wood. I am walking a line in what I say next, so pay close attention.
I will not repeat myself.
He took a deep breath.
When the world had administrators aplenty, those with power schemed and plotted, including those with admin powers. Those who were afraid of what could happen created a relic, or maybe more than one, that could read the twists of the system. An early warning system of sorts that could tell when someone had interfered with the system itself. Something that was normally reserved only for administrators. Saneris has that item. It activated a few months ago.
Administrators can tell when someone messes with the system? Arandir smiled at Daniel's interruption.
Of course. Even a partial one, such as myself, can tell when something feels off. I was searching for the source of the recent waves in the system when Saneris suborned an elf, learning of me. Naturally, he thought I was the one who activated his new toy. It does not matter that he arrived at the right conclusion with the wrong information.
He knows an administrator exists, and found what he believes to be the only one in Asme. The elf leaned forward, then his gaze hungry again as he stared Daniel down.
Only, he does not know that I had already seen the system reacting. He does not know what I know. I am not the only administrator. Another exists, and he is playing the hero.
Chapter 46. Oren didn't know where to look. Arandir was sitting back in his chair with a jubilant expression on his face. He seemed so pleased with himself that Oren wanted to laugh. He thought Daniel was an administrator like him. He was sitting across from Oren, an actual administrator, or a budding one, and had reached the wrong conclusion. Daniel wasn't laughing, like Oren thought he might. Daniel knew Oren was probably the one who had created the ripples in the system. Oren had somehow created a quest the same day they'd arrived. Sure, it was all Daniel's fault for getting caught by a monster, but Oren's powers had activated, granting him a Save the Hero quest. Daniel was one of 2 people who knew of Oren's powers, with Tony being the other. Even Tony, who somehow knew something of administrators, hadn't been able to figure it out on his own. Daniel's face remained stoic. It was an expression that Oren had seen before. Usually his friend only concentrated this hard when they were in the middle of taking a test, or if Daniel was writing an essay and trying particularly hard to phrase something just so. Oren was almost ignoring Maddie completely when he felt something very wrong from her direction. He turned and blanched. Maddie was glaring at him. Not at Arandir, not at Daniel. Her eyes were on Oren, with a mix of emotions. Hurt and betrayal seemed prominent. Fear was there as well. Oren twitched his head to the side. Later, not now. To her credit, Maddie schooled her face and turned back to Arandir. That's not possible. I've seen Daniel's status. He is a hero. There is no such thing as an administrator. I'm half tempted to pull the entire deal. I think if we went to Odrana, we could easily get them to pull their army back in exchange for the quest. You've given us nothing of value. While I appreciate the tea, I think we should be on our way. Arandir didn't take his eyes off Daniel. When Maddie stood up, Oren joined him.
Daniel kept his seat. Dee, let's go. This guy's just trying to rattle you. Oren rested his hand on Daniel's shoulder. His friend peeked up at him. His hair was getting long, and with his stubbly face, he was looking much older than his 17 years. Oren, the elves can make up any story they want, but I think it's time we went and talked to the other side, Maddie said.
Our only objective is to end the war. Maybe Lord Saneris will be honest with us.
Daniel crossed his arms, brooding. Oren bent close and whispered to his friend.
Leave it. We should go.
Daniel shook his head.
If what he says is true, there might not be another chance. Daniel, no.
Arandir, can you give me a few minutes with my friends?
The elf stood up. Not a problem. I will check with Leonthan. The council should have made a selection by now. Would you like to share the quest with them today, or wait until we finish our talk? Daniel shrugged. Whatever you all want. It doesn't matter to me. Very well. I will return in a few minutes. The elven administrator crossed the room and opened the door. Oren caught a glimpse of the elevator cart before the door swung shut again. What the fuck are you thinking? Oren rounded on Daniel. You aren't an... whatever he thinks you are. Maddie stepped forward and slapped Oren across the face. What was that for? It's you, isn't it? Maddie raised her hand to hit him again, but Daniel caught her wrist. Friends don't hit each other like that, Maddie. You knew, didn't you? The anger and hurt Oren had seen before splashed across her face. You both had another secret, and you kept it from me. Again! What do I have to do to get you to trust me? She pointed at Oren. You just came clean with me about being from his world. You trusted me with that? But not this? Maddie, You're an administrator. I'm not an idiot. So many things fell into place when that asshole accused Daniel.
But he's not the one who changed quest rewards or did something weird to the dungeon core. I bet none of his quests are even his, are they? Some of them are, Daniel answered before Oren could. He groaned and slapped his forehead. Maddie, please, listen to me. No, you listen to me. We are in a foreign country dealing with one of the oldest political powers in the world, and you two just blindsided me. I'm supposed to be here to help. You said you brought me to help. Was that all a lie? Maddie managed to keep a straight face with only her anger leaking through. But Oren heard the quiver in her voice. They hadn't trusted her. To be fair, they'd had no reason to believe Oren's admin powers were something that would ever come up here. He'd kept this last secret from her mostly because of the way Tony had acted when he'd found out. He was scared his only other friend would look at him differently. She was looking at him differently now, but instead of fear, Oren was more worried she was going to attack him again. I'm sorry, he whispered. I could come up with any number of reasons why I didn't tell you, but none of them would matter. She huffed and glared at Daniel. Hey, don't get mad at me. It wasn't my secret to share. But it's your secret to steal, Oren cut in. I know what you're trying to do. It had taken him a while, but he'd figured it out. Daniel was letting Arandir believe he was an administrator to protect Oren. He was still the hero, and the elves already had one army knocking at their door. Day had made a claim to this hero, and trying to keep him here would result in Lord Catanzano sending forces as well. Oren had no such protection, unless he counted Daniel as his protection. I'm not letting you protect me from this, he muttered. Maddie pushed Oren hard. He fell back into his chair. What was that for? I told you that friends don't... Shut it, both of you. Maddie whirled on Daniel and got in his face. You think you are being all noble, letting Arandir think you are the administrator, but you are doing the exact opposite. You're using me and my father. If the elves try to keep you or turn you over to Adrana, Day would go to war against the other nations for the first time ever. You would be leveraging our friendship. You already tried to do it, to keep Oren's secret. And you, she turned back to Oren. He scooted back into his chair. Putting aside how mad I am at you right now, putting aside how you kept everything from me, again, I'm going to ask this once, and you better give me the truth. Did you know there was an administrator here? Is that why you wanted to visit the elves? I promise I had no idea. I just thought if we could finish off this quest, we could score some easy experience. Maddie held his eyes, searching. She found whatever she was looking for and flicked him quickly between the eyes.
You're forgiven, but only because you're going to tell me everything later. Let's figure out a plan. What's the downside of letting him know Oren is the one with powers?
Besides the fact that we are in the middle of their stronghold with no way out, surrounded by elite warriors who have trained with weapons and magic longer than our parents have been alive, and completely at their mercy, Oren thought bitterly.
They won't try to kidnap a hero, Daniel offered. Yes, I get that it's a dick move to leverage Day and a potential war, but I think the old guy is just lonely. He's like the secret prince of the elves with this cool, mysterious power. If he wants to believe he's in the same league as a hero, I say let him. I love you, Daniel, but you are so pretentious sometimes. And if he finds out that we've lied to him? Maddie asked, finally sitting back down.
Daniel plopped back into his chair as well.
You can't turn to Oren every time Arandir asks you a question.
Do you even know what Oren can do? Oren doesn't know what Oren can do. That's the beauty of the plan. He's as clueless as I am. I wouldn't say that, Oren muttered darkly.
Maddie pushed some hair behind an ear and rubbed at her forehead.
You two are so frustrating. Oren, what all can you do? I'll admit, I have next to no real knowledge of what an administrator can do. It's myths, and not even the good kind. In the stories, there are the bad guys from eons ago that would show up to punish you before eating your soul. I'm guessing that's an exaggeration based on you having this power.
What does that mean?
She's saying you're a teddy bear, Daniel smirked.
Oren flipped him off.
Can you two focus? Oren sighed. I don't really have any control over what I can do. Sometimes quests will appear, usually in stressful situations like this one.
He trailed off and looked around hopefully.
Damn, worth a shot, Daniel rolled his eyes.
Maddie gestured in a continue motion.
I was able to steal constitution points from Samara,
Wendell's kidnapper person. I traded points of mine to do that. I guess steal isn't the right word. I just
obliterated them?
Maddie's jaw dropped.
Permanently?
Until she died, but yeah, I think it would have been permanent. The points I spent to activate the skill were gone until I replaced them in the dungeon.
Oh, I can sometimes change quest results, but you know that. I also absorbed the dungeon core, which gave me something called administrator points. That gave me a new list of powers I can unlock. It's like ability points, but for skills not in the store. Things like assigning or resetting a class or assigning new quests. I'm guessing I'd be able to do it at will?
I don't know. I haven't unlocked anything.
Maddie was frozen.
Dude, you broke her,
Daniel teased. She shook herself.
Start again, from the beginning.
What's the first thing you remember that said administrator, all the way to the things you can unlock? Oren sighed. Remember how I told you I arrived here with Daniel? Well, the system thought I was an error or something. It debugged. That's a computer term. The things with all the information in them, remember? Oren, I don't care about that right now. So anyways, the system unlocked administrator access and let me select my own class. That's how I got utility warder. I just kept asking it for what I wanted and bam.
Oren, that's not how the system works,
Maddie argued, running her hands through her hair. She was growing more frazzled the more he talked.
It does for me.
He shrugged and continued. He recalled as much as he could about the circumstances of each quest, chuckling as he recalled how Maddie and her father had basically forced the Stop the War quest from spawning. By the time he'd pulled up the administrator powers list and read them aloud, Maddie's eyes were huge.
And that's why I didn't want to tell you.
The last person I told flipped out and begged me not to kill him.
Maddie dropped her eyes to the floor. You wouldn't kill me. I know that. But Oren, this is a lot. You've just upended everything I've ever been taught about the system and how it operates. The stories I've heard about administrators describe them as powerful people, sure, but not able to rewrite a person so completely. It's a lot to take in. Oren crossed his arms. Don't pout. Daniel put his feet on the small table. We still need to make a plan. I can tell Arandir everything you just said and get him to explain things to me. I'm sure he'll have good advice, being a centuries-old admin himself. We can fast-track Oren getting us more powerful. Maddie shook her head. Some of the powers Oren mentioned don't sound like anything Arandir talked about.
You said costs 50 points? That's 10 times some of the other skills and almost double what costs. If we got you through 2 more dungeons and you could do anything you wanted. If Arandir had that, I'm sure the world would have more of them. I think we have to be careful. And that isn't your forte, Daniel. What does that mean? She's trying to be polite, Dee. Don't make her call you an idiot to your face, Maddie laughed. Oren felt the pressure release from his shoulders. The entire talk he'd been tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maddie was going to be awkward around him. She wasn't going to be able to joke around. All the negative thoughts that he'd spent a lifetime cultivating had come crashing back as soon as she found out this newest secret. But that one laugh erased them all. They could still joke and rib each other. She was still a part of the team. She was still his friend. Chapter 47. They settled on a strategy, letting Maddie handle the negotiations. Again. Only this time, she had all the cards and wasn't hamstrung by lack of knowledge. Sure, Arandir was centuries older, with experience leading a nation. He was likely at a level unseen by normal humans in their lifetime. He also knew more about exactly what an administrator was. Oren sat with his feet up on his chair, eating some snacks he'd brought out for the group. Strategy talks made him snacky. Remind me again why we aren't just hightailing it out of here? He's going to figure it out. Daniel can't play poker to save his life. And you can? Daniel threw a grape at him. It bounced off his shoulder and rolled under a couch. I seem to remember you losing all your chips whenever we played. I didn't say I'm good, Oren countered. We both suck. You've both kept secrets from me, so just keep acting like the idiots you are. It helps people underestimate you. Maddie picked a few slices of melon from the spread Oren had put out. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if he thinks the admin is you or Daniel. We know what we want. We just have to figure out his angle. Kidnap us and force us to give out quests until we die. Oren crunched on a cookie. The small bakery in Day made some great pastries, but the cookies were too hard. I should give them a few pointers when we get back. A knock on the door interrupted them. Arandir let himself back into his apartment. He carried a wicker picnic basket in one hand and an overly large glass bottle in the other. He held up both hands, showing off his wares. I have brought lunch, but I see you have brought your own food. Perhaps we can share? Maddie stepped forward and took the basket. She pushed some of Oren's food to the side, setting up the cheeses, warm bread, and bowl of meat that Arandir had brought into the new space. This smells amazing, sir. What is this? Nothing too special. A few select cheeses I prefer when I am in town. The meat is from a ghost boar. We cook it underground and soak it in a sauce we make from local fruit. I prefer it spread on a piece of bread, but it goes well by itself. Daniel tore off the butt of the loaf and dipped it in the saucy meat. He chewed. This tastes like barbacoa, but sweet. I love it. Thanks, Arandir. With that, they lost Daniel to the food. He began making small sandwiches. Arandir smiled. You are most welcome.
He paused and put the bottle down on the table before sitting himself. "Something to drink as well. Before we begin, please let me explain something. I am an elder of my people, the elder of administration. Most do not understand what that means. Even my own people think I handle the boring paperwork. While that is one part of my job, I have people who deal with the day-to-day. My true job is working to perfect my administrator powers in the hope that one day my people can regain what was lost." "What was lost?" Maddie also sat, pouring from the bottle into a few cups that Oren had set out. A dark red wine filled the cups. Oren frowned and waved the cup away. "The full powers of an administrator. While I have only heard the stories from my father, a true administrator would help propel their people to the brink of perfection. I procure knowledge, study, and experiment in an attempt to unlock more power, so that I can help the elves of today regain their lost glory." Arandir took the cup from Maddie and sipped it politely. "Sometimes, in my pursuit of knowledge, I overstep. I have done so with you. I apologize for forcing the issue, Daniel. I assumed that your party knew of your powers. Leanthan told me that you had been having whispered conversations frequently, and I incorrectly jumped to conclusions. I cannot take back what was done, but hopefully I can remedy the situation." He placed the cup on the table and steepled his fingers under his chin. "If you do not accept my offer, I will keep your secret. I will also continue to help you with the council, no matter your decision. You're the best chance that anyone in my family has had since the calamity, and I fear I may have started off on the wrong foot. Please, accept my apology." Oren peered suspiciously at the old elf. He found himself believing in the guy, which meant either he was telling the truth or he had a skill to help with lying. Either way, he didn't trust him. "Apology accepted," Daniel answered, ever the golden boy and teacher's pet. "I really don't know what you expect from me, though." Arandir laughed. "Trust and fair play once you reach a higher level. Now that I know you are an administrator, we can discuss topics not sanctioned by the council. My role as administrator holds different responsibilities." "What kind of responsibilities?" Daniel asked, taking another mouthful of ghost boar sandwich. "Keeping the world from ending." Oren was slapping Daniel's back to dislodge the food that had gotten stuck. Maddie took over. "Maybe you can understand our skepticism. What exactly is it you want? And what are you offering?" Arandir appeared bemused at Daniel's predicament. "Am I to assume that you speak for him?" Daniel choked, but nodded, waving his hand at Maddie. "I do not know what administrator skills he has, but I do know how those skills were unlocked in the past. I also know enough of what happened during the calamity that I can make some very educated guesses at how he might further evolve his power. My hope is that someday Daniel might become powerful enough to fix the system and reinstate administrator powers to all races. And, naturally, you would want him to give you the power, if and when that ever happens," Maddie smirked. "Not at all. I would have him choose. I would suggest Leanthan. He is my nephew, and next in line to take my power if I should die. I have trained him to the best of my ability, and I believe his temperament is what is needed for my people. He is strong but kind, knowledgeable but open to learning." Maddie crossed her arms. "That's all it takes to have the type of power you described?" Arandir met her gaze without flinching. "Daniel, what knowledge do you have of the calamity and its cause?" Daniel finished coughing and took a deep breath to steady himself. "A hero destroyed the world, right?" Arandir shook his head with a frown. "He did it because the administrators of his time forced him to.
Does this have something to do with what the council warned you not to talk about? Maddie cajoled the elf.
We really don't want to piss off the entire Elven Council.
How much do you know of that hero, Lady Catanzano?
He shattered our world after going crazy. You didn't answer my question. Is this what you were forbidden to talk about?
If humans lived maybe half as long as we do, perhaps you would not have lost so much of your history. I can understand the orcs. They never kept much stock in the past. The dwarves, at least, know some of it. Maddie rapped her knuckles on the table.
Arandir, I'm specifically asking you not to disclose anything to us that could get us in trouble.
Arandir took a slice of the melon on the table and bit into it. This is good. I will have to have some purchased for myself.
Arandir, please don't ignore her. She's the person I trust to navigate all this,
Daniel said, waving his hand in a circle.
Are you about to tell us something dangerous?
The truth is always a dangerous thing. Those who know the truth can wield it, twist it, or warp it to fit their needs. The truth, bare and untouched, is also a beautiful thing. We can learn from it and become better despite it. Arandir paused and lowered his voice to a whisper. Truth can be different for each person.
What quest did Asmia give you when it summoned you to our world, Daniel? Orin's internal alarms began to ring. Arandir knew. He knew the Stop the War quest was not the real reason Daniel had been transported to this world. He knew the hero was hiding something larger. Every conversation with the elf elder only helped him learn more about them.
Truth is not subjective, Maddie cut in before Daniel could respond.
Just like justice. Something is either true or it is not. You are still avoiding the question, Arandir.
Laughter filled the small room. Arandir wiped his eyes and held up a hand to forestall Maddie's rage at being laughed at. I apologize. Sometimes I forget the surety of youth. Truth is subjective. Anyone can twist facts to set their own truth. You agree that murder is wrong, correct? Of course, Daniel answered quickly, trying to re-establish his footing. The quest question had thrown him a bit. You're going to ask, what about war, aren't you? Arandir shook his head. If I were to kill Lady Catanzano or your friend Orin, what would you do? Daniel bristled but spoke in a calm voice. I would end you. Then I would tear down this entire forest tree by tree. Would you be in the wrong? I would be getting revenge. You would be the one murdering. What if I thought that by killing your friends, I would be unburdening you to reach your full potential? You'd still be dead. Arandir sighed. A poor example. If a mother finds a mugger holding her child at knife point and kills the thief, is that murder? Maddie was looking annoyed.
Obviously not. She's protecting her child. We know what murder is.
What if the thief was not a thief at all, but only trying to recover medicine stolen by the child in the first place? Orin said, You're just adding facts to change the scenario. That doesn't change that truth is truth, only that you can change the underlying details to fit what ending you want.
Yes.
Arandir pointed at Orin and smiled. The mother who does not know the underlying details will think she has saved her child from a mugger, while the child knows she is now a murderer. What I want to tell you is dangerous to the Council, because they want to keep the knowledge hoarded. I want to tell you so that you know the entire picture. The truth. Only with all the facts can you make a decision based on truth. Daniel rubbed his eyes. Maddie, please tell the nice elf that I absolutely hate this kind of thing. Maddie smiled. Daniel hates when people talk in riddles. Arandir rolled his eyes. The Council does not wish me to tell you the story of the calamity, because it involves knowledge lost to the world.
With that knowledge, our people have been able to exist in a world intent on keeping us in our forest. Our youngest travel outside the safety of our tree line in an attempt to see the world, and they are captured as slaves. We must travel in groups to trade with other countries. I believe I should tell you. I believe you did not travel to our forest to give us a quest that allows us to bypass our rules about war. I believe you were drawn here to right a wrong made by the last to know administrators. Oren was on the edge of his seat. He'd been ready to teleport them out for most of the conversation. Arondir was dangerous. The last to know administrators, and the last to fight a true demon lord. The one who ended our world when the administrators betrayed him.
Chapter 48.
Why would anyone betray a hero? Maddie queried.
Oren and Daniel turned slowly to her and then glanced at each other.
Seriously?
I mean, she frowned and hushed them both.
There's a difference between testing someone and straight up betraying them. It's a common trope in stories. If you betray a hero, they always come after you, and it never ends well. Even the few leaders in the past who succeeded in capturing their own personal hero lived to regret it.
It is a recurrent theme for a reason. Arondir leaned back again. We wish for history to never repeat that mistake. As for those few leaders who have made the unfortunate mistake of thinking a hero is a resource to use, I will only say they did not live as long as they perhaps thought possible. It was Oren's turn to frown. You're admitting to murder, altering history, and fabricating stories to do what? Protect future heroes? Arondir sighed. Young man, there are different versions of heroes, just as there are different versions of administrators or mages. Every person is unique and holds powers truly unique. Study 2 fire mages, and you will see small differences in the same spell. The hero of the calamity destroyed our world and displaced millions of people. He is not the most powerful hero to ever live. He just had means, opportunity, and a reason. We do not protect heroes from the people so much as we protect the people from their own short-sighted agendas that at the end of the day would result in their deaths, or worse. Daniel stood and paced, something Oren knew was due to his growing frustration. Arondir, I'm going to try and say this straight because I'm about to lose my patience. You want to tell us a dangerous story, so I'll trust you more and maybe give you or some other elf a power in the future? Yes. Daniel almost missed a step when the elf answered directly, but he regained his composure.
But you are not demanding anything in return? Arondir leaned forward and checked his teapot. He must have found it too cold as he rubbed his hand along the bottom. Oren noticed his hand glowed like Emily's had when she used her fire magic. I demand nothing, but I humbly request that you do not share this story outside these walls. At best, you will be labeled a heretic or crazy. At worst, you will incite a war greater than you can imagine. Daniel crouched next to Maddie and had a quick conversation. He glanced at Oren. Oren shrugged. I guess it's story time. We agree not to repeat it. Arondir poured a cup and waited for Daniel to sit back down. Please keep in mind that what I tell you has been handed down in my family. There are doubtless other details unknown to them or perhaps not shared from generation to generation for any number of reasons. But I will do my best to tell the history of the calamity as I was taught. He took a sip before he began. The world as you know it is but a small sliver of what used to be. From Day to the farthest reaches of Veskar is but a generously sized kingdom of the old lands. One kingdom of dozens. The elves had multiple forest groves, but also sailed the seas and lived in towns with humans.
Most recognized our king, but some branches did not and ruled in different ways. The dwarves claimed the mountain ranges, but farmed as well. Even the orcs did more than travel in nomadic tribes. Some even built cities. The world was far-flung and diverse, but dangerous. Each race had an administrator. Any king or dictator could claim greatness, but until an administrator was born in your lands and worked to raise your people up, the rulers of other races would not recognize you. Over time, the administrators created a loose coalition to exchange tips on how best to use powers, to discuss best options for class reassignment, and other things lost to time.
Arondir placed his cup down and waited until all three of them met his eye. This next part is something you should never repeat. Demons lived among us freely. They had their own administrator. While wars were fought with them, it was no more than against any other race. They were one and part of us. Again, I cannot stress enough that saying this to the wrong group could result in your immediate death. He sighed and took a long pull on his tea. Demons, despite popular myths, do not look all that different from you or me. Some have horns or tails, and some have a red tint to their skin, but most could pass for human or elf. The other races can procreate with demons as well. Sometimes their children would look more like the dwarf mother than the demon father. But every demon, full-blooded or with a single drop of demon blood, has a special ability. They gain experience from killing the enlightened races. The old elf paused. This terrified the other administrators. Century after century passed with the demon race slowly spreading this ability. Meetings without the demon administrator were held to discuss the problem, for the elves, the humans, the orcs, and the dwarves saw this as a problem. Every child born with the power of a demon would fall under the demon administrator's purview. If a human and an elf had a child, the child had a chance to fall to either side. The odds were not perfect, but it was not 100%. In their fear, the administrators gathered together, all but the demon. They altered the system together. They did something to alter or take away the demon administrator's powers. Maddie's eyes were huge. Daniel seemed to be absorbed in the story too. Oren kept watch for whatever trick Arondir was trying to pull. They assumed that if the demons did not have the power of their administrator, they would flounder. Instead, the old administrator used the last of his powers to become something new, a class never seen before. Demon Lord. Instead of having the powers of an administrator, this class gave the demon vast authority over all demons. He could command them or sway them. The details are vague to me. What the administrators had tried to stop, they sped up. The new demon lord sent his people out to conquer and kill. War swept the entire world, and hundreds of thousands died in months. The administrators, including my great-grandfather, summoned a hero. They tasked him with defeating the demon lord. They lied to the man and told him the demon was the original aggressor. They promised things they could never give and sent him on his way. Then they began saving up their power to summon another, because they had only summoned the first as a diversion. They had no hope the man would pull it off. Arondir reached for another piece of melon and caught Oren glancing at the door. "You are free to leave if you so desire." Oren shook his head and sat back in his chair, resigned. "Go ahead." When the hero returned, having struck down the evil demon, he was surprised to find them about to summon another hero. The human and orc administrators had usurped power from their king and tribe leader, respectively. So many of every race had died. The dragons had fled the lands. The hero demanded the rewards he had been promised. They laughed him away. They thought they had won. Arandir smiled in pride. My great-grandfather went to the hero and apologized. They talked, and he let slip enough that the hero figured out the rest. My great-grandfather learned what none of the administrators knew. The hero had collected friends to fight by his side on his way to the Demon Lord. He had lost most of them in his final fight and was grieving. He was nearly broken. Finding out that the great evil he had been sent to destroy was actually the one originally wronged finished him. Oren imagined that happening to them. What if Silas had sent them on a mission to kill someone, telling them this theoretical person was evil? Then they returned and found out it was all a power play. He shivered. Silas wouldn't last long. The hero asked my great-grandfather why. Why would they go through all the trouble of outing this demon, a person they had once called friend and exchanged ideas with? My great-grandfather told him it was to keep the fighting between races to a minimum. If the demons overtook the world, anybody could kill anyone, just for the chance at some experience and levels. He laughed. The hero laughed until he began to cry. He thanked my great-grandfather, but said something cryptic that he didn't understand until later. Arandir spoke slowly, and Oren was certain that this was the part of the story each generation made sure to get right. I pray you get the world you want, but never get to affect it again. My great-grandfather left, and the next day, the hero unleashed a spell that destroyed the world. Every human, elf, dwarf, and orc that had fought with the administrators was transported to this small crop of land we call Asmia. Every administrator, save my great-grandfather, was dead. He never knew for sure why he was spared. It took him only a few years to realize something was wrong with his administrator powers. It took him longer to realize no new administrators were being born to the other races. He spent the rest of his life trying to figure out a way around it. The hero disappeared or died, I do not know which. He downed the rest of his tea and poured himself another cup. Those bastards, Daniel muttered. They made a mess and then had him clean it up. I get why he blew up the world. Arandir reached across the space and placed his hand on Daniel's clenched fist. That is the part that my great-grandfather did not learn for many years. The hero did not blow up the world. He reshaped it and placed those he found deserving in this prison that is Asma, a peninsula surrounded by dangerous waters. Every person who found themselves on that plot of land that is now day had hatred in their hearts toward the demons. The rest of the world is alive. They just live on the other side of the pass. The demons have spread, and most everyone is at least part demon now. However, despite the administrator's worst fears, there is no rampant bloodshed for experience. Oren was reeling. How could you possibly know that? Arandir smiled at him. Where do you think I got this delicious tea? Oren frowned. His analyze had only told him it was green tea, but not where it was from. He'd missed that. He'd spent time using the skill with Tony's small collection of tea, and could trigger at least the region it was from. You trade with the demons? Maddie hissed. As do the dwarves, Arandir responded without any guilt. There are a select few on this side who have realized the errors of the past. My great-grandfather wished until his dying day that he could have undone what he did to the demon administrator. You mean turning him into a demon lord? Daniel spat. I wouldn't have let any of my enemies live. I'd say he got off easy. Maddie rolled her eyes. Daniel, the poor man lived for centuries with the guilt of what he did. I think he suffered. Oren smirked at Daniel's comment.
That's the hole in your story, Arandir. If they took the demon administrator's powers, how did he change his class? I do not know. Arandir's face showed no hint of frustration. My grandfather told me the system self-corrects, but I was not there. Nor was my great-grandfather to learn what happened to his betrayed friend. Let me give you a piece of advice that comes with age. Something that you likely will not learn for decades, but maybe you will take to heart. You cannot know everything, but that does not make the things you do not understand untrue.
Daniel and Maddie continued asking questions, but Oren pulled up his quests. Defeat the Demon Lord. In the southern lands, the Demon Lord has risen. The dark armies have been assembled. Seek out and defeat the Demon Lord before the Dark Horde attacks. Reward: 1 million XP and Dark Essence unlocked. What about the other Demon Lords? Oren asked, cutting off whatever Maddie was saying.
There have been others. The hero who created the Sea of Fire fought one, right?
Arandir's eyebrows furrowed for a second.
Yes, a class that we know next to nothing about. Why do you ask? Where do they come from? If the system created it in response to those dicks abusing their authority, why are they still around?
Arandir sighed.
You ask very clever questions. I am beginning to see why you are part of the hero's party. Again, I do not know the answer to your question. Every great while, a hero and demon lord appear. I am old and knowledgeable, but not omniscient. What I do know is that no new administrator has been born into this world or across the pass since the calamity. You might be the key to reuniting the world and helping the people on both sides grow strong again. You want Daniel to go around and bop some admin powers on each race? Oren asked incredulously. You don't think the system or that hero messed with things so that's not possible? It might not be possible, Arandir smiled. But I have to try. The administrators failed the people at the end, but that was after thousands of years of peace and prosperity. All fruit rots, but I hope we can harvest the seeds and grow something new and better. He turned to Daniel. Would you like to help me change the world for the better?
Chapter 49. Daniel's eyes flickered to his friends before he answered.
I think the idea you are pitching is noble. I'm not sold that the people of this world really need an administrator, though. What's to keep them from turning out like the old guard? We have a saying in my world, absolute power corrupts absolutely. I can think of only a handful of people I've met in my life that I would trust with that kind of power. You are putting the cart before the horse, Arandir said, waving his hand. We can discuss the people best suited for the job and safeguards to protect from abuse if we can even succeed. I am not even sure how we could unlock more powers for you. In my predecessor's time, an administrator could unlock points to use in a special store in the system for administrator-only powers. These points could be earned from helping a certain number of people discover their best class or giving out a certain number of completed quests a year. Every administrator had their own unique threshold, and no patterns were ever established. Unfortunately, my great-grandfather was never able to earn another point after the calamity. My grandfather and father, as well as myself, have a bastardized selection of powers, but none of us were able to gain any points either. We are talking about years of work to figure this out. We don't have years, Maddie interjected. We need to stop Odrana and get back to Day. We have more to do than be subjects for you to study. Then I will need to ask questions. What sort of skills do you control? Oren frowned. He didn't have any administrator powers that he controlled. Sometimes things just happened. Daniel's thoughts were taking the same track. What do you mean? I don't have any powers. Sometimes things just happen. Like what? Daniel tapped his foot in frustration.
Oren could see he wanted to answer but didn't know how far to go. He saved his friend.
Sometimes when he's in danger, he'll tell us he has a new quest.
Maddie nodded.
Once, during a fight that we thought we would lose, he was able to take away someone's constitution points.
Daniel nodded with each sentence.
Once, I was able to change the quest rewards.
But you have no control over these things, correct? That is how it was for my great-grandfather. His system unlocked skills once he had enough points to spend, but he did not know the full extent of what was possible to unlock before his death. Daniel raised an eyebrow at Maddie and Oren.
Do we tell him we've unlocked the admin store?
Oren moved his head to indicate no with the smallest movement he could muster. Maddie shrugged.
You know something.
The elf's eyes were old, but still sharp.
You have unlocked administrator points.
Why? Daniel fidgeted. One small movement of his foot.
Please, do not lie. There is no need. You do not need to tell me the specifics.
Arandir rubbed at his eye.
Just to know that a way forward exists.
When he trailed off, silence took over the small room. Maddie spoke to break the silence.
Arandir, we don't know for sure that we can unlock more of these points or what good they would even do. You said it yourself. Administrators can only affect their own race.
The elder elf blinked.
Lady Catanzano, Daniel is not from this world. A hero may look human, but he is most assuredly not the same as you. It is one of the reasons they are so powerful. They absorb ambient mana in a way that baffled the greatest minds of our people. Besides, an administrator can give quests to any race. It is only class selection and stat edits that are locked to race. If we can recreate the circumstances that led Daniel to gain those points, we might be able to unlock skills that only an administrator would have.
Oren rolled his eyes at his friends. They kept giving the elf everything he wanted.
The more information the man had, the more trapped Oren was feeling. Am I being paranoid in wanting to keep the information from him, or are they just being too trusting? Maybe we should discuss that another time, Oren suggested. You gave us a lot of new information to digest. Maybe Daniel should share his quest and we can meet again for dinner?
Maddie almost said something, but Daniel grasped her knee with his hand.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, O.
Arandir's lips pulled into a tight line, but he nodded. Acceptable. I apologize if I overstepped. You are the best chance my family has ever had to reclaim our station and right a wrong we should never have allowed. I will have Leonthan bring you back to your rooms. Let him know if you want to speak with me or need anything. I will have the council send their selected team to you for the quest. He bade them farewell. The elevator ride back down was just as quick, and Leonthan was silent on the walk back to their prison home. Only this time, nobody locked the doors. Once Daniel was sure they were alone, he turned to Oren.
Why did you want out? He seemed like he wanted to help.
Oren couldn't explain it. Whenever Arandir spoke, he didn't feel bad so much as slightly off. Oren had run a gambit of spells during their conversation. Calm Mind did nothing. The tea wasn't poisoned. As far as he could tell, there were no spells or skills coming off the old elf. Oren simply felt uncomfortable around him, but that wasn't a good enough reason to tell Daniel and Maddie.
I can't explain it, he muttered.
He was letting them down again, holding back the party because he had some weird issue with trusting people.
Oren,
Maddie stepped in and wrapped her arms around him.
It's all right. You don't have to explain it. If you don't want to trust Arandir, we can give the elves the quest and leave. We can figure things out on our own.
Oren hugged her back,
and then disengaged.
The room was still too small for all three of them, and he sat on the stairs leading up to the second story. I don't think that's the best course of action. He knows more than he's telling. Does he not give either of you a weird feeling? Both his friends shook their heads. It started small in the council's room, but once we were in his house, I got this sense of something being off. Like when you were going down the stairs and miss a step. Not even that bad, to be honest. I can't put it into words. You don't like him, Daniel said with a shrug. He was restrapping Gertrude to his back. That's fine. The question is, should we use him to get into more dungeons or leave the forest? I personally think the guy is all right, but I'm not a big fan of that council. Oren shook his head. No, I like him. That's what is so weird. At first, it was nothing but an itch, but the longer we spent time with him, the more I felt something was wrong. This is so annoying. Oren punched the banister. I can't even figure out what my problem is. He did nothing wrong. The tea wasn't poisoned, and he wasn't using any skills on us, I'm almost certain. Why don't I trust him? Maddie knelt close to him. Oren, it's fine. We trust you, even if you can't say why. We'll leave. No. Oren stood suddenly. No. We should use his help. We can play it smart and stay close to each other. That way, I can teleport us out if I need to. Maybe he can get us access to another dungeon. Maybe he'll let us read through those books that he's been pruning from the world. If nothing else, I want to learn more about what is on the other side of the pass. Maddie frowned. That is the part I'm not sure I believe. If there is an entire civilized world on the other side of day, my life, my father's life, has been a lie. I wanted to ask him more about that. If a hero really did send everybody who didn't like the demons to one part of the world, it would be impossible to hide that sort of thing. Maddie nodded at Oren, grabbing his words like a lifeline. Exactly. If the elves were somehow trading with the demons over the mountains, we would have caught them at some point. The dwarves barely trade with Day, and do so grudgingly when they have to. I can't imagine them doing anything with demons. They attack us regularly. They've killed hundreds of people in the last decade alone. His story doesn't make any sense. We can make a list of things we want him to talk about. Oren took her hand and pulled her to her feet. What should we ask him? Over the next hour, they hammered out the specifics. They only stopped when Leanthan knocked on the door. Daniel met the selected elves and shared the quest. I think we made a good start, but the real question is, do we tell him about the dungeon cores? Maddie tapped her pencil on the paper. It depends on if he'll answer more about what his powers are, and if he could get admin points himself, Oren responded, biting into an apple. He'd already restored all their weapons in his dimension hole, including the Citrandish bow they'd never gotten around to turning over. I don't think giving him a way to increase his own power is a smart move, Maddie quirked an eyebrow. You can learn. Good job. Oren flipped her off. Daniel chuckled in the corner. I'm going to ask Leanthan if we can head back over. It's time. Oren nodded at his friend. Daniel pushed off the wall and opened the door. Hey, Leanthan, can we chat with your uncle some more? The elf sighed. If you just needed a break, he could have stepped out again. This back and forth is exhausting. Oren pulled the elven bow out of his storage and held it up. We could give him this as an apology. Leanthan rolled his eyes. He doesn't need that kind of leverage, but do what you will. Are you ready? Leverage? Oren pondered Leanthan's words as they made their way back. Why would a bow give Arandir leverage? Can I ask a question? Oren jogged to catch up with Leanthan. You just did. Another one. Where do Citrandish bows come from? Leanthan pointed to the large tree in the center of the forest.
The matriarch tree sheds a branch every dozen years or so. If we are lucky, the wood is not rotted, and we can create bows from her wood.
And they're good bows? The elf didn't deign to answer. I guess you really value your bows, then.
This is more than one question.
Leanthan gave Orin a look that let him know the elf knew what he was doing.
Our bows are bonded to us individually. Each bow belongs to one elf for life. I could use another's, but it would never feel right, be right. To return a lost bow to our people is like bringing home the body of a fallen elf. I'm glad you didn't hand it over to the council. They would have taken it without giving you anything. You could give it to my uncle, but that would have complications. Better to find the family it belongs to and ask for compensation. They'll pay well.
Maddie and Daniel were close enough to hear Leanthan's explanation. Orin didn't hesitate and pushed the bow into the elf's hands.
Can you find out who it belonged to?
Leanthan kept walking, holding the bow as if it were fragile.
I can. Would you like me to set up a meeting with the family later?
Orin smiled. Nah. Tell them the hero sent it and wishes it to find its way back into the hands of the family it belonged to. If that's not possible, send his condolences. Leanthan turned and looked at Orin, drawing to a complete stop.
You want to give it to them? At no cost?
What good would it do us? It'll be like a homecoming for the guy who lost it, right?
Or give a family closure if he or she is dead, Leanthan said quietly.
He turned to Daniel.
Are you fine with this?
Seems like the right thing to do, Daniel said nonchalantly.
Leanthan studied them for a moment longer before quickly stowing the bow on his back, joining his own Citrandish bow.
I'll see to it.
When they reached Arandir's tree, Maddie hesitated before stepping on the elevator.
It'll be fine, Daniel pulled her on. Let's go talk about demons.
Chapter 50. Arandir didn't seem surprised to find them back in his apartment. To Maddie's delight, he also had no problem answering more questions about demons. The reason being, he knew very little.
I am not trying to be obtuse, he apologized. We have some drops among the mountains where we leave a list of purchases. If we pay, the items arrive within a month. At one time during my grandfather's rule as Elder of Administration, some elves would travel to their lands. That is where my information comes from. However, there was an incident over 3,000 years ago. Our king visited and did not return. He was young and did not have an heir, so the council took over, and as their first act, they forbade further travel of elves through the pass.
He also had little reluctance in telling them more about his administrator powers. He had already told them he could reset stats or a class. That was the extent of his powers. My grandfather could also move stats around, but I can only do a full reset.
How do you get administrator points? Maddie asked their last question. Everything else had hit a knowledge roadblock. I do not know. Since my great-grandfather's time, I know of no administrator points being found or earned. It might be that the hero altered the system to no longer allow them. Until his death, my grandfather spoke of how his father had tried to find a way to earn more. He spent every moment giving out quests and altering classes. It was all in vain. Orin wanted to ask if Arandir had ever defeated a dungeon, but asking that was too blunt. The elf was intelligent and would put the breadcrumbs together. He couldn't figure out why he had earned his administrator points from a dungeon when the administrators of the past had earned theirs through deeds and actions. Something had to have changed then, Daniel said slowly.
After the calamity, did anything else about the system change?
Arandir stood and moved to a small desk on the far side of the living room. A bookshelf holding only a dozen books was placed against the side of it, and he knelt to run a finger over the spines of his books.
My grandfather took detailed notes of all his father would tell him. My great-grandfather did not take the time to write everything down, always thinking he had more time. A curse that most of us fall for. Here it is. He took a dark green book with faded lettering on the front. Oren could just make out the word journal, but nothing else. Arandir flipped through the book. If I remember correctly, the system did not change much, if at all. Then again, this was still during the first few hundred years after the founding of Asmia. Most of our people were trying to tend to the few trees we could get to grow. We had the matriarch seed, but we still had to protect her from the dungeons cropping up. It was years before we figured out how to destroy them and keep them from spawning near her. Of course, our king immediately sent the information to the other races. They were plaguing everyone. Once we had the matriarch sprouted, we spent time— Wait, dungeons weren't a thing before the calamity? Oren cut off the rambling. Arandir held a finger on a page and glanced up. No, dungeons are part of the calamity. Broken parts of the world left to punish us. He continued reading, and Oren's mind raced. From everything he had read, the system wasn't omniscient or omnipotent. This wasn't a world of gods, but something more like a really complicated computing system. If the hero had wanted to punish the administrators of the past by taking away their power, he could have just killed them. Instead, he had somehow prevented their abilities from being reborn into the world.
At least until Oren came along. Oren doubted the system would allow for wholesale deletion of the powers it gave to one select person of each race to further the perfection of itself. Because, from everything he'd heard, that was what an administrator was supposed to be, someone who worked hard to make sure everyone could make the most of the system for themselves. If the hero wanted to stop administrators, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the power. But he could misplace it. He had already done something similar by putting all the demon-racist people together and sealing them away from the world. What if he did the same with the admin powers, sealing them away underground? Whether he thought the powers would stay dormant or he'd known something like dungeons would appear was irrelevant. Oren felt in his gut that he was right. He had already proven that he could gain administrator points by absorbing the dungeon core. Maddie, can I talk to you? He took her elbow and walked her to the elevator. They had left the doors open for the slight breeze. The room got stuffy quickly without an open window or two. I'm not writing that thing down if that— No, just needed some privacy, Oren whispered, and told her his theory. Maddie scratched behind her ear. That makes sense, actually. Her hand fell to her side, and she clenched her fist. If the hero did that, he's responsible for every death from outbreaks for 5,000 years. Oren didn't respond. Dungeon outbreaks were a sore topic for Maddie. She wanted to destroy all the dungeons, and had since she was a small child, when her mother had died during an outbreak. Arandir, how do you keep dungeons from spawning near the matriarch tree? Daniel asked, keeping the elf's attention on him while Oren and Maddie talked. The same way every major city does. We have mages who search for dungeon seeds, the small bit of chaotic magic that creates a core. If we can spike that with any sort of magic, the seed is destroyed, and no dungeon core can be born. It is a noble profession, and one that every elf works for a time, Arandir explained, and then held up his hand.